Altibox Norway chess tournament. We do have quite a day of action in front of us because there is the possibility of as much as a 7-way tie for first place, believe it or not. So 7 of the 10 players still have a chance to finish at least shared first. The favorites to do so are of course the co-leader Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. Peter, what do you think? What's the most likely outcome?
I'm not sure. I actually wasn't even aware of the 7-way tie as a possibility. I thought at most it can be a 4-way tie at the top, because the idea of both Magnus and Levon losing feels a bit, improbable and didn't occur to me. But mathematically, if both of them lose and the other results go their way, apart from, I guess,
Elyanov, Grandelius, and Anish Giri have no chance, but everybody else is still in the race.
The results obviously need to fall just right for that to happen, but then we could be here a while. Let's put it like this. We should discuss the schedule of tie breaks. I think that's important, and people will be interested to know what to expect. You spoke to JJ, the tournament director, and I think you're better informed about that situation. So over to you, Haggard.
Sure. So if there is a sole winner, no tie break, no surprise there. If there is a 2-way tie, we will have a tie break consisting of 2 blitz games today after the round. Approximately 30 minutes after the last game is finished, there would be a blitz tie break. If there's more than a 2-way tie, which as mentioned is in play, then the tie break happens tomorrow. Depending on the number of players, I believe what's planned is a double round robin blitz tournament, something like that. So we could get some more chess action probably tomorrow at 2 p.m. But for now, we're operating under the assumption that it's more likely that we get a 2-way tie or a sole winner, and therefore, should that assumption change, we will inform you.
Yeah, but obviously from that lengthy introduction on the tournament standings, you can sort of get the picture. Lots and lots of very important stories in play today. For a number of days we were concentrating mainly on Magnus's games, because it did seem like he might just run away with this tournament, but with his loss yesterday to Levon Aronian, the tournament has been blown wide open, and there's only one game today which features hang on, that's not actually true. There are no...
All games can affect the winner.
Yeah, there are no games today which don't feature at least one player who can potentially win the tournament on tiebreak. So, tremendously exciting day in progress. Games should start any moment now, and we'll bring you all the action from the concert hall in Stavanger.
We'll tell you right now what the games are, though. Of course, the 2 matchups that are most likely to decide the outcome is Magnus Carlsen with white against Pavel Elyanov, and Levon Aronian with the black pieces against Pentala Harikrishna. Those are the co-leaders. Then we do have a matchup that people consider the biggest grudge match in chess today, the game between Veselin Topalov and Vladimir Kramnik. Bit of a classic ever since... When was that match? 2006? It's been a while ago.
6, I think, yeah.
10 years ago, but yeah, those two not on great terms, as we know. We will have...
Yeah, and it seems to still be very fresh in both of their minds. It doesn't seem to go stale at all. They approach games against each other very, very seriously, and there has been not a lot of draws between them. I think white scores amazingly well in games between these 2 players in the last, let's say, 5 years, with both players scoring numerous victories.
Absolutely. Normally, no quick draws to be expected in that one. Then we have the game between Li Chao and Anish Giri. Should Li Chao win and every other result go his way, he could still share first place, but it's a bit of a stretch, as you've pointed out. And there is Mr. MVL with the black pieces against Niels Grandelius. MVL, should he win and Carlsen and Aronian, let's say, both draw their games, which is not so unlikely, he could join the leaders.
Sure, and the same goes for the winner of the game between Topalov and Kramnik. They are both on +1, half a point behind Aronian and Carlsen. So lots and lots of potential permutations at the top. There could be a huge tie on +1, or potentially a 4-way tie on +2. So yeah, lots and lots of possibilities as to the final outcome of the classical portion of this tournament.
I'm waiting for moves anxiously.
Yeah, we want moves.
Move something. Probably the tournament director JJ is still explaining the tiebreak rules in there. He's starting with a little speech. It's always a tricky topic because, yeah, in my opinion, if you have a two-way tie, it can favor one of the players quite big time. Let's say one of them finishes his game in 2 hours and the other has a 6-hour game. The player who had the shorter game normally has an advantage. There's no ideal solution in here. There's also Norwegian TV that wants action and so on, but we shall see how it goes. And we do have moves.
We do finally have liftoff, so we'll bring you the moves in a second. But yeah, just to briefly say that in this tournament, making 2-hour draws is technically somewhat problematic. So it's not, it's not as critical as in some other tournaments where you could actually make a strategic short draw somewhere with white, let's say, if you decide that this favors you, or at least attempt to make it. Here it's, the regulations would not allow you to even try that.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you have a much shorter game and you can go take a nap and prepare a little, that tends to help.
Absolutely.
But we have moves. Tell us what moves we got.
Well, let's start with, I don't know.
Berlin?
Please no.
Always a good place to start.
Please no. And Vladimir doesn't really deviate from his opening repertoire regardless of what the tournament situation is. And I have seen him on occasion play something like the perk with black for a win, but definitely not against Vesterland. He's not going to be fooling around. So we are getting an opening which they both play extensively. Their knowledge there is very, very deep and wide. And
I'm surprised by 1e4. I thought against each other especially, they've been mainly playing 1d4, also Veselin with white.
That is true, yeah. Vladimir certainly hasn't been playing 1e4 against Veselin, but with the reverse colors, it also seems like closed openings were the order of the day. But it seems like today Veselin is attempting to show something in the anti-Berlins, which is an interesting decision. We'll see.
Yeah. Or maybe he was sort of half bluffing and thinking with the tournament situation, Kramnik is not going to play the Berlin because Kramnik most likely will need a win to join the leaders
but
as well.
It is Vladimir Kramnik we're talking about. He's not going to deviate from what he thinks is correct, especially since, a win doesn't even guarantee him a tie for first.
Sure.
And a loss will drop him back into, very far away from the top of the pack.
We'll keep you posted. For now, yeah, it's a position which we've already been giving many speeches about. The current topical line is 97, d4, bishop b6, bishop d3, 96.
He went rook e1, but it might transpose. On move knight, Veselin started with rook e1 instead of bishop d3. Knight g6 was played anyway,
small nuances. Now the bishop can go to f1 in one go, but rook e1 is also a little less flexible than this.
I think we possibly are still following the game MBL had here against Vladimir, or very close to it anyway. And it's a very intricate variation with lots and lots of small details. Vladimir with himself had a very similar position here with white against Ivan Aronian, but from a completely different opening. With the inclusion of a4, a6, and the bishop was on c4, not b5 in that game, because Vladimir started with a Jokopiana. But let's have a look at what the other games can bring.
Looks like Levan Aronian is not playing for, or maybe that's too early to say, but he's not playing the most boring line there is. Let's put it that way. He plays the Nimzo Indian. Harry plays knight f3, which went a little out of fashion over the last couple of years, in my opinion, mainly due to the move b6. They used to have many theory debates in these lines, which are, once again, in my opinion, interesting for white. But b6 is just a very, very solid line, and since people more or less finished this line and realized that black is fine here, white has been struggling to come up with something.
I have a feeling it's going to become very, very heavily forced, sort of more or less immediately, because in the position they have on the board right now, if we fast, no longer true, so you can continue with your lecture. I thought something else was going to happen there.
Yeah, we'll get to that, yeah. Castles. Move order is a little surprising because, the most common plan here is to play knight e4, bishop b7, play a setup like that, but Levon goes for a line with an early c5, also well known. White has a choice here between bishop d2 and the move played by Hari Krishna. Might look strange at first sight, but it's very natural. First of all, avoiding that exchange and forcing black's hand. in the center because a3 is a threat.
Well, this is still very, very heavily theoretical, I think. But for instance, I think this line was featured in a game between Yu Yang-gi and Magnus Carlsen in a tiebreak in Qatar. And this is why I got slightly excited when I saw that after a3, Levon put his bishop not on e7, which I think is the normal square in most of these positions, but on d6.
Yeah, for starters, the most common move is e takes d4, not a3. When black goes rook e8, and after a3 goes all the way back to f8, a3 is designed to avoid that, but it gives black extra options, be it bishop e7 and a quick d5, or this line bishop d6, ed4, and what you're getting at is that this is a move here.
I thought this was going to happen. Yeah, bishop f3, queen f3, knight c6, which is something Magnus did in a very similar position against Yu Yang-gi there. And
I don't think it's supposed to be good here, but I could be
probably
wrong.
not. I guess bishop e3, e5, and some move. But
also d5 immediately.
d5 immediately.
Queen d1, but I'm not sure.
I'd be a little bit surprised. d5 here.
I forgot theory, but I know it didn't fully work.
I thought e4,
like
e4, bishop e4, knight e5. I thought this was fine for black, to be honest. I take on c4 next move, but I guess even if this is fine, which it could well be, it simplifies the game quite a bit. And Lev instead is aiming for something which is much less balanced, and keeping a lot of pieces on the board favors him, because he also, considering Magnus is white against a player who is very strong but also seems to have been struggling a little bit in the past couple of rounds, lost his last 2 games.
Also struggling against Magnus. The Carlsen Elyanov lifetime score is 3-0 with no draws in Magnus's favor. So Levon, I think, he's going to try to mix it, but I still don't understand the combination of bishop d6 and knight c6. What does he want?
No, I think it's going towards g6. I think knight e7, knight g6 is his next 2 moves very likely, and the bishop probably goes to c7 and just stays there. And black is not about to commit to anything in the center, just keeping his position fluid. Maybe even rook c8, bishop b8 is a more harmonious way of repurposing your pieces here. And it should lead to a very interesting, difficult to understand, complicated positional struggle.
In general, I don't know, making random moves, but I like white in such positions because it does have more space, but it's very hard to break down the black structure.
Sure, I go rook c8, bishop b8, I start
understand.
hinting at knight f4, knight g4, all kinds of jumps. But yes, it will be difficult to do much about the white center, because e5, especially after bishop b2, e5 is not really on the menu. And if you play d5, you lock down your own bishop on b7. White plays c5 and says, "Thank you, I now have a protect pass pawn on c5. Can you please give me something else?"
Yeah, so Levon taking some risks to unbalance things. Let's go to the world champion, who, interestingly, is playing the same line he had with colors reversed in the recent Vikings A tournament against Pavel Elyanov, daring Elyanov to repeat his own idea. That game with colors reversed once again went something like very early 94. I'm not sure if it was in this position.
Yeah. Bishop f4, knight d7,
and knight c3,
knight d6.
Knight d6 or g5 first?
Yeah, g5, bishop e3, knight d6.
Bishop e3, knight d6.
Yeah,
and
this is how
it was very, very complicated after b3. I forgot how it went. Knight f5.
Knight f5, and there's been a number of detailed annotations available for this game, and I'm sure both players also did their own work, post-game work on the subject. So it will be interesting to see where they deviate, because I don't really expect Pavel to go for exactly the same plan.
No, I think Pavel in general is a more classical guy. I expect him to play one of the main lines here, which is either b6, so first knight b7 and then an early b6.
Yeah.
Also, instead of queen c2, there's other moves, knight c3, for example. I'm trying to read Magnus's coach Peter Heine-Nielsen's facial expressions, but he's a very hard man to read, as we know. So
as we well know, having
nothing to see there.
Yeah, having spent a large number of evenings here trying to
get into his head. It's impossible. But yeah, main lines are. What are main lines? I should know such stuff. Rook d1, bishop
Once
b7.
again, over to you. I'm very, very clueless here.
Stuff like this, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and then knight e5 at some point, followed by.
I think I screwed up the move order a little
Yeah.
bit, but you often get some position like this.
Yeah, and they give up normally this bishop, and then the knight from f6 goes to d6. We actually discussed a very similar structure yesterday, which would arise from a reti.
Yeah.
But here, white, I think, is trying to prove that the fact that the pawn is on b6 favors him a little bit, because it takes away squares from knights and also creates, a potentially very important a6 square for the g2 bishop. But
yeah, I think this is pretty much nothing, but it's a bit of a Carlsen position as well, with the two bishops and long-term positional play. I'm not sure he would mind something like that. But c6 on the board, let's see if Peter Heine has done his homework and prepared some devious ideas in this Catalan, which is not something Magnus plays that much, is it?
Not normally, not on a very consistent basis. But I think these days ruling out anything is completely ridiculous with him. I mean, he plays more or less every single opening known to man. Very sharp position in Topalov Kramnik, which I'm very happy with.
Let's go there.
Yeah, this is structurally very similar to what Vishy went for against myself in the Hunter candidates in 2014, but I had a much worse edition because I think my bishop was on a4 instead of f1. You much prefer it on f1, of course, here. But still, this idea of playing e takes d4, c takes d4, d5 is probably the sharpest way to treat these types of positions from black known to man right now. So I'm very, very happy with this development.
And as usual, they're going for the kill with both sides here. Both of these guys, somehow they always get a very sharp position against each other.
I mean, they don't even, there's no collusion here of any sort. They just really, really want to win games against each other. So there is a mutual understanding that, boring endgames are unlikely. Right. There will be blood.
b4 on the board. I guess it's directed against c5. And
against
also
c5.
A square for the bishop.
Also, knight b3 will be more attractive later on, because a5, a4 will no longer be able to worry that knight. I'm wondering about f6
a5?
though. I think you go b5. I think c5 is not really worrying white very much. Takes, knight b3. You're actually giving me tempi to bring my pieces to good squares, and the knight on h5 is still stuck. Yeah, before f6 would be my first, immediate visceral reaction here, because if white has any problems with his position currently, it is that he is slightly undeveloped, and black would really like to open the f-file, which would immediately sort of justify his knights on g6 and h5.
e6 seems impossible.
e6, knight, I can't really make this work. I don't know, something like knight c4, but black just takes on e6. Yeah.
Doesn't seem to work.
Therefore, I think probably knight b3 is the plan. I have a feeling this is the idea. f5 knight takes, I think. I don't think you can. Knight h4 might kind of win here. It's very easy to just lose this with white, because that very short seemingly moment when the bishop on b6 is unopposed might just cost white the game here, because the pressure against f2 is tremendous.
So knight takes, but
I think
scary as well, doesn't
Queen
it?
h4, yeah, I don't know. I mean, Veselin is playing very, very fast, so you have to assume he's checked this. But yeah, I mean, my original impression here would be, this should lose. I mean, bishop h3 or knight h4, any move. This cannot work. We haven't even actually sacrificed anything. It's three pawns for the piece. Yeah, so g3 is impossible. If you have to play knight f3, this is what I thought. I mean, I was trying to calculate this, and maybe bishop g5, knight c5, I don't know, try to establish some control. But there's bishop takes h3 here, for instance.
Maybe.
Yeah. No, there's maybe bishop e2 in the end, but rook f5 will work. Rook f5 will work. Yeah, so once again, we are doing this on the fly. We don't really have any hard data about this, and Veselin, judging by the speed of his play and also by the simply the fact that this is his important repertoire opening with two colors, so he must know something about the position after f6 and like it. But
it feels very dangerous for white at first sight.
I would just play f6. My approach here with black would have been just sort of play f6 and see what happens, because from if it doesn't lose from any kind of positional standpoint, it is a correct move to play in these structures.
From everything I've seen and heard from Kramnik, though, normally he doesn't play moves and see what happens. He wants to calculate pretty much till the end. If he doesn't know this anymore.
He has played f6 though, so not instantly, but I mean, you still
went into his memory bank for a second there.
And Veselin blitzes out a4 in reply, so very curious. I guess the idea is f5, you play a5. And you cannot take on d4 because the knight on h5 will actually get lost there.
As a5 you take.
Or a6, yeah, I don't know. Both moves are very possible here. a5, I mean, if you take...
I think I need to try to win a tempo for knight b3, else
probably, yeah.
b5 just feels too slow. I don't know, fe5 or
yeah, no, this looks horrible. So I guess you take, although after bishop takes a5, I understand that I was on bishop a3 now. Rook of 7 e6 probably isn't advisable, so you have to go rook e8, vacating the f file. Yeah, it feels like white is getting somewhere here. Although even this position is completely unclear to my eyes, to be honest. But also a4, a6, not giving white any of these options.
Also takes is
a5,
an option, right?
And just bishop c7, yeah, but knight takes e5 here.
Queen h4
knight
again.
df3 now will be a move,
yeah. Even this position, I'm not sure why
even still,
I'm worse,
d5, knight f4, put it on e6. Yeah, I mean...
At least you could argue. This dude is restricted and quite develops harmoniously.
Yeah, it is severely restricted right now, but on the other hand, the blockading e6 square is available to both the bishop and the knight, and black has a very nice pawn structure in the center. Totally unclear position.
Yeah, so Veselin, well, that's his style. In sharp openings, he doesn't necessarily look for a computer advantage because you can't get that against anybody who also studies chess, but he looks for sharp, unexplored positions. Certainly got one.
Yeah.
How's Magnus doing? No big development. Queen c2, knight bd7, and now there's various move orders to choose from. I believe rook d1 is the main starting point. No? Is this how you get there?
I think so, but once again,
I wish I knew stuff.
Yeah, not a huge Catalan expert here. Will refer to your.
No, I think
defer to your judgment is what I was trying to say.
This is the normal line, but I'm not really sure. There's certainly also lines with b3, bishop b2, all kinds of things. So we shall see, but I would be very surprised if Pavel copied Magnus's plan with the very early knight e4. Then again, maybe he's analyzed the game and concluded it's good, and why not, right?
Yeah, but still, would be, a surprising and a daring thing to do, so to speak.
We'll keep you posted. For now, they're thinking a bit, and Harry went for bishop g5, winning by pinning.
Yeah, h6 has been played straight away. I think you go to h4, because otherwise, I mean, takes, but queen e7, you're not really achieving very much here. Knight a5 even, or f5 is even stronger, yeah, sure. Yeah, f5 is a very strong move here.
This doesn't feel right, so you probably go here. I'd be tempted to unpin, but I'm not sure that's part of the plan.
Actually, h6 kind of disproves my earlier theory, because if you want to go knight e7, knight g6, you keep it on h7. You don't really... because after bishop takes f6, you don't want the pawn on h6 to hang, and you want the knight on g6 to be more solid. But,
Also, if you want to go for this plan, maybe you want to do it immediately before he goes bishop g5.
That is also very true.
So bishop g5, h6 on the board. This looks like the obvious choice. And
is g5, g4 move? I mean, it looks...
Madness.
Yeah, but it's very concrete on the other hand.
I don't believe it one bit. Even fg, I'm gonna consider.
You should, but okay, let's continue the variation. g4. And let's stop the variation.
This looks terrible, no?
Yeah, you never ever do this, yeah. I think you're just getting mated here.
Yes. I don't know what he wants. Like, I play bishop e7, but it feels like it's not part of the plan. Even though sometimes they argue that with the bishop on h4, it's easier to exchange it with
maybe
knight
knight h5 next, yeah. Might not be so stupid here, actually. d5, but then I think we can take and take, no? Might work.
Yeah, always got to be careful even in such positions, but it probably works.
Yes, once again, you probably want your pawn back on h7 so that you're not getting mated as easily along the b1 h7 diagonal, but you're not actually getting mated along that diagonal here either. Even knight e7 is a move here if I'm really scared, I think.
Are you really scared?
Bishop takes d7 though. Yeah, but okay, rook c5. Black is maybe slightly better.
Yeah, not helping poor Harry all that much here. d5 looks early somehow, doesn't it? I mean, if it works, it's very good. But
sure, but I mean, I wanted to do something about the positional idea of knight h5, which I think is very, very sensible from the black point, black's side.
Yeah.
Let's briefly visit Lichao Giri and just...
Oh, this stuff. This used to be a line like 15 years ago, and then I thought they concluded it was absolutely nothing for white, and they went somewhere else.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be anything at all, but either Lichao has different opinions on this, or perhaps after the two very, very long and very difficult games he's had in the past couple of days, he just thought, okay, I'll play something which I can never ever lose, and if Anish knows the precise way to equalize, then he knows the precise way to equalize.
He tends to know the precise way to equalize.
Yes, I mean against Anish, this is maybe not the most plus-EV of gambles, but
brief history of this line you probably know it better than me, but my take was, like, long time ago, maybe 20 years, Castles was considered a little dubious exactly because of what Lichao did, and everybody was playing c5, long theoretical discussions on all these lines, dc, queen a5, rook c1, whatever.
Yeah.
But then the trend has shifted back to castles. It's a little more flexible for black after knight f3 to go c5 now with the knight already here.
Yeah, it actually it restricts white in some ways and actually gives white additional possibilities in others, because after castles there is the move rook c1, which instead of knight f3 you can't really make those two in a row.
It's pretty.
Yeah, and here there's either bishop e6 or
still c5.
Still c5 is, but here no, hang on, no.
Oh, this is a line. I've had games here knight e4 and nonsense.
Yeah, this exists, but it's risky. It's risky, and it requires like a larger degree of serious risk than people generally are looking for. So after rook c1, yeah, current thinking is bishop e6 is decent, yes. And I think here it shifted from queen b3, which I think was analyzed more or less to a draw after c5. They switched to the c takes d5 move.
Really?
Yeah, I think a lot of there's been very serious discussion of this.
That's Van Vele against Carlsen.
Queen takes d5 and b3, and this, despite looking somewhat silly, is not a stupid line at all.
Okay.
White is aiming for a stable little advantage. Let's say queen a5, queen d2. These endgames are slightly better for white, not a lot, but definitely playable. And if black doesn't give this check, then white wants to go knight f3, bishop c4, and once again...
Yeah, the key is black can't get in c5 so easily.
Yeah, by doing that, you severely restrict black's potential for playing c7, c5 at all in this game. So
wasn't this the Van Vele Carlsen game? It was bishop d5, bishop c7,
maybe it was,
queen d7, some stuff like this. Looks very familiar. But yeah, in the game, Lichao chose the old line pawn grabbing operation, takes, queen d5, bishop c7, knight a6. All of this is theory, so I'll
very much so.
Quickly.
Yeah, queen g2, queen f3. All this is
queen f3 might favor white, but it's also a move as far as I know.
Yeah, this endgame is supposed to be reasonably comfortably holdable, but it's still, I mean, it is possible to misplay with black.
Sure.
Whereas with white, you really need to go badly wrong to give black any winning chances at all. So,
yeah, I've spent some time here, as probably most people, looking for something against the Grunfeld have. But yeah, I concluded that this plan that Anish plays is very good for, or not very good as in better, but it's hard to find an advantage here for white. f6, rook f7, clearing the f8 square for your bishop. This pawn f6 controls both these squares. Some lines e5 is an option.
Yeah,
I couldn't find anything really.
Yeah, b3 has been played, and Anish is now thinking perhaps b3 is a bit of a sideline here, and he needs to remember what he is supposed to do here. e5 actually tactically is maybe possible even immediately if you want. Takes, and if you take with the knight, I can take on c7, so you don't actually. But knight g5 feels a bit annoying.
So positionally, it might be early for you.
Yeah, I think this is not the time yet. You can play bishop b7, force king e2. The problem with that is that Now e5 no longer works tactically, at least not immediately, unless you want to take on f3, which would be horrible. You don't really want to get rid of your bishops this way.
If I go rook c8, you go
I probably go back, yeah, and ask you, do you want to extinguish your control over the c file or play rook f7, f8, which is a waste of a tempo. So,
the situation is sort of clarified, and generally even those endings, if you take and go rook c8, should be okay. But this a7 dude can sometimes disappear very quickly.
Yeah, I think it gets lost in a lot of those positions. So that's although those positions with two bishops against a bishop and a knight might still be holdable, but that's not to everyone's taste. We'll see what Anish finally settles on. We have another Grunfeld
Jesus.
In Grandelius MVL.
Following Kramnik's idea.
Yeah.
Grandelius, there's e3. I'm not sure if Kramnik was the first to play, but it was the first time I've seen it in this position. e3, bishop g7, knight e2. Have you studied this? Have you covered it in your series?
Not really, no. Not to any great depth anyway, for whatever reason.
The first game I've seen here was a game Kramnik against Gelfand.
Yeah, that
where
was.
Gelfand took and got into a bit of hot water because it was the first game, and Kramnik, of course, had analyzed this dc4 stuff. Then the following games, normally black played slowly with, I don't know, castle b6. Bishop b7, knight b7, treated like a Catalan, where it's not an e2, is not very well placed, and I couldn't really see anything too exciting for white.
No, I don't think this is aimed at refuting the Grunfeld as such. It is an attempt to get a somewhat fresh position where there is not a huge body of theory, and just play. And Niels in general, I think he likes this approach a great deal, so not horribly surprising that he's doing this today.
Emil went rook e8, what's that about?
I'm not sure, maybe he's hinting he wants to just play e5 straight away, but that would...
Maybe it's also a waiting move. If white goes here, maybe now he wants to take, and it's harder to reclaim that pawn.
Yeah, very possible, but yeah, Niels doesn't leave the pawn on c4 unprotected. I'm wondering if the plan actually is to play e5 right away, but I have a feeling it's a bit hasty in this particular position.
Do you think Niels is aware that knight can also jump 2 squares forwards, or does he think he has to keep moving like this, then knight c3, knight b3? Makes chess much harder.
It's already been demonstrated to him by MVL when he played knight f6, so I have a feeling he probably has a bit of an idea.
Yeah, okay. It's a very unlikely theory, but we're certainly gonna ask him. So knight d2, I guess the idea is to put the other knight here, see what happens.
It might go to f4. I don't think you want to commit to a square for the e2 knight immediately. It's really not required just yet. And MVL plays bishop f5, which shows that he's not in a hurry either, but he probably wants to play knight bd7 and then he will play e5. It's very likely that a b3, bishop b2, he probably does want to activate his pieces by playing e5. Allowing e4 is always very, very unpleasant for white here, and after d5, knight e5, black does get a lot of jumps.
Feels like black is quite well coordinated here.
Sure.
Still, of course, the game has only just begun, and this guy can always be a weakness. Not sure what's going on. Takes bishop d4 or whatnot. Strange position.
Very, very interesting, very non-standard and interesting position, especially considering that this is a g3 c6 Grunfeld, which has great potential to be symmetrical and somewhat balanced.
Yeah, it's interesting that MVL is not afraid of stuff like this.
He's
Probably
playing
he
Niels.
knows his opponent.
He's playing Niels. He doesn't need to worry about c takes d5 and draw, because this is not what Niels does, more or less ever.
Fair enough. And Carlsen has played a move that I haven't seen before.
Well,
at least in this very
if
position.
you haven't seen it, then I got nothing here. It's
no, they sometimes go a4, but not here. Normally,
Yeah,
at
and
least you
then-
wait for black's b6.
yeah, and Pavel actually replies more or less instantly, which I mean,
He
a5.
has seen it.
I don't know. Possibly he just feels that the inclusion of a4 and a5 should favor him in just about every single position. So, why waste time where it's not immediately required? He probably feels he will need it later in the game, because One thing you generally don't want to do against people of Magnus's caliber is to fall way behind on the clock, because you will get asked serious questions at some point in the game, and you do need to be able to go into the tank for a while to solve them.
Yeah, a5 is the most natural move, stopping any white further expansion. Well, what is White's idea by playing this a4? Because you know you're getting a5.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure, because it does feel like you're rook c1, so we can at least we get a little bit more information from Magnus here. I still can't say I understand what the idea here is, because I think that can play b6, bishop b7, and
you can also switch to Magnus's pet plan now that White is committed to this stuff, maybe.
Maybe it's a bit of a what's the correct word for what I'm trying to describe?
Bait.
Yeah, lure or bait was didn't really feel exactly right, but by doing this, Magnus is sort of inviting Black to come in and go for the more complex and more strategically unclear positions. In particular, knight e4, being allowed and even actively, invited by White maybe is something Magnus would welcome, because then, you get the feeling Black will have a very decent position. But it's also going to be a very complicated and double-edged position, which is...
Like, this stuff is very similar, not only to their game, but also to a game Aronian, Giri, which I think was this position with the queen on b3. Yeah, I don't have a clue what's going on. Maybe he wants to go knight a3 in some of these positions. I honestly don't know.
We'll see. I mean, after rook c1, Black is not at all obliged to do what Magnus seemingly is inviting him to do. You can still go b6.
Wrong with this, yeah.
Yeah, you can still...
cd5 is what he's sort of hinting at, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose so, because otherwise, previous moves don't really appear to make much sense. Takes. But here, for instance, after knight e5, I would very seriously consider taking.
Of course, yeah.
And playing maybe even knight g4. Knight g7 is also fine, but even knight g4 here becomes quite attractive, because bishop c5 next move.
Looks like we're trying to lose quickly with White here.
Yeah, it does appear as if we are being very cooperative here.
Yeah, knight e5 just doesn't seem to work.
But if
maybe
you don't play... Yeah, but let's say you play bishop f6, I play bishop wherever, a6 or b7, both seem fine, followed by rook c8, yeah.
Sometimes played. Okay, here, no, bishop c4 maybe.
There's bishop c4, also bishop b4 is always an idea now that you've included a4, a5.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm winning.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like, Black's position is all that uncomfortable here, so...
We need to stay tuned and see what the world champion has in mind here.
Very curious setup from Magnus. Difficult to grasp immediately why this is so advantageous to him, but for him. But
grasp it at all.
But we'll see in a moment. In Topalov Kramnik there have been moves. Yeah. After a4, Vladimir, somewhat surprisingly for me, decides, maybe in order to dodge what quite obviously is Vasilin's preparation, he makes, which is also very logical, bringing the knight in from the cold.
Somehow it doesn't feel like priority number one.
Yeah, but I would really want to keep that bishop on the diagonal. And
so a6 or a5?
A6 or a5, in particular a6, because a5, b5 allowing bishop a3 does seem like it's something White is once again tempting you to do. But a6, just a5, bishop a7, and then try and open the f file. I still think knight b3, knight e5, rook e5 was probably what was planned here from White, and it looks very decent, but yeah, I don't know. Instead, he went knight hf4, Vasilin blitzed out a5, and bishop c7, and this is the position on the board right now.
No, it's going to become slower, right? He probably wants to put his knight here. Well,
I'm not sure.
Deliberately.
Not immediately. I think you wait for White to somehow smoke it out. I think knight b3 is almost always getting played here, because what else? And yeah, and this is a very complicated position.
What bothers me about the knight here is that I don't have any tricks with rook f3 or an early knight h4 anymore, but it still looks initiative-esque.
Yeah, no, also I will say that taking on e5, you do open your rook on f8, but you also give the d4 square for the b3 knight. So maybe you could argue for postponing it for a move and playing something like, I don't know, bishop f5, for instance.
Yeah,
Maybe in some
like
positions.
blocking Mr. Rook.
Well, takes bishop b4 might be an idea later on. Although here, I mean, you have to react to knight c5, but I have a feeling I'm so far ahead in development, I might be able to afford playing b6 here. Knight a6 is a bit worrisome though, trying to trade off one of my proud light pieces. But even here, bishop b4, incredibly unclear position.
Very non-standard stuff by Topolov.
So, you know, a very, I said that before and I'll say it again, very welcome development for us as viewers because, yeah, incredibly sharp position, 30 pieces on the board, almost set of silver. Yeah, great game to watch.
Levon's played bishop e7, no surprises there, rook e1, and he started with d5, also very typical, trying to go for normal IQP position.
And it does seem like, you know, if white doesn't have any immediate answer to this, it seems like black will get a very comfortable IQP, like knight h5
this,
here.
then black can very quickly be better if you're not careful.
I'm taking black already, to be honest. Knight returns to f6, and black has an ideal situation. I mean, this is more or less what you aim for with black in these types of positions.
Only if you end up somewhere here with white, you start thinking about bailing out some stuff like this. But
yeah, but already you might be blundering the knight takes d4 might actually win the central pawn there. So
sorry.
There are also tactical issues. It could even be the immediate threat. I mean, it might work even here instead of knight h5 for all I know.
Yeah, rook c1 was probably not the most spirited waiting move.
But then, you know, cd5, knight d5, you're also being, you know, you're facing a very uncomfortable choice. Knight d5, bishop h4 looks very comfortable for black.
You can go here.
Yeah, but I think you're worse. I honestly think you're worse. Knight c3, knight a5. It's a very typical structure, but it seems like black is far ahead here in terms of tempi.
I agree. And a3 is not particularly useful.
Yeah, you want it on a2 so that it doesn't hang in any variation, and also limits knight b3 maybe in some positions.
So let's try to equalize.
Yeah, I guess maybe this is the way to go right now, but is knight takes d4 a move?
That's what I was wondering. My equalizing plan was to take and go bishop h7, but it's not very.
Well, you're not locking anything down here. You might actually not lose this, but yeah, you never
equal,
you never ever go for this with white. I mean, it's a bit of a acceptance of defeat. Bishop e4, but you take on f3, take on c3. Once again, this is not equal. This actually is even worse for white than the previous one. Yeah, well, just a pawn down, frankly, and knight d4, bishop d4 would be very good for white if he could take on e6 and then somehow consolidate. But that remains to be seen because f2 is hanging immediately. You need to find a move here, and if you play something like rook e2, first of all, black can take on c3 twice. Also, queen g5 in some positions, or queen h4 might become very annoying.
Scared.
I like Lev's position. I just like it. I think.
Yeah, and the problem for white is with his earlier knight a4 and then knight c3 back, he's lost 2 tempi, while Levon has only lost 1. Or I'm not sure if that logic makes sense, but with bishop d6 and then bishop e7. So I'm not sure. The problem is that knight h5 was also an idea here. Normally in these structures, I think you try to prevent black from playing d5 by going for
I think
b4.
maybe rook e1 was a bit vague. Maybe you actually needed to think about d5 here and start with a move like b4, so that d5 has much less of an impact on the position.
Yeah.
Because right now, unless we're missing some, you know, immediate way to deal with this after rook e1, d5, I just think that you know, black has the early initiative in this game.
Feels like it. What could we be missing? There's not that many options. c5 doesn't seem to work at all.
Yeah, no, black's structure is too solid for these pawn sacrifices. cd5, knight d5 we discussed. Yeah, knight d5, bishop h4 doesn't look good, and knight e7, knight c. No.
C is a dream position.
Yeah, once again, immediately pick black here.
maybe something like this is the
But you might actually,
lesser evil, but it's evil.
yeah, you can't take on h4 because then you lose the central pawn unless you want to go rook e4, but that's very awkward.
Or you take here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Rook e4,
probably
queen
still
g8.
something.
Yeah, even if black just has to play knight e7, it's still a fantastic position against the Isolani.
As we all know, against the Isolani, it's quite okay for black to exchange some pieces, especially if he's left with such powerful pieces. This is just nice.
Well, this is a very pleasant position for black to contemplate. So
maybe Harry, yeah, shouldn't have played rook e1, at least not so quickly, and taken a time out here. Or maybe also underestimated after bishop g5. This sort of loss of a tempo actually does not work in white's favor.
yeah,
You could also think about other moves. Knight c3 here, I'm not sure you have to retreat immediately. But yeah, I lack expertise. I haven't seen this knight c6 idea.
yeah,
But it's not an obvious move, knight c3.
yeah,
you know.
it's curious. Yeah, you could make an argument for
e1,
starting with
there's many
before bishop b2, rook c1, and only then thinking what to do with the knight on a4. But yeah, I mean, bringing it back towards the center is also very, very natural, of course.
Long term, but yeah, you want to stop black from taking over the center. So it looks like Levon chose the opening wisely, and at least he, yeah, maybe he's better already, but at least he's going to get an unbalanced situation.
Yeah, and in Kausan and Lyanov, Pavel
Yanov took the bait.
Yeah, Pavel does play knight e4, so it will be very interesting to see what.
I was wondering, by the way, could one idea of going rook c1 so excessively early be to put the bishop on this not very impressive square, but out of the way, defending f2? Doesn't look scary, I'll admit, but could be a move.
Followed by?
Followed by knight somewhere. c3, d2.
Let's say I go f5 here.
Okay, then at least you went f5 already.
Yes, but I think, generally in the structure, especially with the inclusion of a5 and a4.
It's not a dream stone wall for white.
Yeah, I think it should be a very healthy kind of stone wall for black, actually, yeah.
Agreed.
Although, I mean, knight c3.
Yeah, game ain't over, but a4, a5 makes it very hard to
But
do
still,
this
let's say
typical
bishop d6, queen e7, I don't know. Feels reasonably comfortable for black. And the bishop on e1 is not really a particularly ideal piece in this structure, because you want it on f4.
You even want this square for the knight to shuffle it around. No, I agree, it doesn't look great. So what else we got? If you play some developing move, well, f5 is still an option, but also takes.
Yeah, once again, with the inclusion of a5 and a4, I would very seriously consider just taking on d2 and saying, yeah, okay, I'm just not going to be much worse whatever happens here.
Well, such a position, white is not worse either.
No, of course not. White.
You can even play e3, do nothing, but it doesn't look like an edge.
No, it feels like black should be reasonably comfortable here.
So we'll see how Magnus reacts. Bishop f4 still looks like the most natural move.
Yes, it does.
What's Niels doing? Rook e1. Feels a bit claustrophobic, this setup. I'm sure it's gonna become more harmonious soon, but knight e2, knight d2, rook e1 doesn't look like they're high on your shopping list somehow.
Yeah, I'm wondering what his plan is, because I mean, rook e1 is not currently.
Knight c3 and avoid bishop d3. But
maybe, yeah. So after knight d7, he wants to go knight c3, hitting the pawn on d5. But yeah, might actually work. Although black could still play e5 here, I think. CD, ed, no, ed first, take on e1. d3, cd7, knight d7.
yeah, it's fine for black.
Could regret that.
Very much so.
So you take, I take the rook, you take, I take on d5 with the knight.
I can never be better here with white.
Yeah, feels very unlikely. Although, I mean, you can take on d5 and b7 is hanging, so. And after bishop d4, I'm of course not going to take on b7, I'm going to play knight f3 and pretend I have knight g5 threats. But maybe it's fine. Let's say bishop d4.
Can I? There's moves here.
Let's take on d4. Let's not get overly fanciful. This, I mean, after rook b8 here, I feel like I shouldn't sort of never be worse at all. Although knight f3 maybe.
Bishop f2, worst case scenario.
Yeah, but even bishop g7, yeah, black has tremendous compensation. The bishop on b7 is slightly off. off campus.
Yeah, it doesn't look.
And if you start with knight f3 on move 16, I thought, I'm sure you'll get there eventually. I thought knight e5 might be a move.
Boom.
Maybe not, bishop takes b7. Bishop b7, knight d3 then.
Yeah.
So this could be already.
I think he's learned his lesson about leaving these guys at home for too long in his game against Magnus Carlsen. Not sure he fancies such adventures. He does like adventures though. And also, what else do you do? D95 just is off the table with
no, but yeah, but then your previous two moves just make no sense because he didn't stop e5, he didn't put any pressure on d5, and he actually put the rook on e1 where it will get immediately attacked by the black pieces. Yeah.
This move, I don't like this move. It feels like you're committing this rook way too early. Bishop d3. How big of a threat could it have been?
I don't know. Maybe he wants. Yeah, I don't know. 97, I thought CD, knight c3, but after e5 it will just transpose most likely. Or knight f4.
Apart from the fact that like some dumb move here, knight b8 or whatever, I'm not worse.
Knight b8 could be 3, yeah, but knight b6 is possible. But b6 is not a particularly nice square for this piece, so.
Yeah, this looks.
But I mean, the one serious issue is that we haven't stopped e5, and once this happens, black's pieces become very, very active.
Yeah. And also this knight needed two moves to get to c3, which partly explains why white is a bit behind in development. I don't know. Rook e1 feels strange to me.
Yeah.
Magnus has played bishop e1. Looks like, he's just trying to get a non-standard position with non-standard decisions.
He also, a little bit, I have a feeling he's saying come at me bro here a little bit, because these last two moves, they do look like he's deliberately trying to give black as much creative freedom as possible, so to speak.
I remember what the plan is in such positions, by the way.
Yeah.
The plan is to go knight c3, or bishop d6, let's say. Plans to go here, 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 here.
Yeah, that is very, very valid, actually. Yeah. Queen e7, knight e2, g5.
You should go g5.
It's not even out of the question at all here. So, yeah, but this I think he should welcome with open arms, because.
Yeah, but such positions you normally get this out of different openings. But here, there's discussion at least.
Yeah, because this is a position with all the pieces still on the board, heavily complicated, lots of plans for both sides, and I guess Magnus should be very happy with this, because Pavel is very well booked up, and in a lot of different openings or in a lot of different sublines of the catalog even, Pavel could maybe just have equalized by force. Here it's unlikely. He might
get equal already, but
he might have a very comfortable position, but it's not going to be A, well known to him, and B, easy to navigate.
Yeah, and all pieces and pawns are still on the board as well.
Yeah.
What else do we have? Harry did this.
Yeah, Harry realized that he needs to go for something forcing. I expect bishop takes h4, and here.
Because if you start with this, then bishop e4.
Bishop e4 becomes
still fine, but it's a little more.
Maybe
awkward.
even take on e7. Take on e7 is even stronger.
Oh yeah.
Maybe.
Anyway, it's a bad move.
Yeah, you don't do this, but here white wins a lot of time. Knight e5, queen c7. Although, actually,
rook c1.
Rook c1 is impossible. Otherwise, it would be very.
Sorry. And black's fine even here.
Yeah.
But still, it's not the best version.
No, actually, I realize now how white should do it. Bishop b4 first, but then queen d8, as you said correctly. I thought queen d7 here, knight e5 makes an immediate draw if white wants, but queen d8 is a bit stronger. But
even such position, even if I go away, this is a better version of everything else.
Sure, no, this is much improved, and of course Lev has already taken on h4. There was no reason not to.
Once again, ball back in Harry's court. What can you do?
I think you take on h4, to be honest, because knight c3, bishop f6, you are under sort of immediate pressure in the center, unless you like the position. I mean, you could go knight c3, bishop f6, bishop e4.
Yeah, but that's
and try to achieve some kind of immediate d5 with simplifications, but
Knight a5, the knight is a little misplaced.
You see, you also get those random errors. I don't know where they come from. Queen d7 looks slow. You're also allowing d5. I think this actually plays into d5 very heavily. Maybe you go knight a5 anyway.
Such a position, I don't know. Still gotta pay attention, but it feels like white should be able to equalize.
Yeah, this is not really all that horrible. I mean, white should not be better, but he should be able to.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you do it. In general, I want this. But
yeah.
To calculate
No, actually,
this can be taken.
yeah, with the knight on a5 and the bishop on f6, the two light pieces remaining on the board. Yeah, white probably isn't actually under too much pressure at all.
So maybe we have to do better here. I'm not sure. Queen d6, some.
But once again, I think you're trying to force me to play d5 here. Right?
I'm not sure. Yeah, forcing it. Yeah. ED is just.
I'm not sure it seems possible, yeah, because after bishop b2.
That's why, yeah.
I mean, I have knight e7 check, but I will actually lose more pieces than I want. Bishop h7. It works. Rook e7 and queen d1 check. It actually works. And Harry played.
But it works.
Yeah, Harry played queen knight e3. Yeah, this is a draw, I guess. Yeah. He played knight e3, which is a little bit surprising because how do you reply to knight bishop f6 here? Bishop b4 anyway.
Yep.
And the knight is aiming towards the g4 square, I guess.
What about this move?
Yeah. It needed to be calculated in the previous position as well. Let's say g5.
Pin.
No, please don't.
Don't pin?
Don't pin.
dc6?
Yep. No, this loses on the spot, but it's probably not the best move in the position. But yeah, you are actually sort of creating all these tactics for white to try and make use of. After d5, maybe knight a5 is the best move already. But it feels a bit off topic,
like
yeah.
Things have gone well. Yeah, maybe it's still equal.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this, but for now.
This looks like it should always equalize, right?
Yeah, I don't think black is ever worse, but it also severely limits black's winning. If it takes, let's say, knight queen a4, rook d1.
Queen any square, yeah.
Yeah, queen a4, attack the pawn, go rook d1, d5, yeah. Black's knight is too far away from the d5 square to actually have any chance of
yeah, bishop f6 on the board. We'll revisit it, but it looks like Harry, yeah, didn't have the best opening, but is not in danger. Dr. Levon, no, that's not Dr. Levon. This is Dr. Anish. He's played bishop b7, bishop f8, bishop a5. Yeah, the slow plan e6, followed by rook e8.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm not a doctor, but it looks equal to me.
No, it looks reasonably comfortable for black because I mean he's now ready to play e5 if white does nothing, and even if white plays knight c4, you could still consider it anyway because now you know the king on e2 starts feeling less than entirely comfortable, and the bishops do get some active diagonals to try and use.
Absolument.
Pavel played f5, but really nothing much to add to this, just apart from updating you on the position in the Carlsen game. Very complicated position. We think knight c3 is probably an early favorite here with the plan you described, e3, knight e2, trying to get this knight to the d3 square. It takes 4 moves, but Stonewall is not known for a particularly fast pace of events, so you might actually get those 4 moves. Kramnik played a6 here, which is curious. I mean, if you want to play a6, why not on move 15 when you could have chosen a diagonal?
Yeah, it looks like he made a deliberate choice to play some non-principled moves to get Topalov out of book. He probably judged his position is okay anyway. But yeah, both knight hf4 and a6 now don't feel like going for the most direct line, let's put it that way.
Yeah, knight c5 looks very natural here. Maybe Vladimir wants now to take on e5 and play knight e6, or maybe knight e6 immediately even, I don't know. I'm not sure Black wants to take now. No, an f5 is possible, but it will make Black's position incredibly passive and rigid and almost entirely lacking in counterplays. So.
Yeah, I don't know, feels like things have made a turn for the better for White. I don't know what you played, g3 or some clever rook lifts or whatnot, but looks like White is okay at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. And knight c5 has been played by Veselin reasonably quickly, so this is the position on the board.
That was also the point of all this b4, a4, a5 operation, to secure that square for the knight.
Yes.
You can't get kicked anymore. Huh?
Yeah, and also, I mean, the queen side is now completely frozen, and Black will never get any counterplay there. So, you know, at least White can rest assured that the focus will now be in the center and on the king side, and he knows what to try and control.
Yeah, looks like Veselin. Well, we didn't spend enough time to come up with an objective verdict, and his plan looks a little strange, but it looks like he won the opening battle because Kramnik, made the moves knight f4, a6, which might not have been the most challenging somehow.
Yeah.
They haven't played g6, not in a hurry to commit to anything.
Yeah, he's still fine, of course.
This.
Yeah, he creates a useful square on g7 for the knight if White starts to chase it away. I guess he goes bishop g7 against anything. d5, yeah, either knight e7 or maybe knight a5 or something. The immediate d5 seems a bit hasty, so you probably start by playing something like queen g2 maybe to renew the threat of knight g4. Probably forces Black to waste a tempo on bishop g7.
I can't take.
You can and you should. I was wrong on all counts there. Very strong. So yeah, rook c1 maybe then. I mean, it's always a very natural move here to make for White. Seems like a reasonably balanced position actually.
Is White in time though to do bad things to me? Because if I get 3 more moves, I'll be better.
d5, knight e7 or knight a5 or something. Knight g4 here.
Yes.
But there's bishop takes b2 as well. It becomes very concrete. Yeah, I don't know.
Sure about the move order.
Knight f7 probably is quite strong here. Yeah, this loses, but unlikely to happen. Yeah, it is a bit of a mess. So we'll await developments there. There's plenty of very exciting and important action on every single board. So
Giri played e5.
yeah, as expected, Black needs to open up diagonals for his bishops and actually also files for his rooks. So yeah, very natural play from Anish here. I quite like his position, to be honest. I don't think he's better already, but I think
it's easier to play Black.
Yeah, I think there is potential here for Black to eventually become slightly better.
Magnus still thinking after f5, and Niels might be kicking himself for going rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1 followed by a longish pause after knight bg7 doesn't strike me as an ideal sequence of events.
No. It's hard to make a move.
I think you go for what we were discussing. Knight c3, e5, you take on d5, and in some of those variations you just aim to trade everything and make a draw. I know this is not something Niels does particularly often or happily, but
I'm also not sure you can force a draw.
In those variations, it does seem like, with accurate play, the position is symmetrical enough for White not to worry too much. Like cd5.
Well, where are we looking at?
We're looking at this. Also, in the immediate c takes d5 or knight takes d5, all of them are possible. But then I still take on d5 twice, and we, I think, transpose to similar stuff anyway. Although you can take on d4 here, and maybe it changes a little bit. Like if I take on d4, maybe rook e1, rook e, queen e1, knight c5 is a move, but there's bishop takes f7. I'm not sure. Take, knight c5 would be quite strong, I think, if not for the fact that there's bishop takes f7 as an intermediary move.
It's also your other square.
But let's continue for a second. Knight c5, takes, queen d5.
I'm a martial player, I'm very happy here.
Yeah, even this might be quite decent for black.
You're fighting for your life here with white.
Yeah, knight f1, let's say bishop h3, knight e3, rook e8.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the move order, but it feels winning somehow.
Yeah, could very easily be very good. I guess knight e3 is already a mistake actually, because I think maybe you need to play f3 here. But even this,
also doesn't look all that
rook e8,
inviting.
bishop e3, and yeah,
it's horrible.
Yeah, it doesn't look right at all for white. And Magnus proves us wrong.
When knight d2 here, where are you going with this knight?
This is very curious, yeah, because I don't really understand this square.
No, me neither. You do this if you're on time to get in knight e5 and knight f3.
Yeah,
if you're not, knight e5 gets taken, or
bishop d6
here.
even. Bishop d6 to make sure it never reaches e5. And yeah, this knight, I'm not sure why it has been developed to this square. Maybe he didn't like knight c3, knight d6, but I think you should be happily sacrificing this pawn on c4 by b3 here, and not even.
First of all that, and secondly, I'm not so sure. With a4, a5 played, that c5 is so terrible for me here.
Maybe not, yeah, but I would probably, my first instinct would be to just give you this pawn and say, if you want to take it, I will have tremendous positional compensation for it.
I think knight d6 would not happen.
Niels played queen b3.
This could get exciting. e5, and so let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think MVL, he will start his calculations with e5. It might not work and he might switch to saner moves, but I think he will start by calculating
queen
this.
b6 is, of course, or I guess it's possible. cd, you just take, and it's boring.
Or, I think you can take on d5 here if you want.
Knight or pawn?
Knight e4 might be problematic. I think you take with the pawn. And, white plays knight c3.
Sideman is still limited if I just take. Or
or knight takes knight c3 maybe, yeah. No, queen b6 does limit black's options quite severely, so.
There's also rook b8, there's no bishop coming to f4. So stuff like this, I don't know, maybe knight takes, but this always feels
take on d5 and a5,
risky.
yeah. Black gets tremendous play here. Once files begin opening in the center in positions like this, you don't really count pawns.
Those guys.
Yeah, you look at how active your pieces are, how passive white's pieces are, and you say to yourself, yeah, I'm happy here. I don't really care even about calculating very much. It's optically obvious that black has enough.
Yeah, no, I like black's position. I'm not sure if rook b8 is best, but even that move feels completely fine.
Sure.
White's pieces, it's not getting any easier to develop them after queen b3.
Yeah.
No, I have a feeling Niels has to be very careful for things not to go very wrong. Probably wants knight c3 now.
a5. You've actually sort of made your position worse in this respect, because
this is a threat.
Yeah, this is now a threat. You actually need to develop the d7 knight straight away by taking on e5, and there's also knight c5 there with the knight d3 jumps, maybe.
No, it all looks scary. Maybe you have to switch to stuff like this.
No, but then you're worse. You're worse.
Fine.
No, it's just better for black because the bishop on g2 is horrible. No, I think after rook b8, Niels will have to come up with something very concrete.
So let's take.
She takes. Yeah, and something like, I don't know, knight c3, e5 is very similar.
That's what you want to do, but yeah, we're just not in time.
But maybe you have to sort of bite the bullet and go for it. No, but you're, maybe you have to do this. Very unhappily though.
I'm not excited, but I'm trying to get out of here unscathed.
Yeah, very unhappily, but maybe you have to.
We shall see, but yeah, opening didn't go well for Niels.
Yeah, people walking in front of the camera is also perhaps unnecessary, but...
I don't pay attention to anything. Did someone walk by?
Yeah, someone just very slowly passed in front of the camera and then sort of shrugged his shoulders and said, yeah, I could see your recording, but I don't really care, and...
I feel the same way.
Fair enough, yeah, we all do to an extent. Let's revisit Lev's position, because Harry did something which allows, I think, black to settle here. You can play b5 here, The queen needs to go to b3, needs to go to d3. You take and you play knight c4. And if white is not in time to simplify immediately, he might be slightly worse.
So let's see if he is.
Knight b2, yeah, I would start by trying to make this work, yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't seem to work, right? Just take.
No, yeah, I'm
anywhere.
not. No, not here probably. Knight d5 is kind of strong, but.
Why?
Ah no, sorry. Let's show why not. Yeah. Knight d5, queen e6, and the rook from f8 will get reactivated just in time for black not to lose any material. So yeah, sorry. My apologies.
I'm not gonna apologize anytime I miss a move. But yeah, this doesn't seem to work.
Hang on. After knight b2, d6 is not forced. White could try rook d2 maybe, but even knight c4 back, to be honest.
I'm ready. Does this work?
Not sure. d6.
I have e7.
I have e7. I'm not sure you want this. Could be messier than black needs.
Yeah.
So let's go knight c4.
Pawn is a pawn.
And once again, it's the same theme. The rook still gets attacked by this knight. If it goes back to d1 or d3, black also has the idea of playing knight d6 maybe in some positions. Or take on e3, take on d5, frankly.
Even e5 if you play some move. Like.
Yeah. So yeah, doesn't seem to work. Therefore, yeah, then it probably means that you cannot play, at least, you cannot play this immediately. So maybe knight c4, rook takes b3, or knight e5. Yeah, knight e5 might be a better move. Although black takes, and you have to take with the queen, and then it very heavily depends on whether you're in time with d4, d5.
This is my next move if I'm allowed to.
Yeah, it does feel like you are. And after queen d5, black will not be better. I mean, black will not be worse either, but yeah,
this is hard to win.
Yeah, not a horribly exciting position in general.
Now let's see, but it looks like Harry is the one who has to equalize. We shall see if he does. Topalov against Vladimir Kramnik position has stabilized a little bit. Topalov took on e6. Not sure we were expecting that. Might look nice.
No,
okay,
on the other hand, yeah, it simplifies, and also it's connected with this move bishop d3, which Topalov made immediately, and it does seem like, you know, white will be the one playing for a win here, and black will not really have any counterplay at all. Black probably plays queen d7 here, to which I suspect white could even consider taking on g6 and playing bishop f4, or this first. I mean, it looks a bit ugly, but on the other hand, with the queen side completely locked down, yeah, bishop d8 here. Otherwise, I think white is better, but after bishop d8, yeah, it's a strange position. EF, you need to take GF, otherwise you're much worse, but yeah, here, if you transport the rook from a8 to e8, black is fine, but with the rook locked in, like bishop f5, rook a3, this, you know, bishop d8, rook a8 constellation of pieces looks kind of horrible.
Yeah, white still has some inroads, I'm not sure.
Now, white could give mate here. I mean, it's yeah, without the rook on a8 and with no real way to include it in the game, at least immediately, this could get very, very ugly for black.
So, if we go here,
I want to take on f6, yeah, but then you're worse.
Takes.
I'm not sure how much worse, but you're definitely worse here with black. Like queen d2, knight h2, knight f1, knight, I don't know, g3 or e3. All the endgames are worse for black because he's effectively a pawn down because the queen side is,
yeah, it's a reverse Marshall structure.
Yeah, no, this is very nice for white. I mean, you're not assured a victory here or anything like that, but you are definitely very happy with the outcome.
Yeah, Topalov enjoying himself, and so far the trend continues that white is doing well in their matchups. Overall, the score is a bit in Vladimir Kramnik's favor, but they've played so many games. It's like plus 17, minus 11, and 32 draws, something like that for Kramnik. So yeah, anything can happen. Is the Anish game? What's going on here? How did this pawn get here? h5.
Lichau played h5 and Anish decided to just completely ignore it, which is interesting. I thought he could play g5, to be honest.
Sure.
I didn't really see why he would need to allow h takes g6, but he feels...
thinks it's good.
Yeah, takes, and what? King h7? Maybe even king h7, amazingly, you know?
Very brazen.
It is, but the h1 square is going to be controlled quite heavily, and also I have bishop h6 as a backup plan, and maybe rook e5, h5 as well. Let's say I think maybe this is the idea.
If I go somewhere, I can.
But there's knight c4, right? I thought I got very excited about rook e5 here because the bishop, it seemed to me, had to go to some unfortunate squares. But also bishop c7. Yeah, I'm getting slightly carried away. What is Anish's plan now?
Does he need a plan? He can take here. So
F takes, yeah.
why am I worse, kind sir?
Probably you're not. Maybe you're even slightly better. Rook g7 sort of next move, and yeah, maybe he just wants to do this. And also from Lichao's perspective, taking on g6 and playing king h7 is not something people do very often when there's a rook on the g file, and the second one sort of coming to the h file. But
I'm also not sure if rook h7 is forced.
Otherwise,
to find a trick here, but
no, not rook f6. No, I think I take on g7. I go rook c7.
Ah, yeah, okay.
That was why I wasn't suggesting rook g7 for black here. I think this might be actually a little bit of something for white.
Might be a bit unpleasant.
Yeah,
you don't here though.
Well, you might hold, but why would you allow this? Ever?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I think taking and going king h7 is probably an early favorite here. Rook goes wherever. I think g3 is still the most natural, because otherwise takes bishop h6 will actually hit the e3 pawn with tempo.
Yeah. No, Anish is doing fine. The question is, can he be better, or is it just gonna peter out? Speaking of peter out, Peter will be out in 2 minutes. So will I. We will do a little tour through the games. Levon's played b5. He's doing fine. We've just talked about this one. Veslin's doing fine. This one, Magnus, I don't understand.
We don't really understand what Magnus is doing. In particular, knight b1, d2 baffled us a little bit, because I don't understand where this piece is going next. Maybe he's waiting for queen e7 to play knight b3. But it feels like, even if black plays b6, for instance, what have you achieved? Or bishop c7.
Knight is always misplaced on b3.
Yeah, no, it's not a very good square. And Niels has played...
Niels is going for it.
As I said, MVL will start by trying to make e5 work, and he does play e5. I'm wondering why Niels didn't take on b7 instead of c takes d5 though. I thought this must be the... no, maybe I can explain this. In this position, if white plays queen takes b7, I guess MVL wanted to take and then play knight c5, and if white takes, he has rook c8, queen b5, and now maybe bishop d7, and the queen gets driven towards squares where there are forks. So I have a suspicion this is why queen takes b7. It takes
ED. Oh, you.
But you're kind of pinned all over the place. You don't want this. So cd5 is on the board, and Niels is under early pressure in this game.
Sure.
Because queen b7, I think, will allow the same stuff. ed4, if you take with the knight, I think the same squares will... No, hang on, here you have queen b5. Maybe this is an improvement for white. Definitely is an improvement for white, actually, because
knight d3,
I want...
take f5, eh?
Yeah, I want knight f5, knight e1, knight g7, and, well, might be playable for black, but, you know, I'm not, compared to the other positions, I'm not at least...
Doesn't feel right. Maybe it's good though.
Maybe it's good, because rook b1, I mean, this knight will come out. There's also d5, d4 as a potential follow-up if the bishop goes somewhere. Let's say you play bishop h1, I play rook b8.
Yeah.
And then I somehow combine d4 with knight c2 ideas or knight d3 ideas. Could actually be excellent for black, because once again, yes, black lost a very important g7 bishop, and if you imagine the same position with this bishop on c3, you know,
no, man, you're worse.
White is winning, but it's still on c1, and it is black who is making all the early running. So
yeah, Niels is in trouble, which means at the moment it looks like MVL could be a favorite to catch up with our two leaders. Who,
at least in the live tournament standings, because both of them could still win.
Of course.
Or one or both of them. Yeah, we'll take a brief pause.
Fiona's going to take over to talk to Harry's trainer, Markus Raga, the Austrian #1, and we'll be back after that.
my dream.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 9th and final round of Altibox Norway Chess. My name is Fiona Steil-Antony and I'm very happy to be joined by Grandmaster Markus Hager from Austria. Thank you very much for joining me here, Markus. You are the second of Hare Krishna in this tournament, and we'll come to talk about that in a second, but first a bit about yourself. You recently crossed 2700 for the first time. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm happy to be here. Yeah, it was a big step to cross 27 for first time, but the next goal is also to keep it.
So that's I was going to ask, what's the next goal?
No, but okay. I mean, yeah, it's a number, it's a nice number, but tournaments and results are more important. So my next goal will be European Individual Championship.
Okay, in May.
Yeah, and there I try to qualify for World Cup.
Okay. Well, best of luck with that. And now let's talk about the tournament here. I was very surprised to see you with Hare Krishna. I didn't realize you were his second. Tell us, when did you start working with him and how did that start?
He's playing for the same team in Germany as we, and yeah, there we got in contact and then we started to work, and yeah, then the opportunity came to be his second here, and I gladly accepted because it's first time for me to be in such a super tournament, and yeah, really nice to be here.
So what has the experience been like? You said it's the first time. What did you make of all of this?
Yeah, it's also pretty tough. I'm checking a lot, I'm working a lot on chess, so but it's also great to see how professionally it's organized, to see all the top players. Yeah.
Can you tell us a bit about your daily routine, how it works?
Yeah, we're deciding in the evening, I mean, what positions or what openings are likely to come, and then I usually check till, I don't know, 2-3 in the morning. Then I get up at 8 again, and yeah, in the afternoon I get some rest. Yeah.
Do you feel helping Hare Krishna here is also beneficial for your own chess?
Yeah, I feel so, because also you're working harder, you're more motivated, and yeah, you're pushing yourself more.
Good. And Hare Krishna, before the final round, he's on 50%. He's on 4 out of 8. What did you think of his play so far, and what did you think of the way openings went?
I think it went pretty well. I mean, he played very interesting chess, a lot of fighting games, and yeah, it's also his first really strong tournament, playing with all the guys, so it's a bit difficult for the first time, but I think he did very well till now. I mean,
yeah. And then today he's playing one of the decisive games of the tournament.
Yeah, we should not forget that there's still a chance that he might become first.
Yes,
yeah,
so
okay, but yeah, it's nice to be at least part of. I mean, at least you're fighting for first place in last round.
Exactly.
It's good.
How did he feel today before the round? Was he nervous, or was he looking forward to the challenge?
I think he was looking forward. He's enjoying also, and yeah, he's enjoying the games, and that's very good.
That's great. One last thing before we go quickly to today's games. You mentioned the Bundesliga, that you play in the same team. So first of all, congratulations. You both play for Solingen, which ended a 10 or 11 year streak of Baden-Baden, and I was very surprised to last Saturday, I believe, to suddenly see you playing in the Bundesliga. I'd seen you here the day before, and then there you were playing Bundesliga. What happened there?
Yeah, I went on Friday evening, I went to Germany, and on Sunday morning I returned. We had a very crucial game on Saturday.
And I saw you won your game?
Yeah, I won my game. It was also after working here and seeing the others play, I was quite eager also to play myself, so I was motivated. Yeah. It went very well, and yeah, it was important to. Yeah, I mean, it's a big success to win the German championship again, because Solingen is, although they are record champion, they won for 11 times, and Baden I think they won 10 times, but last time that Solingen won, it's a long time back, it was 97. So yeah, it was a really big thing, and yeah.
So sadly both you and Hare Krishna missed the final round, but I guess being here is also not so bad.
Yeah, and okay, final round, I mean, we were big favorites on the paper. I think it would not change if, I mean, one of us would be there. But still, this final round, it was quite, nerves were playing some role, and we were following here.
Yeah, I was wondering, talking about nerves, how nervous do you feel when you watch Hare Krishna play here?
I'm quite relaxed. I'm a bit nervous when it's getting down to seconds, like 5 moves in 1 minute, that's a bit.
Like the first day, I was really nervous when I was watching his game against Magnus.
Yeah. There he came in some big time trouble. But okay, it's also difficult because now many tournaments are played with this 30 seconds increment. And although you know it, your brain is maybe not fully, I mean, you're not fully aware of it. Yeah, you're thinking you always have these 30 seconds.
And then, let's just quickly go to today's games. We can maybe start with Harry's game.
Yeah, let's see.
So this is the position on the board right now. What can you reveal us some secrets about today's game?
No secrets to reveal, but it's a very interesting position. I mean, white is attacking. It's this typical isolated pawn structure, and yeah, I think it's very interesting game. What are the times? I mean,
the time situation, I will have to check on my computer.
Yeah, because that's also important. I saw that Aronian was playing pretty fast. I mean, I guess it was.
The situation is 45 minutes for Harry against 1 hour 10.
Yeah. Okay, so what can be his next move? Maybe some h4, h5 ideas could be. No, it's very interesting. It will be.
A big fight.
Yeah, big fight.
Did you
looking forward?
Are there any other games that made an impression on you today? What did you think of Magnus' game?
Yeah, this at least from sporting point is most interesting. These two, because if if Aronian wins or Magnus wins, they are first. Otherwise, it will be a big tie.
No, I think that up to 7 players could.
Yeah, I think therefore Harry has to win against Aronian and Elianov has to beat Magnus, and then
some more.
Then the tournament will start over tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting because as far as I remember, usually these 2 guys are playing the line with different colors. So I think Elianov is big expert in Catalan. He plays a lot of Catalan with white, and Magnus played. At least I remember one game where he played this bishop e4 and then followed with f5. So yeah, from that point it's very interesting. But this also looks like there will be some time scramble because 13 moves.
Yeah, the time situation in this game is roughly equal. Both have roughly 55 minutes.
Rook a7 is a nice move now because he's probably hoping to do something with b-pawn, and then knight df6.
You mean push?
Yeah, I don't know if exactly now, probably once, yeah, b6, knight df6, and then the rook can come over to the king side somewhere, maybe f7, g7, who knows, yeah?
Okay.
So what are the times?
55 minutes roughly for both players. So
yeah, so nothing.
Good to see some time scramble in the last round. It's also good to see both those guys fighting, Harry and Elianov. So.
No, of course. I mean, everybody tries his best, and even if you're, I mean, okay, Harry still has chance for first, but even if not, he would be fighting. I mean, it's just you're here to to play chess, to play fighting chess, and that's good.
One final question. What was for you the most impressive game of the tournament? Is there any game in particular in this tournament that made a mark on you?
There were many interesting games, but yesterday this finish of Li Chao against Elyanov, it's the freshest at least. I mean, when he sacrificed the queen and the queen down, yeah, it was really impressive. But okay, there were many games. Yeah, it's really hard to pick one. I mean, I think it's the level of the tournament of the play was pretty high, and a lot of fighting chess, and really interesting.
Hopefully we'll get to see some more in playoff tonight. But thank you very much for joining us here. Best of luck in the European Championship. I guess your goal will be to qualify for the World Cup.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for being here.
Thank you. And so we will be back with Jan and Peter in just a second, and I will be back in a couple of hours with today's tweets and photos. So thank you for watching, and I'll see you then.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments, with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos, letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more.
Welcome back to the last round of Altibox Norway chess, and we have to jump right into current events, because if our little system is correct, Topalov just took on g6, which is odd because he's giving up a nice bishop for a dumb knight and he's repairing black's pawn structure.
Yeah,
Peter, what is this?
This is my mic, which I will just.
We mic'd? Probably we should mic up now. I think you took my mic.
You have plenty of mics, so I'm not returning that. Okay, let's do this on air. Very strange choice here. After bishop d3, Vladimir, as expected, play queen d7. Veselin played d takes f6, which I think is a better move than what I was suggesting. I was arguing for this, but then currently e6 is not a threat, and black could play rook e8, solving the issue which I was describing earlier. But ef I liked quite a bit. Gf, in the break we were discussing this position with Grandmaster Ian Rogers, who is here covering the tournament. And he suggested bishop h3, which would have been a very interesting attempt. It seems not to work as well as black would have liked. I think eventually in the complications starting with this, black doesn't come out ahead. Queen takes g7 here runs into knight g5, and if king takes g7, not rook e6 of course, but rook e7 check followed by queen f1. The machine suggests this doesn't really work for black, but it was an interesting alternative. I'm not sure how seriously Vladimir approached it, but he did take on f6 in reply, and we were discussing this position as well with Jan and with Ian. Bishop h6, let's say rook e8 followed by something like knight h2 for instance, with the idea of putting this knight on g4. The black king on g8 is, potentially very, very troublesome for black. Maybe bishop f5 is still fine, I don't know, but the decision that Veselin has taken here is very surprising to my eyes.
I keep thinking, the only justification I can think of is to go knight h4 here, but I don't see where.
No, he's already played rook a3, so that's out of the window as well.
Don't get it.
It is a very non-standard decision, and also I'm struggling to come up with a proper explanation for it, because you're improving black's structure here. You're also trading a reasonably decent bishop for a knight on g6, which was a good defensive piece, but not a particularly aggressive piece at all. And you're improving black's structure, and don't really understand this. I'm not sure white is already immediately worse, although even that is actually now on the menu. But
two bishops, better structure all of a sudden. Why wouldn't you?
Black has some current issues with the move, because if you play rook a8, bishop h6, rook f7, rook a3, leaves you a little bit tied up. Although maybe you can even do this: rook fe7 followed by bishop f5, trade all the rooks, and play a very pleasant endgame. But also maybe rook fe8 or bishop f5. Although bishop f5, I was annoyed by knight h4. And we'll leave this game for a while, because as I said, I'm not quite sure why this happened. Vladimir, I think, is probably also somewhat surprised by this turn of events, and will take some time to get reacquainted with the position. But also vindication for us in the Carlsen Elianov game.
Sort of admitted the knight was not ideal on d2, yeah?
Yeah, we were very, very surprised by Magnus developing the knight on d2 on move 12, when we felt that something like knight c3 followed by e3 and the plan Jan indicated, a very typical Stonewall plan. Black probably will not allow knight f4, but that's sort of beside the point. Knight bd2, bishop d6, Magnus played e3, and here Pavel made a move which
it's a bit cryptic, makes sense, but you could also just play queen e7 or whatever you like, really.
Yeah, but Pavel decided that it's useful for him to play b6, and he didn't want to. Currently b6 would run into some kind of tactics connected with this idea, as the bishop on d6 starts hanging. So rook a7 sidesteps all this, and b6 is now ready to go. Queen d1, b6, and Magnus played cd5, knight b1. Admitting, that his previous idea was too slow and the knight didn't have much future on d2.
Of course, the structure has changed now. This square is available, so it makes a lot of sense, as things Magnus tend to do. And also shows that he's not above, reshuffling a piece if he put it on the wrong square, which is similar a bit to the situation in his game against Kramnik, where Kramnik went knight a4, didn't quite work. Kramnik didn't want to go back and admit it. Magnus has no such problems, even though, yeah, it is different now than Knight Concurrent. But still, chess-wise, is Black in any trouble? Doesn't look like, right? Bishop
No,
A6 or whatnot?
I think this is reasonably comfortable for Black.
What do you do? Bishop here?
Bishop A6, I think, is a good starting point. Knight A3, I think.
One of those.
Yeah, but I'm not even sure if I'm that happy about taking on B5 if it appears there, to be honest. Like,
No, that's what I was wondering.
Rook C7, Knight B5, I take. Although, yeah, it does become slightly unpleasant because Rook C6 becomes an idea.
Yeah. No, as always, Magnus, even though the opening didn't go ideal, keeps asking questions and finding ideas.
Sure, I mean...
Rook A7, B6 sort of encouraged that also.
Sure,
You go here.
I'm not sure why this was necessary, to be
I don't know
honest.
what White's next move is, frankly.
Yeah, because with the pawn on b7, Black will very, very happily take on d5 with the e-pawn if c takes d5 is played, and then there will not be a square on b5 to play against. And pushing for the b4 break, the way the b4 square is controlled currently, will be, well, I think highly unlikely. And then Black could maybe consider playing for even g5, g4, and then, you know, expanding on the king side. So yeah, all a little bit cryptic, but we'll see what transpires from here.
Mysterious events in couple games. How is Levon Aronian's quest to win his game going?
I think he should be happy with his progress, not because his position is necessarily better, but because it is very, very complex. You can, for instance, play f5 here. Yeah, bishop takes c6, and you take with, well, something. Either queen and then queen d5, or maybe rook and then rook c7. But here, I don't know, it's a strange position, because I'm not sure if White wants to play h5, but it's a possible move. Probably Black replies by g5. Knight g6, rook f8. It doesn't seem like a huge problem for Black here.
Knight g5, I don't quite have enough pieces for you.
No, I think you're lacking attackers here, and Black no, this is, yeah. Let's demonstrate how not to deal with this properly, but bishop takes e5 might be strong. Yeah, queen g6 check first was probably stronger, because here I want to go rook g8 and win. No, not win. And maybe win, actually. Yeah, queen e7, rook g7. But this is more troublesome. Yeah, probably shouldn't be allowing this as Black. Yeah. This works less well with the king on h8. But yeah, there are no immediate threats after queen takes g5. I think maybe we can even go rook f6.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, it looks ugly, but creates the idea of bishop h6, because the pawn on g2 is currently hanging. And yeah, there's just not enough in the way of activity for White to justify this.
This looks a bit like a blank shot too, right?
Yeah, rook f8 and then, yeah. But I mean, structurally Black is very, very healthy here. He might improve himself slightly further by playing bishop f6, king g7. And mainly, if he does manage to trade queens off, he will instantly be a huge favorite here, because in any kind of an endgame, two bishops against two knights, you always take the side with the bishops.
So complicated position, Levon doing fine, and Harry. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's gonna go f5, but it looks logical. You don't want to go h5, giving this square, and you don't want to allow h5.
No, allowing h5 would be strange.
So f5 seems to be the move.
Yeah, we expect this to happen, and bishop takes c6 seems like the only really legitimate response to it. And yeah, bringing the knight from b6 to d5 also looks very logical. So the whole variation seems reasonably likely to happen. Niels is just worse.
How's young Master Niels doing?
Young Master Niels is fighting for survival here, because he's been outpaced in the opening by MVL, and this group of pieces, once again, mysterious arrows appear on the board. Truth is out there, people. But yeah, this group of pieces are, you know, very passive, have no real prospects of any kind, and Black already has a d3 square he can use for both the bishop and the knight. You could also just make an argument for something like rook ac8, continuing development, asking White, okay, what do you want?
I'm confused. Are you switching from X-Files references to C-File references, or what are you doing?
Well, all over the shop today, yeah. Rook ac8, if white takes, you take with the bishop. Knight d3 is an idea. Knight e4 in many positions will be an idea. And yeah, white's structure is very solid, but his pieces they look awkward.
This is bad. You're not on time. You need like 3 more moves.
Yeah, and also, the immediate capture followed by knight d3, rook, I guess, f1, and something is not at all out of the question. I don't know, rook.
Yeah, there's no ideal
like
rook move.
ec8, but yeah, allowing this is maybe not something MVL would want. You don't want to ruin your structure like this. Although, I mean, even this position, I'm probably taking black. Because once again, all this.
Oh, you take stuff, yeah?
No, I just take and I start collecting your pawns after rook ac8. I start picking up your queenside one by one. And these knights are octopi.
What? Octopi?
Yeah.
Is that the plural of kraken?
Yes.
Gotcha.
The year of the Kraken started, people. And the meta currently is really, really poor. I really don't like the meta. But yeah, and that will be my first and last reference to things of that nature on this show. And Jan will continue shrugging his shoulders. Okay.
No, I just didn't know what you were talking about. I wasn't even trying to diminish it, even though I probably would try. Would I know what you're talking about?
Yeah, that other computer game that I occasionally play.
Leisure Suit Larry?
No.
Queen A8?
Queen A8, it does feel like Pavel switched to like
defense.
Yeah, defense and damage limitation mode. It's a bit early, but yeah, takes, rook c8. Probably all 4 rooks come off. One question I do have about this is, can I take on c8 and play b4?
You mean before Queen A4?
Before Queen A4, yeah.
Not Queen A4, before.
Is this at all sensible? But maybe knight c3 is just fine. Although takes.
Calculate.
Because if you play something like Queen c2, bishop b4, I think rook c7 comes very fast, and you can't exploit that pin. But hang on, let me show you something. Can I take? I'm not sure if I might even want to do it immediately, like knight g5, knight f8, knight e6.
Ooh la la.
Or I could alternatively include this and do it here. I don't know. Queen h5.
Why not give a check?
Where? How? Why?
This is a check.
Yeah. I thought king f6, but maybe queen e8 is very strong.
Looks dangerous. I was once taught that with opposite colored bishops, the side that attacks is normally better. Even though we're a piece down here, the light squares look a little shaky.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Probably mate, so.
I'm not sure if I need to swap the rooks off, or maybe knight g5 immediately is even stronger. But yeah, it does become an idea. Also, another way of dealing with this for black would be maybe to. No, that doesn't make any sense. I was wondering about this, but that should be too slow, right? Something bad will happen to black here. Queen a check followed by knight g5, queen a8, queen e8. It just doesn't feel right.
Feels a little shaky.
Yeah, so of course rook c8 is not at all forced here. Black could make another move, but rook c8 is, I think.
No, at least looks like Magnus now has something to work with, or there's some targets in the black position, which earlier wasn't the case. You got rid of this idiot on d2. Even though technically the c8 bishop is black's bad bishop in the stone wall, now with squares like c6 to protect, you might miss it sometimes, or even the e6 pawn.
Sure, as we've just demonstrated, in some variations that bishop actually is very, very useful, because it would support the structure in the center very well.
Bad bishops defend good pawns.
Yeah, MVL does play rook ac8, queen d7, bishop d7 will be on the board in a second. Yeah, not much needs to be said about this position. Black is the side with the initiative. Because white really has no weaknesses, and if he does get out, if the bishop, let's say, gets developed to even d2 and white plays rook ac1,
Yeah, it looks like what you're dreaming of is not the bishop on the long diagonal, but some knight b3, bishop d2. And
Yeah, because if you play b3, it might never actually leave.
yeah,
you know,
like bishop f8.
Yeah, knight d3 followed by knight e4 is just so awkward here for white that you probably want to aim for something else. MVL is better. So MVL has a very realistic chance of reaching +2 and the potential tiebreak.
And I don't know, this might be a stretch, but I have a feeling so does Vladimir Kramnik after Topalov gave him that bishop. I like Kramnik's long-term
Sure.
chances.
I mean, winning this position, even let's say if the ideal scenario occurs on the board, 4 rooks come off and white gets no activity whatsoever. Because the queen side is so locked down, black will still, I think, struggle to break down that position, but he will be, definitely pushing for the rest of the game.
It's also not Topalov's cup of coffee to defend a position like that passively, should all the
Yeah.
rooks disappear.
I think you start by playing something like bishop f5 or bishop f7 here, unless something forced is preventing that, and you start swapping down the e-file because your king is somewhat insecure currently, and you want to limit the material on the board for now, and then consider your options. f5 has been played by Levon in the game against Hare Krishna. Bishop takes e6, played in response.
No surprise, now is a decision. Rook takes or queen takes look like the main candidates.
Yeah, and here either rook d6 or rook c7 because knight d7 is a threat. So
Yeah, so the action has quieted down just a little bit. Magnus Carlsen is back in business. We haven't seen this one for a while. I have a feeling it's still favorite to end peacefully.
yeah, it should just lead to massive simplifications here. Like, rook fe7 probably, fe3 I guess is what Lichau wants to play. And yeah, I don't know. Shouldn't really be very much for anyone here. f5, f4 is a plan, for instance, to just completely annihilate the white center and force more trades.
Yeah, should end in a draw. Grandelli is trying to defend, just went knight f3. Carlsen, I don't know if we can say he's better, but he certainly has stuff to work with now. Topalov is a little worse, and Levon is trying. I'm not sure if he's better, but he's trying to get there at the very least.
Yeah, he did take on c6 with the rook, I guess with the idea of rook cd6, because although I'm not entirely sure, after knight g5, if you play rook d6, you're leaving the c-file as a potential target for the white pieces, and rook c7 feels a bit awkward as well. I'm not sure what it's doing there, to be honest. So yeah,
He's fine.
no, of course he's fine, but I'm wondering why he chose not to do this. Maybe he didn't like white playing d5. Could this be the reason? Like
Take it.
some kind of a positional sacrifice like that, followed by a blockade of some sort. Queen f4, knight d4. I don't know. Queen f4, queen g3. But I mean, it looks unclear. I mean, I'm not sure this is good. This could be the explanation for him not playing queen c6, but yeah, I'm not so sure this is great for white.
No, me neither. Anyway, we're gonna go on a very quick break, and then we'll be back with Vasilin Topalov's manager, friend, all kinds of things, mentor, Silvio Danailov. So see you guys in a couple minutes.
Svidler for Chess24, introducing a series of videos on Mikhail Tal, the 8th world champion, an extremely exciting chess player, and also a personal hero of mine, both as a chess player and as a human being. I hope I haven't done a disservice in this series to his games, which influenced many generations of chess players to come. I hope you enjoy it, and please let me know if you like the format, because there are more exciting chess players out there we could cover in this way. But for now, I hope you enjoy the games of Tal. I most certainly enjoyed annotating them and bringing them to you. Hi, this is Peter Svidler for Chess24, and my first video in the Tal series. This video will be dedicated to the early years of Mikhail Tal, and the games I've chosen for this video are somewhat one-sided, but I wanted to illustrate just how big an advantage in tactical complications Tal had in the early years over generally fairly decent opposition, and just how unused people were to his style.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final round of Altibox Norway chess. We're now being joined by a man of many hats, the former president of the European Chess Federation, current president of the Bulgarian Chess Federation. And that's my first question, actually. Are you still Vasilin's manager?
Yes, sure. Always.
Always, yeah? It's a lifetime deal.
Okay, lifetime. Nothing is for lifetime, but okay.
So let's start with Vasilin. He's had two rough tournaments in the candidates and in London. He's playing much better here. What advice do you give him how to deal with such bad tournaments as the ones he's had?
It's very difficult, you know, when you start playing like in... This is surprising because his year before London was quite good, you know. He was playing quite good. And then London suddenly he collapsed. I don't know, nobody knows why. But okay, it's one tournament, you can do this, it's happened. But then Moscow, of course, was a big disappointment, because Moscow, you know, okay, he didn't really prepare very well, because he have now small children and a lot of mess, you know this. It was not so easy, but of course, he was, we were expecting a much better result in Moscow. And he missed a lot of opportunities, but okay, I mean, the result was more or less deserved. So, when after such a tournament, the only thing you can do is just relax and try to play some good chess to enjoy. Otherwise, if you're tense or stressed, it's much worse.
Well, it seems to be working here, because here I think he is one of the definitely one of the better players in the tournament. He hasn't really been in a lot of trouble. Arguably missed some opportunities. Let's say yesterday, but he was playing a very nice game against MVL. Had very good winning chances and played, you know, energetically and well. What do you think about today's game?
Well, today I think obviously white is worse. I don't know how much, but it was this idea before a4 was nice. I think knight takes e6 was mistake, but probably bishop d3 was.
Let's go there.
Maybe he messed something up, because the original idea was to play immediately bishop d3.
So, and if you do that, black is not in time to play queen d7, maybe.
You're not developing him, the bishop.
No, we liked white's position here.
It's
quite a bit. Yeah,
look good. Okay, knight a6 already I think is a mistake.
But yeah, in particular, we were very surprised by bishop takes g6. We thought, you know, especially because, you know, he is very happy attacking. We thought bishop h6 followed by something like knight h2, knight g4, plans like that. We thought that was very interesting, because
I don't understand why. Yeah. It was a very natural move.
Because it seems like now white is defending.
Yes.
You're no longer really
you're
creating any ideas. You're just hoping.
You're worse. How to hold is different matter, but probably I don't know. I don't like.
Maybe
like
you
it.
know. When was the last time they made a draw?
Last time they made a draw.
Because I honestly can't remember. I think there's been a lot of decisive games recently.
Yes, last time they made a draw. I think vacancy 2007.
Really? Seriously? Okay, I did not expect that answer. I should have actually looked this up because I had the computer at home and could have done some research. But it's always easier to ask.
But they're not playing too often. Also,
Sure, but still, I mean.
Was that a conscious choice? Because for many years it looked like if Kramnik plays one tournament, Vesselin plays the other, that they avoided each other, or was it coincidence?
No, I don't think that they avoided each other. Maybe some organizers avoid them each other. It's different. But I don't think that they personally avoid each other. But some organizers they prefer one to avoid some troubles.
Of course, the whole chess world knows about the rivalry, let's call it. But after 10 years, do you think it's still special for the guys, or they're so used to it by now?
No, there's nothing special already. Okay, it's just just normal stuff.
Right. So let's get to your activities. I must admit, I'm not. We're getting some signs here. Yeah, classical 2007, the last draw.
Yes, I remember
correct.
this. Yeah,
Wow,
I remember this.
That's 9 years ago. That's amazing.
I remember this.
Thanks to Peter Dohers for looking this up for us. Yeah.
And by the way, this is one of the most not boring, but one of the most not interesting game, because usually they play very interesting games.
Very interesting.
Yeah, no, the first 17, 18 moves, I thought this will be their usual stuff, with lots of interesting,
really
attacking chess.
Yeah, that's
back to the question.
I remember we talked last year, and you said you were a little tired of chess politics and had enough of it. How do you feel this year? Are you back into chess politics full time?
Okay, they are trying to. I mean, they're attacking me so hardly, these guys from FIDE, that they're pushing me to be back. I'm not back. I was not back. I was trying to live my life and
Who goes
to do nothing.
Quote? One of us do the Godfather quote.
Last year already, I avoided it, but there is this quote from Michael Corleone in Godfather 3. Just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. Yeah, that's what.
Yes. Right. I forgot about this. This is nice. Yeah. This is the case. Yeah, they're pushing me back. I don't want to be involved anymore, but the guys they're fighting to push me back. I don't know. Maybe they need some rivals. They don't need a quiet life. I don't understand. They was fighting Gary. They kick him out for 2 years from chess, which is complete shame. I mean, how you can suspend Gary 2 years from FIDE, from all the activities? This is crazy.
I don't even know about that.
Yes. Okay, they invent some complaint in the ethics commission that the guy is corrupted or whatever. This stuff with Leong, this contract, and then he suspended 2 years from chess, from all the FIDE activities. How you can do this?
So is Gary unrated these days?
No, not about the ratings. He can't
participate in any
kind of official FIDE events, European events, whatever. This is completely crazy.
I guess he wasn't planning to.
No, sure, but the mere fact is crazy. How you kick out this legend from chess? Because you don't like him, let's say, or he's his rival, or whatever.
Honestly, I hadn't heard of him.
No,
I have,
there is There's 2 years. He's banned 2 years from the FIDE ethics commissions. It's crazy. It's these people. I don't know what they're thinking, but I mean, you can't do this.
To fill people in, you were supporting Kasparov's campaign for FIDE presidency, and Kasparov didn't win, as we all know, but you were president of the ECF until a year ago. When did you stop being president?
2014.
2014, 2 years
August,
already.
2 years, yeah. Tromsø.
And you're not on great terms with the current ECF
No,
leadership,
I was fine, but in the moment they took chairs, they start to attacking me and the previous management like hell. It's all kind of accusations, all kind of very dirty stuff. And in the beginning I was trying to tell them, guys, live your life, develop chess in Europe, do whatever you want, but leave me alone. but they was insisting. And okay, when you insist too much, I have to fight back. Otherwise, it's not pleasant to defend yourself all the time.
But I read something, I think on your website, that the Bulgarian Federation supports you for FIDE President 2018. Does that mean you're running, or is that a formality? That I was confused.
It's how to say? It's formality. Yeah, it's formality. They want me to run. I don't know. I will decide later, because nowadays we don't know what's going on, because after Kirsan is in this U.S. sanction list. I mean, the situation, probably the elections should be earlier, probably in Baku, not in. They can't wait until Batumi, I think.
I've heard some rumors about this. What are the rules? Because the elections are supposed to be in, I don't know, 2 years or whenever. But can you have a vote and then have them earlier? How does that thing work?
If the General Assembly decides, yes, but only the General Assembly have to decide. But
the next one is in Baku.
Yes, yes. The point is that this situation, they cannot sustain this situation, because you have this sanction list. Kirsan is claiming that he's going to resolve this problem, to be out of the list. This is obviously not possible, at least short terms. So they have to do something. You cannot be representing FIDE and staying on this list. So the people are getting nervous. I feel this in Moscow. They're getting nervous, and they are moving, trying to do something in Baku. Probably they will. This General Assembly will be very hot in Baku, and most likely, if okay, at least it's my feeling that can be elections there immediately.
Are these General Assemblies, I've never been to one, are they generally interesting? I would assume they're very boring, like sitting there for 10 hours.
Extremely boring.
Nothing happening.
Nobody speak about chess. They don't discuss chess at all. They discuss only bullshits. It's terribly boring. You don't miss anything.
No, I was just thinking, if there's like 100 points and okay, no one's really paying attention, I couldn't do it. But you still are motivated to re-enter the world.
Well, the point is that they have a lot of power, FIDE. If FIDE is running wisely and with, let's say, Kasparov was interesting option, and if you're really interested to develop chess, you can do a lot of things. But if you're just political organization, you are only interested to keep your chair a lifetime, you do nothing, because all the initiative, all the actions, they are dangerous. You can fail and then get criticized and whatever. But if you do nothing and just waiting that Kirsan is paying everything, or the Russian government, whatever, you don't develop any sponsorship, any new ideas. Like here, let's say, it's obvious that these people they are working to get better future for chess. Television, rights, internet, and everything. FIDE should do this years ago. They miss all this stuff because they are thinking only about keeping power.
So you want the conversation to get back more to the issues, how to make chess better, and
whatever you want.
No, I don't.
No, we meant the general conversation.
No, I mean the conversation within FIDE.
Yeah.
Not this conversation. This conversation is pleasant as it is somewhat irrelevant.
No, there is a lot of I think ways to improve chess. But of course the most powerful organization is FIDE. Because FIDE have real reputation everywhere. If you say FIDE, the people, okay, FIDE, the world organization. But if FIDE does nothing, of course, for the others it's much more difficult. Like here, you understand Norway chess, they're doing a great job, but we need many Norway chess. We need many tournaments like this.
And you think the push has to come from FIDE, not only from, let's say, private organizers?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think so. They should. I mean, if you look their departments, let's say. You know, they have no PR department, they have no marketing department. The marketing chief is this guy Diego Salazar, who was kicked out recently from the French Federation. You know, the guy barely speaks French. You know, the guy speaks. You know, you don't know him. It doesn't matter. The PR guy responsible is this girl. How was his name? Karovic. Yeah. She's the main. It's crazy, you know. How PR developing FIDE? This girl. I mean, come on. Let's be serious, you know. You need professional people, professional companies, and real professional stuff to go further. Otherwise, if you stay like this and doing nothing, you know, you provide your championships, let's say, these Grand Prix or whatever. But this is all same, you know. Nothing is going on new.
Yeah, it does seem like chess is currently being developed by you know, rich supporters everywhere, like you know, Rex Singfield in the States. Here they have obviously a great support for chess, well, mainly because of Magnus, but still. But yeah, organizational support from FIDE would be useful.
No, but I mean, we should reach the level when one day, let's say, the rich uncles, let's say Rex, Kirsan, whatever, disappeared for some reason, to be prepared to live without them. You know, otherwise it would be a disaster.
Yeah, but there's always been like private individuals that like chess and that supported chess through the history, right? I'm not saying
I
it's
understand.
ideal, but it's
Understand.
what we
No. It's great. We welcome them, all of them. But still, you know, you need such a structure to sell some product. Otherwise, one day they can get bored, like Van Osterom or I don't know who. You don't have guaranteed a new one will appear. You know, forever.
Sure.
So it sounds like you're still. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, you know, on that subject, and you know, I'm not trying to, you know, look for controversy necessarily. But what happened with Sofia? That was a very, very good tournament.
No, Sofia was very nice tournament. Yes, the problem was that after the match 2010, when Veselin lost to Anand, you know, it was a lot of money spending on chess, and there was a lot of people was trying to, you know. It's a lot of investment, many years, and this was the breaking point, because with win everything will continue, but the people was disappointed, that the sponsors was disappointed, and you know, you need big star, you know, and we are a small country, we are not Russia or Germany, you know, our
big chess stars in Germany.
Yeah, no, but I mean, we are limited with our finance, so it became naturally. I mean, you know, 5 years it was fine, and then after the match, you know, and before was this with Kamsky, this candidate match, and after with Armand, all the cycle was finished. You know, we did everything except Olympiad. We did everything. We brought all the big players in Bulgaria, so we are not such a chess country, you know, so this is become somehow natural to finish after the match.
Veselin is a lot less active these days. Have you been thinking about managing other players, or is it since you guys have been in this together forever that he's the only guy you're working with?
No, I was working with other players. I was working with Ponomarev, I was working with Karyakin, I was working with Cheparinov. But I'm really interested in players. They can become world champions. You know, I'm not interested in some regular players. You know, if I see some potential in some player, I can work with him. But it's very rare.
As long
you know?
as this Norwegian is around, it's kind of tough to become world champion.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not put my money on him. Let's say in this match. It
on
will
Carlsen
be
or on Kaya?
Carlsen.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Depends. Okay. Where is the match? But the match is very level. It will be 50-50. Don't be so excited.
Do you know where the match is going to be? I don't have any info. I just heard rumors that there were talks about New York, there were talks about other places. Do you know anything about it?
I think they're claiming New York, but FIDE are claiming many things. So I really don't believe that it will be New York. Kirsan in the list.
Well, but they took some steps to resolve this issue. He has kind of taken himself off the...
Yes, but The point is, who is the sponsor?
I'm not.
Obviously, there will be Russian money. So why the Russian money should be spent in New York? I don't see any point.
I don't know.
No, really. Tell me.
No, I don't have a clue. I'm just asking because you seem to
I
be
don't.
more-
I don't. I don't believe everything is possible, of course. But if I have to bet, I will bet for not New York. I think they will probably will try to move the match to Russia with some delicate way somehow. I don't know how. Knowing them, because this is the most easier. This is natural. They're Russian money. The match should be in Russia. This is why New York. But everything is possible. But now we're in May already, and the match should start in November.
It will be in a couple of days, yeah.
Yeah, there is no contract, nothing. There is even no contract draft. So only claiming New York. But I don't believe. It's not realistic for me.
What else is going on? Seems like you always have a lot of feuds going. You're such a friendly guy. What's wrong?
Well, what's wrong about what?
In general, why is there so much controversy, like in the chess world in general? Like, because it seems like everybody wants the same thing, like find corporate sponsors and have big events and so on. But it seems like there's always
Not everyone. Not
fighting.
everyone. No, not everyone. You're wrong. FIDE doesn't want this. FIDE doesn't want changes. They want to live like this forever. They want to be on power. They don't need changes because all the changes are against them. The private guys, yes, the private organizers, the private, the players, and probably yes, but most of them. But FIDE not. An ECU, for instance, I was trying to change some things in ECU. It's very difficult. Very difficult. I can tell you one thing. I was just to understand. I was dealing with one company in Germany. I will find you the name. I was mentioning to you before. It was a very, very, very rich company, and they was developing a betting system with special software to bet during the game after every move. It's a Svidler plays a move, and you say, "What are you going to play, Anna?" Bet. And like this, it was very interesting. They were ready to invest about 2 million, and to create a company in Gibraltar and to put all the money in there, and probably in the future to make some money. And I presented this to the board of ECU and to the General Assembly, and they rejected by I was crushed. Why? Was my question. They said, we have image, our image of chess should be damaged with these bettings. It's stupid.
Gamble?
And I
like to
finished.
gamble.
It's one very,
I know. My
small.
feelings on this subject are somewhat conflicted because my second game after chess is cricket, and in cricket and betting they don't. I mean, there is a lot of betting on cricket, but it's also a huge source of problems. So. I'm not as certain this is a great idea, but it's an interesting idea, and it's also interesting that they rejected it completely. So,
Yeah.
I personally am a bit conflicted. I've heard of this, not connected with your name, but I've heard of this idea in general to connect chess with in-game live betting. And for me personally, I'm not 100% sold that this is such a great future for chess, but it's one of the possibilities, definitely.
No, and I can tell you one more idea. I heard about European team club, this championship. Yeah? For me, it's very stupid, this Swiss system. 7 rounds, and you lost one game, and you're out. You cannot win, basically. Yeah?
We've done that many times. As
Yeah. And I offered to make premiership with 8 clubs, best 8 clubs, round robin, and then two are out, and next to the second league, and
So
2
like
are up.
Champions League in
Yeah,
football or
and 2 are
Euro
up,
League in basketball.
And they rejected.
Okay, I guess it depends on the structure and so on. But
Because if you have Super League of 8 clubs, somebody in Germany, in England, they can create club especially to play there, but they are not interested to play in 80 teams Swiss competitions. Some big guy, he's playing first 3-4 games with some patzers, and then one decisive match, and it's like a lottery. But it's very difficult to deal with this political stuff. You have to convince the guys, and many of them, they're just amateurs. They have no idea what professional chess is.
So to sum up, because I believe the Levon Aronian game ended, you still sound a little frustrated, but still you're full of fight. You want to do something.
Yes.
You're not telling us if you're running for FIDE presidency, but we'll certainly follow
not
it
yet,
closely.
not yet. No. Let's see what's going on.
Thanks a lot, Silvi Danailov.
Okay.
See you soon.
Gonna make my move, gonna live my dream, gonna make my move, gonna live my dream. Every day, the future's getting closer. Every day, the future's looking bright. Every day is another beginning. Gonna make my move, gonna live my dream, gonna make my move, gonna live my dream, gonna make my move, gonna live my dream.
Welcome back, everybody. We're now being joined by Harry and Levon Aronian. The game ended in a draw. Levon, were you pushing at some point with the feeling the opening went well for you?
Yeah, I've actually played a rapid game like that against a friend of mine, Svidler second, before the candidates, and I managed to win that game. So
Up to which point?
up to this point, actually.
We thought maybe before makes some sense here to at least stop d5, but
Yeah, I think that's what he played. I played knight h5.
Knight h5 and knight f4, yeah?
sure.
It's kind of rather equal, but I think it's easier for black to play.
No, we liked your setup. We thought it was very comfortable. But what happened later?
I think
Although
rook c7
actually,
was
b4
better.
is a good idea.
Knight h5?
Bishop e7, queen e7.
No, knight e7.
Knight b5.
What are you talking about?
Let's put this on the board so that we don't confuse the viewers so much. Before, knight h5, takes.
Maybe we didn't play like this.
No, we did.
No, I mean,
You mean? Okay.
yeah.
Now the
Me
phone knight d6 seems fine for white, yeah, at least. Yeah, we were unsure, and also just rook e1, knight f4, bishop f1. How bad is this for white? I mean,
Yeah, it's also possible. Yeah, maybe you had to go
No,
b4
queen
here.
e7, yeah? Knight h5 and queen
But
e7.
then d5.
Yeah, G5 first and foremost, and followed by rook E1. We thought we only came as a kind of results-oriented thinking because we thought rook E1 is fine. Then you played D5, and we realized that already white.
No, I
needs
actually
to
missed bishop F6, bishop F6, CD5, knight D4.
Ah, okay, that explains it.
Yeah,
because-
I mean that's the reason why I played rook E1.
And we realized that D5 is very comfortable for black, and we started
D5
looking
is
for ways to avoid it.
So maybe I didn't play in that game rook c8 perhaps, or
No,
somewhere
only you
here.
can tell us what you played in that game.
You
but
don't know, huh?
We don't know your secret rapid games.
Okay,
No. We are
that's-
completely unaware.
that's not good. Can I play G5, G4? No.
You
No.
could try,
No,
yeah,
95,
but
no, no,
knight
that's
E5, knight takes G4, it doesn't look very healthy. I don't know.
So I guess I'll have to play something like this and
Yes.
then play
No,
knight
but
D5.
then it's a whole. I mean, it's probably an improvement for white. Rook E1 now, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's, this inclusion should be good for white.
Definitely.
Yeah. No, it's fine for you, but also fine for white. Anymore.
No, but maybe queen E2 is better because I can play knight H5, queen E4.
Where? Here?
Yeah.
After
Provoke
I mean
F5?
D6. No. Before
Before
D6.
before D6.
Before D6.
Ah.
subtleties everywhere.
Okay, I'll go G6.
Maybe D5.
After G6? Why are you so aggressive?
Yeah, I'm also surprised.
Takes?
Knight takes.
Knight takes D5.
Okay.
Knight H4.
95?
Yeah, becomes.
F5? F4?
Now, why are you becoming so aggressive?
I got my knight in the center. Finally.
But let's not get too carried away about move 14. It's a long game.
What happened in the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was already very excited here.
No, I
This
think
looks-
white's position, black's position is better here, but rook c7 I think was rook c7 and knight followed by knight e7 is the
Yeah,
way
I
to
thought
go.
you would do this and then you will somehow equalize. I was not happy about this thing.
Oh, okay.
And then do the same, you know? Take queen a4 or queen a4 at once. That's why.
Bishop g5
No, this looks weird.
or bishop e7. I don't know.
This looks more sensible.
But still, even d5 in some positions is possible. Also, maybe something like this.
No, d5, knight a5. No, d6, maybe f5,
d takes
fg4,
c6 maybe. So.
f5 and fg4.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could have done something like
Because
this.
after g6 I got, I mean I
But
could
I thought
move
this
the
is very
queen.
logical.
Probably, but I got the chance to move the queen.
Of course, I could play bishop g7 here. This. Although this a6
No,
b5
but-
looks
but-
natural, yeah?
But
No, we thought.
but maybe
y-
d5 I could go, right? After
Objectively, we
bishop
thought
g7.
you can just do this, right?
But this is equal, no?
Oops, takes, knight c4.
Takes bc? Yeah, I thought
I
this
thought
is
rook takes. but-
95.
Yeah, this is
Thought
what
it's a
we,
dead draw.
Yeah, this is what we thought. Yeah, that white is just in time to play knight e5. Because after queen b6 for a second, I thought you might be.
I was actually analyzing bishop g6
Knight a5.
the whole time. Yeah, knight a5, queen d3,
I think bishop f3
yeah, gf.
and f takes g6.
But I thought this shouldn't work for white somehow.
No, it's not working, I think.
Why?
Yeah, I also started asking that question to myself in the process. Queen b7 probably, you know? I came up with this. Rook e6 and king h8, I thought.
And not enough pieces, yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow I'll play queen f7 and then even if you eat 7 pawns, I'll still my pieces will become too active.
Yeah, that probably is true.
No, actually I underestimated this.
There was a point later after f5 we thought bishop c6, queen c6 and go to d5.
But then
You didn't
what?
like
Queen
that.
f4?
Bishop f6,
Queen g3?
rook g8.
Rook e3? Or rook c1? Sorry, rook c1.
Let's once
Yeah.
again.
How do you get that?
No, the sad thing is that I don't have h5 after h4. Bishop g6 mates.
Let's show this.
should show
This we,
that,
but this we didn't see because we didn't.
Because h5 wins
Oh,
otherwise.
that
I mean,
Wins?
almost wins.
Why?
Looks terrible for
Why?
white.
Yeah.
Let's see if.
I can take twice, take on e3, take on e4, and then play rook
Okay, so takes. I
This
have
mate,
to take.
knight g5, and queen takes e6. Finished.
Whoa, this is very beautiful. No, we passed this by completely. We just somehow ignored this.
That's how you do it.
No,
I
there
guess.
were there was one more nice way. I think after f5. I mean, instead of king h7, f5, knight h6, king h7, knight g5, king h6, queen f4.
Oh, no, we saw it.
Not queen f4, but this we kind of rejected because we thought this will never work.
I rejected on general grounds.
Yeah, no, this. No, we
cannot
actually
work,
we
yeah.
kind of we discussed if black can do this
I
with
know.
Jan with the
Knight.
idea of f4,
I can never believe these things.
No.
but yeah,
What if
maybe even bishop
yeah.
b1, maybe even.
Yeah, bishop
Because
b1.
we were discussing this line. I don't know how forced this is. Takes. F4 is still threatened. Here, queen h4, bishop h6, knight g5. But there's
No,
queen
but it's
g8.
Probably
lost.
d5
No,
wins
but
also in the
it's lost,
process, yeah?
yeah?
Couple of times.
I think knight g5 is lost.
It was a deep discussion.
After knight g5.
Here?
Yes. Bishop h6, queen h3, king g7, knight e6, king h7, knight f8, rook f8, bishop c6.
Draw, knight g5.
But why?
Queen c6, rook e7, and
And
probably
rook takes b7. Yeah.
But why do you guys hate me so much? I mean, you're
No,
just,
but he wanted to show me.
just
Okay,
analyzing all the worst possible moves.
Okay, I'm not involved
Back to
anymore.
my very deep question. F5, bishop c6, queen c6.
No, I
what's
was
going on?
considering this because this looked interesting.
Knight h6,
You're not
yeah?
missing there. Yeah.
No,
And
we're stuck here.
okay, this is not good.
Yeah. I
Knight
think
f7?
knight f7,
And yeah,
knight
f7,
g5.
Yeah, sorry. I have to do this, but this
Knight f7.
I got somehow scared even of this. I chickened out here. I mean, and I thought this was the right decision to
No,
chicken
probably
out.
it's a good decision.
Yeah, I think it's a wise choice here. Yeah.
Although I wasn't so sure. I mean, it was not so clear for me.
I'm not sure this
Why
is a
didn't
nice
you play
memory.
this, yeah?
Nice memory for you, but this reminds me
yes,
of
I
something.
know, I know.
Yeah, this reminds me of something a great deal.
I could have won against him with knight h6. Yeah. Okay.
No, but I think knight f7 I wanted to play. Knight
Yeah.
f7, bishop g6 and queen g5.
Yeah, I thought about this.
The thing is rook f6 you will play, queen g5, knight e7, queen h5, king g8 and knight g5. And some bishop f7 and bishop e6.
What? Rook takes
Wait a
g6?
What?
Rook takes g6?
Sorry, I mean, no, not here.
Maybe some check like this.
Check, I think, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
But
it's
it's
good for
not,
me, but this is, you know, the chicken. When the chicken in the person starts speaking, you know.
Yeah,
this is
I'm well aware. Yeah, it's very difficult to fight the
No,
chicken.
but rook e6
the inner
is
chicken
coming,
is
no?
difficult to fight.
Yeah.
Don't know what
Here
you
I
guys
think
are
it's
talking
bad.
about.
Here it's bad, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I thought this.
Let's stop
here
mating
has
live
to
on.
be. Here has to be some advantage, but I didn't see it. So you're saying I should have taken
We
put
were not
my
sure, yeah.
centralized. For a moment I thought that this
Queen
is
d2.
good. Like
Queen c2, queen f4.
yeah.
Sure, let's say, okay, queen d5, queen f4,
Yes.
Sorry?
bishop f6, g3, rook g8,
Rook c1.
rook c1. Yeah, maybe we underestimated this queen f4, queen g3 idea a great deal, I think. Yeah, this is probably quite annoying for you, actually, yeah?
And now have to play well to equalize.
Yeah,
So-
probably.
so Queen
then the
d8,
game-
some subtle moves.
In the game, you already had to take on f3, or that part we missed? I have to
I
admit.
wasn't sure I'm fighting for anything, you know? I wasn't sure
Might
I'm...
No,
Right.
I think it's about equal,
my position
yeah.
is making any sense.
No,
if it
because
just
after f5, okay, e6 is always a weakness, yeah.
yeah, and then
Okay,
it was
maybe
just-
if the queen comes to f7 or somewhere in the king side, maybe
Magnus
can-
got very excited with this move,
Yeah.
but of course we both sold it after rook b5.
it's nothing.
It's nothing. Queen g3, bishop b5, d, rook d8.
No.
How do you know what Magnus
Well,
will
would
say?
Magnus ever root
So
against you?
he saw the result and came to us and told us that queen f3 was a strong move.
Okay.
Can we have one brief look at Magnus's position, because we haven't
Okay.
been there forever?
Wow, this looks really good for him.
I'm not sure, to be honest, if any progress has been made. Queen c7. King f7, king e7.
So you're very solid.
I'm trying to be, or maybe even knight d6.
But wait a second.
And just ignore everything.
Queen c7, like bishop d3.
Yeah. So he did go knight df6. That looks more sensible. Yeah, that looks more sensible.
Knight e5.
Can't I sacrifice my pieces?
Yeah, let's try. Knight e5 takes, check. So it might just be. I mean, even if I just do this.
But why don't you go king h8?
I don't know. No particular reason. Because I wanted to make a draw, but you're not letting me.
Why do you guys give away the piece?
Yeah, it's unclear.
You have too many, huh?
Not our piece, so we're ambivalent. But
I think just takes should be very nice advantage for white.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Okay.
How do you? I mean, this guy. How does it rejoin any kind of?
Can I give a check from c8?
Absolutely.
95?
You are allowed. Let me switch to attack.
Yes, please.
I see your plan.
Now I want to see some moves.
You want to give me mate, yeah? And then back to e5. And I will be mated. It is a surprisingly strong plan.
Surprisingly, because it came from me?
No, because I thought, I have 3 pieces defending against 2, because this really is not a piece. It's not doing very much. But yeah, maybe I underestimated how unpleasant this could be. Yeah.
But you can go queen b4, yeah?
Queen e6, queen f5 protects f2. This was my plan actually. I wanted to go queen b4, queen e1 and give first mate. But queen e6 is a bit of a problem here for me, because queen takes f5 protects and...
So you don't even get second mate now?
Yeah, no second mate for me.
Okay,
no, you should take with the knight on
d6. No, but you could go queen e7 first, and after queen b8 you can go queen b4.
Knight e5, yes. And now you have to like...
grovel a little bit.
No, but this is bad position, yeah?
But I mean, how bad is it?
No, even king f8, knight d7 and pawn is gone.
Queen d8. Magnus has taken on d6 in the meantime, so first important fork in the road. And Pavel takes with the queen. We think this might be very dangerous, right?
Put it on the board.
What did
it's on the board
What
now.
happened?
This is
he's taken with the queen, so we think queen c8
so
check.
he probably has some idea.
Queen c8 check and knight
queen
e5.
e7?
No, but this is kind of I think you're...
Queen h8.
Yes, but...
What's the point?
No, I'm just kidding.
Queen c8 has been played, knight e5 will be played a tempo, I think, but here, how do you make any kind of a progress here? Maybe... No, maybe actually you could do this. Because if knight d6, I have queen b8, and I think this guy is dead.
This should be lost.
Although now I can start jumping, maybe.
Are you going to jump for long?
It remains to be seen, but I will...
No, knight c4 and queen c8.
I will endeavor to jump a little bit.
Knight d5?
Knight d5. Yeah, that was kind of my hope, yeah. Although even this, I mean, I'm not sure I'm doing so well here, but I don't know, something like this, and pretend I'm jumping. This probably is fine, yeah?
For queen h3,
yeah, but we are very far away from the game. After queen e7, maybe f3 is unnecessary.
There has to be a nice technical solution here, because you're not actually threatening anything.
No, but maybe knight g4 is an idea? No, probably not. No, takes
maybe
bishop d3 now.
Queen b8? Yeah?
Queen b8, queen d6, and then you need to find another square again.
So queen b7, you want to play queen b4?
Probably, yeah.
But queen b6?
Queen e1?
Knight d3?
Knight d3, there's knight d3.
Queen d2.
But still knight d3.
There is nothing?
I'm not sure, maybe knight f2, yeah? Knight f2, queen e3, king g2, knight g4.
Knight e4.
But even queen c7, then there.
Knight e4 is
yeah, I forgot about queen c7, sorry, yeah. Here, queen c7 followed by queen f4.
No, queen b4 is wrong, so queen b7, yeah?
What is the threat? Is knight f7 a threat now? Maybe it is. Could very easily be a threat, because after queen b4 we can switch to the mating.
Queen d7.
Yeah, that I missed. But I mean, from a practical standpoint, this looks very dangerous for Pavel now, yeah? Because he is very passive and...
Oh, what's happening with Topolov's game? That's really exciting
Can
stuff.
you explain this move bishop g6 to us, because we didn't understand it.
Yeah. Why would you take on g6 here? Tell us everything.
Yeah, okay.
He was afraid of
I
bishop
have a
f5,
difficulty
I guess, yeah?
explaining my own moves. So
Okay, let's.
Okay, but bishop f5 and bishop d6.
Yeah, but you can
doesn't
start with
like-
bishop h6, for instance, then maybe knight h2, knight g4 is an interesting plan. We like this for white, and then
No,
took
but
on
then
g6.
b4 is.
But now it
no?
looks really
I mean,
dangerous.
bishop
yeah, but
h6, yeah?
somewhere around here, I think Vladimir must have misplayed it because, yeah, this now looks very risky. Although
he
Where
played
is the
rook
pawn?
he played rook e8, so let's try and figure out what's going on here.
Let's try.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, you have a
Cheating
computer guy.
sometimes. The computer is not very helpful. 0-13.
Yeah,
But some funky lines.
yeah. The computer apparently starts by giving this check and then play knight g5, bishop g5, right?
That's very
As you
positional.
do.
As one does, yeah. I've no idea what this means and why you cannot take with the king. Let's try and at least work this. Is this a mate of some kind of like
f5,
queen f7? Oh,
e4, queen g8.
four
No,
maybe or
queen,
something.
king
But no, maybe queen g7 check.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I mean, I must.
King f5, king e6 now.
What else can I be missing here? Rook e5 maybe? No, I don't believe that. This is a problem with the computer line of which you have only seen the first move.
You can just
I've seen
make
more
the
moves.
moves, yeah?
No, but black doesn't take on g5, I think, in your move, so you can't really help us here.
No,
Probably
queen
a fair
e3 and
assessment.
queen h3.
Hari solves the puzzle.
Beautiful.
So after bishop g5, black wants to play queen f5 instead. And now you can tell us more moves.
No, that's the last move I've seen. But if I looked slightly to my right, I could see another one.
And it's and a
95 check and
95
boring,
check
someone
and
ends in a
some
draw.
sort of a draw.
So this is what white is shooting for, yes.
Wonderful wealth of computer lines.
No, I guess you have to play king g4.
To get mated or what?
No, but otherwise this pawn
Oh wait. Ah yeah, king on g3.
Take?
Takes h3.
You're not even kidding, are you?
What can I do? Because the bishop endgame might be just lost.
I'm aware of that, yes.
No, but king h2 is probably mate, yeah?
What? Where?
King h2 now.
Ah yeah. This. King f4.
f3 and bishop g5 and f. No, then you go, yeah?
Yeah.
King f4.
Also maybe rook g8.
No, this is lost.
But this looks very, very, very dangerous.
But rook
to
g3 now.
Rook G.
I made it.
Rook
rook
e3,
is
rook h3.
Made it to safety.
Not really, I think. You know, Vesinin will play this position and might actually. Oh, no,
No, bishop
h5.
h5.
Sorry.
No, bishop
Yeah.
h5, king g2 and you're lost.
No, we're getting very excited, but.
No, but it's
all
lost
too
because rook
complicated for
f3,
me.
rook e5, yeah?
Yeah, but rook h4.
What? What are we discussing?
King g2,
King g2, rook h4. This is our.
bishop e5.
No, but this is
But
horrible.
finding-
This really is horrible for black.
This
now.
is lost.
This probably is lost.
But actually finding bishop e5
No, I mean,
is very difficult.
No, finding
Bishop G5.
finding the whole thing started with bishop h6, bishop g5 is not trivial. I wonder if there's anything else for white here at all.
Well, queen f4 looks natural, no?
Queen h3, what happens?
But I guess black just allows
Bishop
this.
G6
Yeah,
and
just
then-
or maybe I can even afford to play this.
Peter,
no?
can he play queen h3?
Where? Here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Queen h4?
Draw or mate is my question.
I think
Check, check. But black has no moves, probably winning for
queen
white. Yeah.
f7.
Maybe there's something even more,
Queen f7
more
looks really strong. Queen f7 looks really good.
with the idea of
Bishop
bishop h6. Yeah.
Looks very funky.
Yeah. If it forces rook f8, white is once again this is close to winning, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe I have.
So after queen h3, maybe black should try and not
Wow,
blunder
this is
everything
really
immediately.
dangerous for black.
Because
Like,
knight f6 is coming, yeah?
But check, Peter.
I'm aware. I'm trying to find some beautiful tactic like this, but it doesn't maybe
What?
I don't know.
It works.
But it works. Yeah, this is what I was shooting for.
Oh.
Yeah. You see, I can also calculate some three ply lines sometimes. But maybe simply queen takes h4
But I will take
actually.
queen h4.
Yeah, just queen h4, rook e1, bishop e1, and queen h6 is a bit of a threat here. So my beautiful combination has been refuted by not engaging with it.
So Levon,
I
are you
know.
happy with your tournament?
We have to play bishop d8 maybe. Huh?
Are you happy with your tournament?
Oh, he gave a check. I am very happy with winning 2 games and one after another. That brings me lots of joy.
Harry, what about you? You haven't played a super tournament for a while. How did your thing go? I'm just bored, so I'm asking some questions while you keep
Yeah,
on.
because I'm calculating queen h4.
Sorry.
But this didn't happen. He gave a check.
He gave a
He
check.
gave a check on h8, so on h6. So we'll monitor the game. But yeah, please tell us everything about your tournament whilst we're doing that.
But this is more interesting, you know.
Go ahead.
No, it has been good. Okay, I started with a loss and won 2 games. Well, games were very interesting, so it's nice.
That was a comprehensive answer, I think.
Yeah.
So
No, but when
further
there is
questions.
interesting position,
What
you
to do
ask me a different question, yeah?
Yeah, fine. Once we got something interesting.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's briefly revisit the game we haven't seen in a while. It seems like
Maxi Boy is going to win.
if Magnus doesn't win, Maxim, I think, is a heavy favorite to join you two guys on +2. Yeah, this looks like I mean, rook takes e3 wins a pawn, but it feels like you are actually selling yourself short if you do this, yeah? You probably want to give mate of some kind here. I'm not sure there is mate.
No, but rook e3, bishop e3 and king f2 and bishop a7, it's completely fine, no?
No, what?
King f2?
No, but I mean, even this. The problem is,
No, but
even winning this position
but
might not be.
I think
might
rook
not be that
b3
easy,
is
but here
better.
rook d3.
No, but rook b3 is better instead of rook e3.
Rook b3 and bishop a1, and if rook d5, bishop c6. But there's bishop rook a5 here,
Yeah, but
and
f3 is
d4,
hanging.
and
yeah?
king f2. This, I'm not sure how bad this is.
This looks okay. King f2.
Yeah, king f2, e4, bishop e3, knight d4. It's not so horrible. Although, I mean, you still pick black here, I think. Yeah,
Knight d4.
yeah, close to a draw.
I regularly get such positions out of Grunfeld with white.
And okay, big developments in Magnus's game because Pavel for some reason decided to play knight g4 here. Why
takes bishop d3.
Why couldn't he
resigns.
play queen d6? Was he worried about f3? Takes, you have to take knight d6. How lost is this?
Not at all.
Yeah, why then didn't he play this is a question.
Oh, c7, huh?
c7 and knight f7.
Knight f7. This is very cheeky.
Beautiful. This is very beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, but the position he got in the game now, bishop d3 is coming and everything starts dropping. Yeah, it's more or less lost now, I guess.
No tie breaks for us.
So seemingly Magnus will recover after yesterday, and yeah, this looks horrible. Oh, I wonder what the timing situation is, but
No, but okay.
it probably
it's
shouldn't
probably
matter
lost,
that
yeah?
much. Yeah, it should just be
just
objectively be
lost.
lost.
Are you sad to see this, Levon,
Rook
or are you
e5?
more happy
He
with your
played
own
rook
result?
e5.
Of course, I'm sad to see this.
Hard
Played rook
competitors.
e5.
Huh?
Rook e5.
Yeah, and
Bishop
in
h6,
the
king
game
g6.
we were
There's
discussing.
only one move, bishop d8,
Bishop d8 is the only move here.
Are you still in this
according
position?
to computer. Yeah.
Well, but that's actually not very surprising because the threat of rook g5 needs to be addressed. You know, if you pass rook g5, we'll just win on the spot.
What about f5?
Huh?
What about f5 now?
Yeah. I never know if
He saw the
if Jan
computer.
is
He saw the computer line, and he's
just
trying to
testing.
test you.
no,
If you see tactics.
but I don't see tactics. Why would you do this to me? This
Queen
doesn't
f5?
work. Yeah, this doesn't work. I
No.
thought this might work, but it doesn't because king e6. Okay, how do I win here? Also, do I win here or not?
You don't really win.
Well, the computer gets queen e3 is clever.
Takes rook g5. Beautiful.
King h7, rook g7. Yeah, this looks promising. This looks promising, but I think bishop d8 is, you know, it would be the first move I would want to try and work out because you need to start swapping pieces. Queen d3 check f5. Looks horribly dangerous though, like bishop f4 even.
Or f4 and bishop g5.
Ah.
Some positional.
But maybe bishop c7 is good.
Bishop g5, nevertheless.
But I can just do this, and I think I shouldn't lose, no?
I will not be able to find an attack. Huh?
I don't know. Queen h3, queen h4, queen h6 mate is fast, but maybe black can be in time. I'm not sure. Even this followed by queen g3 and bishop
Wow,
f6.
this looks scary.
This looks very scary, actually. Yeah. But yeah, we are ad-libbing here a little bit because it's a very complicated position, and I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe king h7.
Bishop g5.
Bishop g5. I wanted to play something.
Knight f6.
Is this a better or worse version for me?
I guess better for you, but still rather.
Still very unpleasant.
Okay,
Kind of
also
reminds me
bishop-
of the last game they played in Skopje, but with colors reversed. Yeah, Vladimir won something very similar with white, also with the bishop on f6, which was a very strong piece.
So to sum up, Magnus is winning.
Yeah, Magnus
Topalov is now back in business. And Geary game we haven't seen for a while, should be a draw still, yeah?
Yeah, that game.
Did you drop the mic?
Yes.
Thank you for joining, and thanks for
The extensive answers. Welcome back, everybody, to the final round of Altibox Norway chess. And I'm not very good at math, but Magnus Carlsen won the tournament, right?
Yeah, congratulations to Magnus, who, after a very, very poor day yesterday, managed to recover to beat Pavel Ilyanov, a player he has a very, very good score against once again, and he will win the tournament on 6 out of 9. Half a point ahead of Levon Aronian and possibly MVL and maybe the winner of Topalov Kramnik, but he is now secure in his victory because Levon's game ended in a draw.
Yeah, congratulations to the world champion. It seems like he always comes through in the last round or in tie-break situations recently, right?
He's been doing very well in these sports recently.
We'll hopefully be joined by both Pavel Ilyanov and Magnus Carlsen after Magnus is done with his duties on TV2, where he's explaining the Norwegian chess fans another victory. They're a bit spoiled in Norway. Aren't they? He's winning a lot.
Yes, but not here. This actually is his first victory in Stavanger, and I think that is very, very important for him because it was maybe, the only super tournament he hasn't won. I want to say. I feel.
Depends on the definition, but yeah, sure. I can't think of one.
Yeah, but of the ones he's played regularly, there was the one victory that eluded him up to today, but. He's finally put that behind him, winning a tournament on his home soil, and must be very relieved and a very happy man right now.
Yeah, and bad end to the tournament for Pavel Ilyanov, who didn't have a great start, then recovered, but things went downhill in the last 3 games. We were blaming you, but you didn't share a card today, did you?
Today I stayed as far away as possible, but yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. It was a weird game, but let's ask the players once they're here. The game that is the most complicated right now is the game between Topalov and Kramnik, where at least optically Topalov has the initiative, right? The computer says equality, but it doesn't look so easy.
Generally, in positions like this, you take the side with the attack, and it's certainly White who is pushing here, I feel, but should be holdable with correct play because the rooks will be coming off soon, and with that Black's task will become obviously much simpler. With the reduced material, should be possible to keep his stuff together. But yeah, optically you definitely pick White here, I feel, and precise defense will still be required.
And has Maxime messed up a little bit? I'm not sure. He's still a tad better, but was this the best he could get?
No, although maybe by this point he didn't have that much. This was the position we briefly discussed with Levon and Harry when they were here, and they were making the argument for rook takes b3, but even there, the fact that White has rook a5 after bishop c6 is very, very relevant, and it probably holds for White. Bishop somewhere, king f2, a6, and the immediate knight d4. I think it's important not to play e4 and allow rook d8 with ideas of rook d3, but just play knight d4 straight away. Yeah, White's position looks solid, and Black will struggle to win this, I think.
We're not sure how long Magnus is gonna take. Shall we ask Pavel if he wants to join us already? Because I can see him. Pavel, do you want to come over? Magnus will join once he's done, but we don't know when. We're now being joined by Pavel Ilyanov. Come in the middle, I'll take this one. Oh, we're live.
Yeah, we're live, but we're waiting to get mic'd up. So,
tough end for the tournament for you.
Yeah.
What went wrong? Of course, you can lose to Magnus, but in general, do you feel like something happened in these last 3 rounds?
Yeah, but before it was of course a big disappointment yesterday, and also in round 7 against Aronian. So in games, I should score normally 1 or 1.5 points. So that's why it's and today it actually was also quite okay position for me. Of course.
You were fine out of the opening, right? We'll ask Magnus, but we were a bit confused by this knight bd2 move he played because we couldn't understand his plan, and we thought you were doing very well.
In the eyes,
Yeah, we thought knight c3 followed by something like, whoops, not e4, but e3, knight e2 looked more natural.
Yeah, maybe at some point he wanted to play knight b3. I mean, after if I play normally queen e7, then here.
But
okay.
you can, you know, if you're very pressed, you can play bishop c7.
Yeah, something like that.
Actually, I wanted to ask you, did you feel rook a7, b6 was?
Now I'm not sure that it was a good plan. Okay, because probably whatever I could play queen e7, a more normal move. I mean, it shouldn't be bad, of course. I mean, this position it goes nowhere, but
maybe even b6, or is b6 wrong?
b6 is c5. Maybe this is his idea.
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we thought that you could just play like a normal Stonewall, maybe g5, g4 later play.
Yeah.
Play on the king side, but
yeah, it should be good for black.
So what happened after rook a7?
Yeah. Okay, maybe it's not that bad, but at least he got some play. I mean, here this is I didn't see this maneuver. Yeah. And it's a bit more comfortable for white, but I think it should be holdable, of course.
Did you miss this knight b1 retreat?
Yeah. I mean, this position should be holdable. I don't know. I wanted to play g5 at some point because I think it's important to play g5, g4, then close everything, and it should be draw. But not so easy now to play.
Why didn't you? What bothered you with g5 here, for example?
Here, queen c2.
Prince 2.
Yeah, bishop d3. Yes, my concern was also bishop d3.
And maybe
because
it
takes knight g5, and it looks dangerous.
And queen a7.
Yeah, it looks dangerous. Yeah, this particular move. Maybe h6 and bishop d3, simply h6. I mean g5 and I don't know, queen c2
maybe.
Yeah.
But also, can you start with bishop d6 here?
Okay, take. Check, maybe.
And go to the center?
Yeah, it was also possible.
Like maybe a kind of a setup with the knight on d7, because maybe you will be more solid there. But I don't know.
Queen b7, I don't know. It's not so easy now to play.
Maybe the whole thing maybe is not as easy as it looks at first glance.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, I guess Magnus not so pleasant, of course, to play it. I mean, yes, I have also some different plan. I think king f7 maybe also did, and bishop d6 here. To put king on e7, maybe it was the best option if it works. I don't know.
And we are being joined by the world champion. Congratulations on winning the tournament.
Thank you.
Did you think this was already much better for you, or should be holdable?
Both? Why can't it be both? No, I think in principle it's defensible, but it's extremely passive.
Sure.
Yeah.
What did you think was the best setup here?
I don't know. It wasn't my problem really. My moves suggest themselves, and then it's up to him to.
Yeah, maybe king f7 also.
Yeah. And then.
Yeah, bishop d6, king e7.
Yeah, something like bishop d3.
Yeah, now he can take maybe. No? Maybe takes.
Maybe takes king f7, king f6.
King f6, yeah.
I wondered about this, like just to play h4 then, h6, knight h3. Like bishop e4, fe. I mean, this wasn't plan A, but then h4, h6, knight h3.
Maybe, yeah. G5,
Okay, this is
G5 maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is sort of nice. So I
take Queen A8, yeah.
Take.
Maybe
Well,
take
Queen
on
A8, yes, Queen F8. I could go Queen D1. And so I guess Queen E7 probably.
Or King G6 maybe first. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's
so
not work.
Queen G4. And
Queen G7 maybe, but it's very
Queen G7.
passive, yeah.
No, I missed Queen G7 actually. I was thinking King G6. Shit. Okay, I was wrong about everything because I was thinking after King G2, Black is basically in Sursa here.
Yeah, King G7.
King H6.
Yeah, King G7 is better.
Okay, no. Okay, this is not good. I was actually just going to take on D6.
I guess.
Take with the knight, maybe.
Maybe with the knight.
But then maybe you can take on H7 because it.
No,
comes
but how?
No.
King F6.
No. Then if H6, King E7, it might be difficult to break down.
Yeah, okay, but then I go Queen A3, Knight E5 is coming.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it's solvable, but it's very. I mean, the problems aren't going away. That's what I'm saying. So.
I have to ask you the question I've been bothering everybody with. What was this knight BD2 move? Where is it going? Like we couldn't understand.
No. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't very happy with knight c3. I think knight c3 looks normal to get e3, knight e2, but then gets b6 immediately, I think. And cd, ed.
And
no, this is wrong. This is wrong. What?
Trying to see if I'll.
Okay, this is. What was I thinking?
Is this good for you?
No, this is probably good for knight.
And something, yeah?
Yeah. What was I thinking?
Only you can tell us.
Yeah, that is probably just a hallucination.
Yeah, because we couldn't figure out where it's going here. If let's say if Queen is 7, maybe you can play Knight B3, but it also looks a bit artificial.
Yeah. Actually, I thought G5 was also very much a possibility. I mean, I don't like my position very much, but I was going King H1.
And Knight G1, Knight E2, yeah?
Yeah.
Let's put this on the board because I think it deserves a diagram, so to speak. Yeah.
I would play it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the.
But Black, I mean, Stonewall players would probably be.
Yeah, I mean, I play a bit of Stonewall myself, so if this is not good, then nothing is. But yeah.
That was my point. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say I was very happy.
But here it's already quite pleasant for you, I guess. Yes. So somewhere.
Okay. Now I'm very happy. Yeah. So. I mean, as soon as I get b4, then it's very nice. But no, I don't see a plan for black. I mean,
yeah.
Other than
so you seem to be only playing this line against each other, but with opposite colors all the time. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but this is, of course, a much better version for black. Yeah, with a4, a5.
Yeah, we were wondering what will happen if you actually just play exactly the same with white and ask Pavel to repeat what you did against him. Would be curious.
Well,
are you expecting an answer to that?
Not really, but I thought I'd throw it in there and see what happens.
Fishing.
Yeah.
I'm also wondering. My memory is not so good, but you seem to be always coming through recently in these must-win situations or in tie breaks. You've become extremely clutch, right? Is there any secret to it?
I don't know. It seems like I'm winning tie breaks, but I haven't won so many last rounds. I don't know.
I have a short memory, but in London, for example, it mattered.
Sure. I don't know. I like tie breaks. I don't like last rounds very much, but I like tie breaks.
Should have made a draw.
Yeah. It doesn't really compute, you know. If you like tiebreaks, your play today is very inconsistent.
Also, in general, do you feel you're not playing worse after losing a game? Because most people, I think, play worse, but you seem to be able to come back. Not that you lost a lot recently, but
not always. I'm not always in a great state of mind, but I don't seem to play markedly worse.
no tips how to do it, because I'm ruined if I lose a chess game.
Never any helpful ideas, because we're here, you know, waiting for the secret of eternal youth or whatever. Other positions, do you think this is winnable? Probably not anymore, I guess. Too few pawns left.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, somewhere around here it looks extremely promising for.
I thought.
I mean, this looks fantastic for black, right?
No. Now I'm just. When I first saw the position, I thought it was Li Chao.
No. This is MVL's.
Could almost have been.
Yeah. No,
this is too little. Huh?
Yeah, should be a draw, I guess.
It's still not very.
It should be 6, king of 2.
Yeah, but even 2 against 2.
Yeah, I mean he will play on, of course, justifiably, but probably should be holdable. And what do you think about this? I thought Vladimir just had a forced draw here by bishop h5, bishop g5, queen g7, bishop d8, bishop f3. I thought this was forcing white to play. Oh no, maybe bishop g5. Maybe this is why he didn't do it.
Yeah.
But now, what is this?
Maybe it's a forced draw as well. Check.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Or maybe he's playing bishop c7 immediately and claiming he's better.
Maybe. But no longer particularly relevant because you're on +3, right?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I think maybe knight e5 is the best here. Or at least the most practical.
But that white will never, I mean, it should still be a draw, but I mean...
No, white will never lose it.
Yeah, no, I think it's safe, but...
Because if you take on h4, queen b1... Actually, white can play the endgame and still not lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last question. Have you followed the Blitz event in St. Louis? What's your prediction for Kasparov today?
I don't know. I didn't really follow the last few games yesterday. I felt at the start that Gary was playing. He was playing very well. I mean, he's making blunders, but it didn't seem that Hikaru and Wesley had the right sort of attitude, or they didn't seem to be very in it. But I mean, they scored a lot of points at the end, so they must have caught some kind of win. But I think, Gary's playing very well, and I think the others today have to respond. Probably play some better openings against him, because I mean, I am familiar with most of the stuff that Gary is playing here. And I mean, he's playing his stuff, and the other guys should follow. Otherwise, it will be hard to keep up.
All right, then. Congratulations and thanks a lot, Magnus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Condolences, Pavel, but we hope to see you back soon.
Okay.
this is Svidler for Chess24, introducing a series of videos on Mikhail Tal, the 8th world champion, an extremely exciting chess player, and also a personal hero of mine, both as a chess player and as a human being. I hope I haven't done a disservice in this series to his games, which influenced many generations of chess players to come. I hope you enjoy it, and please let me know if you like the format, because there are more exciting chess players out there we could cover in this way. But for now, I hope you enjoy the games of Tal. I most certainly enjoyed annotating them and bringing them to you. Hi, this is Svidler for Chess24, and my first video in the Tal series. This video will be dedicated to the early years of Mikhail Tal, and the games I've chosen for this video are somewhat one-sided, but I wanted to illustrate just how big an advantage in tactical complications Tal had in the early years over generally fairly decent opposition, and just how unused people were to his style of play. And these two games, I think, illustrate it fairly well, even if the chess content is, as I said, reasonably one-sided. The two games I've chosen are from 1956 and 1957, and we'll start with a game Tal played with black against Bukhuti Gurgenidze in 1957. Bukhuti played d4, and immediately it becomes obvious that Tal's repertoire was built with his particular strength in mind. Black plays knight f6, c4, c5, and opts for the Benoni structures, where play is very unbalanced and asymmetrical, and players who have a better understanding of dynamics and better tactical awareness perhaps have the bigger edge. e6, knight c3 takes, knight f3, g6. These days, White's play in this line is more varied, and perhaps the two more popular lines against the Benoni these days are e4, bishop g7, and in this position h3, bishop d3, and also there are a lot of lines where White develops his bishop to g2. But in those years, I think the most popular system against the Benoni structures was the classical one, where White goes bishop e2, castles, and then plays knight d2, trying to secure a very, very beautiful square for this knight on c4. And this is what Gurgenidze played. In this position, I think objectively, first of all, if given the opportunity, Black generally plays bishop g4 and takes on f3. This opportunity is now gone, and in this position, I suspect the more critical approach is to play knight d7 and knight e5. But what Tal did is also a well-known way of developing his pieces. I myself landed in this position in my match against Anna Ushenina in the Tromsø World Cup, and I played b6 in this position, and soon had a very, very unpleasant game. And Tal went knight a6 with a similar plan in mind, as you will see. Rook e1 is a normal developing move. I don't think there's much wrong with it. Knight c7. Now that the knight is on c7, White happily plays a4, because if Black wants to put his knight on b4, he now has to lose an additional tempo putting it back on a6. Tal plays b6 in this position, perhaps aiming in some positions to play bishop a6 and just generally making a development move. And there are many options available to White in this position. Bishop f1 is one, and maybe even f2, f3, aiming to play knight c4 straight away. But what Gurgenidze did is also a very, very natural move. Queen c2. And now White is ready to play knight c4 next move, to which Tal replies by playing knight g4. And in this position, objectively speaking, if White takes on g4, bishop takes g4 and goes knight c4, Black's position is very, very unpleasant, because he's ended up, I think, with the wrong light pieces, and the pawn on d6 will be under severe pressure the moment the bishop arrives on f4. And generally speaking, in this position, I think Black is facing a very unpleasant defensive task. Instead of which, Gurgenidze, who was a very decent player, even if this game will not really be able to demonstrate that, he shows a somewhat amazing to me naivete in approaching a game against a player such as Tal, because once black plays knight g4, it's safe to assume he has some kind of a tactical idea in mind, not only queen h4, which looks obvious, but also something else. And to play h2, h3 in this position, which is what Gorginidze did, shows that people were still unprepared. Perhaps I'm making too general a conclusion from one game, but I think it would be fair to say that people were somewhat unprepared to the level of aggression Tal was capable of unleashing at any point if he gave him half an opening. And h3 here is just very, very bad objectively, and a player lesser than Mikhail Tal would probably have found the refutation, but in his hands you can be certain this is already maybe a winning position for black. Knight takes f2, of course, the knight never planned to return. King f2, queen h4 check, king f1 is the only move, bishop d4, bishop knight d1, and strictly speaking even bishop takes h3 is very, very strong here, but of course Tal plays queen takes h3. I think in his approach to chess, aesthetics played a very, very significant role, and making a move like this on the board is, well, a pleasant sensation. Bishop f3, queen h2, and black is obviously, black has a fantastic attack here, and the bishop will come to a6, and white has trouble meeting even those threats, but black also needs to open up some files for the rooks, so f5 will be a very logical way of opening the E and F files for the rooks to join in the attack, which is what happened in the game. Objectively, I think this position is already beyond salvation for white. If white goes, let's say, knight c4, black plays f5, knight f2, bishop a6, and there are some prosaic ways of losing this for white, such as, for instance, bishop e3, f e4, knight takes e4, bishop e3, rook e3 takes on c4, and then check and take on a1, and black will win the endgame arising after knight f6, check, king f7. But if white, after knight f2, bishop a6, tries to at least temporarily stop the black attack and plays a4, a5, the machine suggested a very, very funny way of winning this position with black, which I thought I might show you because it just made me laugh out loud when I saw it on the screen. F e4, rook e4, rook e4, knight e4, and in this position the machine suggested that black could play b5, driving the knight onwards to d6, and then just attack the knight by playing knight e8, and white has to simply give up the knight altogether, because if white takes on e8, now before discovered check, just delivers mate, because white needed to be able to play knight d6, c4 in this position. But the move Buhuti Gorginidze played also doesn't help. He went knight e3, to which black replied f5. Instead of f5, a very funny idea, I would say, is to play knight a6, aiming to put the knight on b4 and then develop the bishop to a6, and in this fashion to include absolutely every single piece in the attack, but f5 just wins quite efficiently, so there is no need for those geometry motifs to come into play. If white tries to run with the king here, king e2, black will take on e3, king e3, knight takes d5, forcing the king back to the corner, and now queen h4 check, g3, queen h2 check, bishop g2, and knight f6 is perhaps the easiest way to win. The knight comes to g4, and the white's position completely collapses. And in the game after knight dc4, black took on e4, bishop e4, bishop a6, and this position is just totally winning. Black wins with almost any legal move, bishop f3. I quite like in this position the idea of playing rook f8, king e2, and rook takes f3, king takes f3. And in this position, maybe the most effective way to kill off the game is to play rook e8, cutting off the e file as an escape route for the white king, and then black will converge on the king and give mate. But what Tal did is also fine. He went rook e5, rook a3, rook a8, and now black is ready to at least win back all the material. And the game continued. Bishop d2, knight takes d5, bishop d5, rook d5, and after king e2, bishop e3, rook e3, bishop takes c4. White finally resigned, because if he takes on c4, queen g2, king d1, and queen takes d2 is made. As I said, this is a somewhat one-sided game, which is, from a purely chess perspective, perhaps not that interesting. Generally speaking, a game like this, these days you will not encounter very frequently in a game between two high-level players, and this was played in the Soviet Championship. But I think it illustrates my original point that people were generally very unprepared to deal with Tal's aggressive style and his incredible tactical awareness. And the second game I picked is a game from 1956 where Tal played white against Alexander Tolosh, a player who was also a very, very sharp and a very gifted tactician. But here, well, you could say this was a bit of an opening disaster, but in those years, I don't think home preparation in the openings played as big a part as it does today. And I'm fairly certain that Tal's refutation of Tolosh's opening play was not a product of his home preparation, but was found over the board. And it's very, once again, it's very illustrative, I think, of just how dangerous he was when handed initiative from an early stage in a game. c5, knight f3, d6, black goes for the Najdorf, bishop g5, e6, f4, queen b6.
Today's yelling competition coming to you live from the Norwegian. I don't know where we are, but it was loud. I don't even have a metaphor. Peter, what's still going on in the games?
Yeah, it is a bit hard. I just wanted to remark that I'm not sure if this crowd is here to
cheering for us.
They're not cheering for us, but there are two versions of why they're here. They're either here to witness Magnus's first win on home soil, or maybe these are Dara Brian fans. I don't know which is more disturbing, because Dara Brian fans should be nice and considerate people, and they shouldn't really be shouting this much when there's a live show going on. But yeah, we don't know. Anyway, MVL will be trying to well, draw blood from the stone here, more or less. 2 against 2. Magnus remarked that even 2 against 2 is playable, but frankly, with the king on h7 against the king, let's say on d3, d4, you don't really expect black to win this, right?
No, I don't envy MVL's task here. I think it's just going to be a draw, and he's probably in this phase of self-hatred where he's looking back at the great position he had earlier and how could he mess this up and so on. He's not playing for tournament victory anymore, but of course an extra half point would probably not only ensure him shared second place, also win him 5 more rating points.
Yeah, rating points, pride, some money, which, you know, might actually come in handy at some point in life. So
also, if he wins today, I haven't checked, but he might be getting very close to 2,800, right? Let me briefly look.
Yeah, let's check. Yeah.
Wow, people are like throwing glasses at
as usual. Yeah, the situation around us is can be described by various adjectives, and you will hear them and we will not. This is the problem.
No, if he wins, he'd be getting to 2,795, so not quite there, but he is number 4 in the world in the current live rating list already, so MVL keeps going places.
Yeah, and he will put some distance between himself and Levon, who is currently number 5 with 2792, having gained some rating here. So that's one game. Another game
this
still
one's boring. Let's go to Topalov Kramnik.
This one is also not particularly exciting anymore, regrettably. Yeah, should be close to equal. I think it's still white who probably pushes a little bit. Although, I mean, if you play h3, which I think Vladimir is likely to do here.
What do? You take it or you go f3?
I would probably, on sort of aesthetic grounds, would prefer to play f3,
Yeah,
but queen b1, king h2 takes. Maybe even queen takes. I mean, white will never in a million years lose this, but winning it is probably also off the table. I mean, you don't really have enough material on the board, so that would be one way to go about things. You could also just ignore this and play, I don't know, something like bishop h5 or I don't know, king g6, but allowing f3, king h2 feels, with the pawn on h4, let's say you make some kind of a pass move like king g6, f3, queen b1, check, king h2. Suddenly I think white gets very, very interested. You know, this could be quite bad for black.
I'm very, very interested.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks bad.
So
people
this
are
game
shooting us bamboozled looks over here. I don't think these are chess fans. They're thinking,
No.
like, is this the warm-up for the comedic act we've come to see?
And
they don't seem that funny.
And this is actually very, very curious because this is a position in Lichao-Giri, and I felt that Lichao was the side pushing for the entire game, but then in the position after rook c7, I'm not sure if he had better moves, but the game became very, very tactical here, and it feels like Anish may have tricked Lichao here a little bit, because bishop f6, rook c2, the machine already suggests white needs to sacrifice an exchange by playing rook f2, takes, 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 bishop e7, and this probably is a draw, but yeah, it's very, very difficult to decide on this with white in a practical game, and I think Lichao was very hopeful that this little tactic works. Takes, takes, bishop takes, and rook h3 with the idea of meeting rook c4 with knight d4, and the bishop falls.
It's clever.
But after bishop f7, rook takes g4, let's say king g6, rook h4 check, king h6, but maybe rook f4 is still a draw. The point is, there is really no good way of dealing with the rook c3 threat. Even that is actually not true. Maybe you can do this. But this, I think, white might actually lose, because white is completely tied up, and he is not really getting out of the corner. Although, yeah, I keep on revising my own expectations here. a5 followed by king a4, bishop e8, king a3, bishop f7, king, like something like this could be a positional draw.
But even after king a4, you don't have a move, no? If I go
yeah, that
king
is
f7,
true.
whatever, king
like
f6, wherever
king
you are.
f6. That is true. Yeah, so I don't think this is particularly attractive, but rook f4 might be a draw, because if you go bishop g8, I can play rook g4 and continue attacking the bishop, and if you play something like here, check, no, but this is good. Yeah, I somehow completely, no, hang on, rook f4, rook c3, king a2, but yeah, but now king g7 or king e7, yeah, wins the exchange.
Yes.
Okay, so actually Lichao will have to be very careful now, seemingly, because yeah, I think he may have missed bishop f7.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe a happy ending for Anish, not his best tournament as he's tweeted about himself.
But if he wins this last one, it salvages. Yeah, it salvages the tournament to a great degree. Yeah, it's no longer a disaster. Of course, he will not be happy with 50% in this field, and in particular, I think, with the way he played, because he was a long way off his best. But yeah, 50% is an acceptable result when you're clearly in quite poor run of form. And Lichao just goes for this position with the rook on b1, which is curious. I don't know if he should be so happy about this. Rook c3.
I don't think he's happy. He just didn't see anything else.
Rook c3, rook b1, rook e3. Let's see if
b5, a5 does not help our chances.
No,
greatly.
let's ask a more general question. If white just plays rook b1, rook b2 ad nauseum, so to speak, how does black win? I just ignore everything and tell you can bring the king wherever you want, put it on whatever square you like.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure how you're winning anyway.
Maybe we aren't. No, I don't see it.
let's say we play, I don't know, bishop d5, we bring the king to e5. We play bishop c4, we bring the king to e4.
Rook c3,
and then,
just for good
yeah,
luck.
rook c3.
Still, yeah.
Hang on. But still, yeah, even here, yeah.
There's no progress.
Because you can't really come any closer. You can now play bishop g8,
b2,
rook b2, king c4, rook b1. Ah, maybe no, but then rook c1, yeah. Now rook c1, bishop c2, and even this is a draw. Even this is a draw. Black wins both of white's pawns, but yeah, that doesn't really help very much. So our current understanding is, by just playing rook b1, rook b2 forever, white is actually seemingly out of danger here, but we could be wrong on that subject. We'll update you if we come up with anything. No moves in Kramnik-Topalov. Topalov-Kramnik should be more precise. And yeah, this will go on for a while, but I shouldn't think.
Can't win this.
I shouldn't think Niels loses this. Yeah.
What do you do? Like bishop to b4, knight to c5, or where do you put your pieces?
I'm not sure. I'm also not even sure it matters a great deal.
More broken glass. These Norwegian hooligans are really acting up over here.
Yeah. No, I think it's the Irish.
No,
I think it's the Irish who've come to cheer their hero, the man with the skull. I'm not sure what to add to any of these three games. We will see if Anish comes up with a plan here, but we don't see what he can do.
No, I'm way too concerned about my personal safety. I'm just monitoring the audience, see if any bottles are thrown. Looks like we're good for now, but get ready to duck, dive, dodge.
Yeah, dodge. Dodgeball.
Dip.
Yeah.
And dodge.
And dodge, yeah, correct.
There's a lot to be learned from Patches O'Houlihan, but I won't get lost in too obscure references yet. What are we talking about? This is equal, and the other one also looks equal, but on the other one there looks like there's less margin for error. Take the pawn.
Take the pawn.
Bring the king and hope for something to happen, but I don't see how.
Yeah.
I thought I had an idea, but it's gone.
Yeah, that's what happens with ideas, generally, I think.
Nah, gone again. Nah, it's a draw.
It is becoming progressively hard to do this in the current climate, because
very hostile environment.
Yeah.
We're not good at dealing with any adversity.
Absolutely. So let's look for. And Vladimir did play h3. At least we have moves in this game. And after g takes h3, the queen on e4 is way too strong for black to be in any kind of danger here.
Why did I play a5?
Bishop h5, but also white can always swap queens at every opportunity. So I feel this will be very likely will be the first draw between these two players in 9 years, which is very, very impressive. But yeah,
so
finally.
Anybody you haven't drawn for 9 years?
No.
You played regularly?
No, I think yeah, I can safely say this is a result which will be very, very unlikely in my career. If you take, any 9-year stretch in my career, I think it will be impossible to find people I've only had decisive games against.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I checked statistics. I did play 32 draws against each other in classical games, but apparently not for a while.
Not for a while, yeah.
I'm trying to make progress in secret in this Giri position, but there is no progress to be made, I'm afraid. It is just a draw. all the games shall end peacefully.
Although I think MVL might keep us from dinner.
No, MVL is gonna keep trying till the bitter end. But bitter it will be. Not that bitter. Draw with black against Niels, of course, is a normal result, but he had such a good position. Like, where did it all go wrong?
I'm not sure. I mean, somewhere like 94 rook d1, the position looks fantastic for black.
Maybe it's still defendable.
Yeah, maybe it's not that easy to break down, actually. Maybe this is the...
If I get bishop d2, bishop e1, I'm slightly better with black.
Are you?
Maybe
yeah, maybe you are, but...
Not worse, at least.
So he played h5, creating a positional idea of bishop g4. Niels sidestepped it, and then suddenly decided to change his mind and take on e4.
Oh, it's cunning. Played with MVL's feelings.
Yes. I mean, you can take with a pawn, but then probably White's position is very, very solid.
So rook, bishop, the bishop comes to c3, we're not worse at all. Bishop g4, rook c1, nah.
Yeah, you're not winning this. Yeah. No, I mean black is, I think, maybe.
Why? Even if I go passive, bishop e3, I'm not sure I have to defend that pawn. h4.
Yeah, this is just also the king will emerge via g2, and then White will start playing for a win with rook c5, rook ac1. Yeah, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. So rook e4, f3, rook e8, b3. It looks like Niels is stabilizing, actually.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't that much to begin with.
Yeah, it's very possible that we overestimated the dangers of Niels' position here.
Even though we've sometimes criticized Niels' moves, you can never criticize his spirit, and you know he's not going to collapse even in a bad position. He doesn't really get upset or depressed with the result or with not having won games. He just keeps fighting.
Yeah. The current position, I mean, black is perfectly justified in continuing. If the king, let's say,
anybody would continue it.
Yeah, if the king reaches d5, it might become slightly annoying, but yeah, I mean, the problem with this position is that White can't actually make a
bishop here.
Yeah, White cannot actually make a draw here, sort of by force. White can only continue defending accurately and wait for the game to run its course. There's no bishop c1.
Go somewhere else.
King d7.
Go here.
Bishop c6, followed by f5, followed by king e6. I don't know. Let's say f5, king e6.
Yeah, I'll lose this very, very quickly.
No, you won't, because actually, if you just go knight e2 and maybe stay on e2 and
yeah, but it's hard to cover both these squares somehow. It's bishop c5. There will be some questions.
So, no, it's not a completely empty position. You get the feeling it should be holdable, but there are still issues for Niels to solve. You don't solve issues, right? You solve some other things, but not issues.
I've never solved a single issue in my life. And Li Chao's played a5. Not sure why, because now maybe you can still do nothing, but it feels wrong to give the king that b5 square. But maybe it doesn't change a single thing.
I'm not sure it changes very much, but
it probably doesn't.
Maybe he feels that he has this positional draw I was describing, but after king a4, black just ignores it. So no, that was a...
Yeah, I'm just making random moves to see if I can do anything here, but I don't think I can.
I couldn't see any progress even from here, to be honest. I think it might still be a draw, but...
You can't take this pawn, but if the knight jumps, let's say, we haven't made tremendous progress here either.
Also, I can, after rook e4, I can play rook c2 and start playing for a win.
Might checkmate me, but
probably not for very long, but yeah, rook c3.
Are you still playing for a win?
A little bit, yeah. I'm sneaky that way. I'm not gonna win though. Rook h4, rook knight d2, rook somewhere d4, I guess, and yeah. I don't think it's happening for me here, but
just to illustrate, must fight the temptation to take this knight because you might get trapped. But yeah, it looks like there's nothing that Anish can do to avoid the draw, which means he does not get to 50% in this tournament And probably 50% should no longer be his rapping name.
You think you get stripped of your rapping name after one failure to reach 50%?
Yes.
You are very harsh.
50 Cent had to change his name to Curtis Jackson after one album didn't sell.
Really?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought, but not a huge expert on this subject. Yeah, this game is still ongoing, but at some point White will have to swap queens and it will no longer be ongoing. Queen f4 or queen e3 or anywhere. And even if the king gets to b7, Black just gives up this pawn, plays bishop b5 and lights up a pipe. Queen f4 has been played.
Oh, the people have left the room.
Yeah, I think Dara Brian is starting. Dara, tell them not to do this anymore. Seriously. You have influence over these people.
Shall we talk? I don't feel like talking. But now it's quiet, so probably makes sense to talk. So yeah, all three remaining games will end in a draw. MVL will take the longest.
I think that's
Magnus Carlsen won the tournament.
That's the only one which is still somewhat in the air, but yeah, should be a draw.
We're still on the air.
We are still on the air, but deteriorating quickly, I think.
I'm practicing my awkward pause material.
Yeah, we haven't done those in a while.
You win. I just can't take the silence. Can't do it. It's mind-wrecking.
Yeah, I'm a bigger Craig fan, I guess.
Yeah, I gave up on that show a while back. Random pop culture references only we understand. That's the way to reach a mass audience for chess. A lot of stuff to be learned here. Speaking of mass audience, there's like two people watching us right now because there's competition. But the competition in the Altibox Norway chess is not yet over, and we will stay with it till the bitter end.
Yeah.
I also have a technical question. I don't think Topalov and Kramnik do press conferences together normally. Do we talk to both of them?
No, I think they will take turns. I think generally this is how it works.
Take turns?
Yeah.
Like one commands e4, then the other comes in to command e5 and back and forth?
Not the back and forth bit. The kind of like there will be two press conferences in effect, not one mutual, but two in a row.
Okay. But on the same game.
Yes. Lots of material to look forward to there.
Teaser right there.
No, I'm sort of. I understand this is not a rational feeling, and I'm trying to fight it. But I'm very annoyed at Niels because I think his position is the only one which is semi-alive, and he's not made a move in about 20 minutes, giving us
a rational feeling.
Yes.
I was wondering if that was a combination of Russian.
No.
Sorry.
That was me mispronouncing.
No, I didn't mean to call you out.
Words. Yeah.
I'll leave that to you. I was just curious.
And as I was saying that, Niels finally settled on a move, and I feel this probably was required. I don't think you could actually sustain keeping the pawn on f3. I think at some point, if we assume that the black king will reach the center somewhere around d5, you need the king free to fight that, and the pawn on f3 would have been hanging in many variations. So.
Looks like a good idea.
Niels decided to sort of push the button and play f4 straight away. This is now the position on the board. The king is running towards good squares. In particular, g5 is a very, very important square. And I think maybe Niels is trying to... He's played bishop b4, and after, let's say, king e6, maybe he wants to go king d4. But already, this is slightly awkward.
It's been slightly awkward for a while.
That is very true. That is very, very true. But the thing is, I'm not sure you can afford to give up the f-pawn for the light square bishop, because a1 is a dark square, and let's say if you play something like this, this might be lost.
putting on my fake thinking face.
Unless you're in time with the plan to pick up the a4 pawn, but
No, it's lost, right? If it stabilizes, yeah.
if it stabilizes, it must be lost. So you go king c4, let's say king e4, king b5, f5. I don't know if you want to play bishop d6 here or not. I'm not convinced.
And then bishop f6 or what?
Yeah, bishop f6, king a4, bishop
I
e5.
can't count. We're not in time to take and run, right? No.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, this should be a draw, I guess. Yeah.
Can't count.
A reasonably easy one as well, like king e3, king g1, king f2, and we run.
Why couldn't I?
Hang on, f4.
Yeah.
f3, king f4. No, here I can play king e1. Sorry, yeah. Let's not get carried away.
This is a draw. If the king reaches f1, I'm confident.
And this probably isn't fast enough, right? King g2, a5. Yeah, this is a draw. Yeah, it is that time of the day where we can't even count one-on-one pawn endgames properly without moving pieces on the board. So
I can't do that at any time of the day. So
yeah,
it's tricky because you're
high quality content.
Thinking like a5, but then if there's king moves mixed in, like I really find it hard to do. Not even joking.
Yeah, but let's say bishop c5, bishop d4, bishop d6, and if f4. Oh no, we could take. So I don't know why we're discussing this. Okay. So maybe white is in time, but black is also not forced to take immediately. Black could maybe make some kind of a useful waiting move. And Niels has played knight e5 instead, which he is trying to
wants to triangulate to d4.
Suddenly white is winning. Look.
Yes.
Look, ma, no hands.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. Yeah, but MVL probably will not fall for this.
You never know.
Like bishop somewhere safe.
Yeah, knight f3, you give a check from the other side. No, I don't know. Bishop c7, or you want to go king c5?
I'm not sure if I actually want anything.
And then I go bishop c7.
Yeah. Good point, well made.
Hang on, king e4, f6, f5.
I think we are not touching this position for the next 10 minutes. It's going to stay on the board as a kind of a memento of beauty in chess. Not the kind of beauty MVL would appreciate, but if this happened, I mean, in his game. We will show him this diagram when he comes in eventually 2 hours later.
Should I take a picture?
Yeah,
so
I think you should.
I mean, I've seen beauty before, but this is
on a whole different level, I understand. It takes your breath away. Did you take a picture?
Not yet. Do you want to be on it?
No.
I have to zoom out.
And I ruined the picture anyway.
Very proficient at
How did we get there?
Photography.
Bishop d8. No, he played bishop a6, so it's all ruined. Poof, and it's gone. That's what happens to beauty.
Well, now I took my picture, but it's a different position.
Yes, it's a different. Okay, I'll give you the proper position. Hang on. I remembered how it went.
I lied. I took a selfie.
Yes, go for it. This is the position. Why is? Yeah.
E5, is he panicking?
I have. I have a lot of single word questions about Li Chao Giri, but it's probably still a draw. Li Chao decided to solve his issues by the most forcing way possible by playing b5 and following it up after ab by a6. Allowing black to trade on b3 and play a6 would have been a bit of a mistake here, but it's not going to happen.
So a6, king b4, and there's nothing you can do about it?
I guess not, and yeah, it's a very nice solution to his problems, I guess.
He had no problems. He could just move the rook back and forth.
Sure, but it's demeaning to make a draw like that if you can make a draw by active counterplay.
But I think a draw with equal material is worth more than a draw pawn down.
It probably will end up being equal material here, I think.
Let's see.
Make a move.
If I offer a draw, for example.
You will probably make a draw with an extra pawn, which I understand is your point, but that would be cheating. Also, you're not allowed to offer a draw, I think, even in this position.
Probably true. You win again. So AB, A6, rook E6. Give me that pawn. No, you don't. Then yeah, draw is okay.
Followed by king b4, rook d1, rook d7, and so on and so forth. Very decent idea to cut down on the ennui, if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
On the what?
How do you pronounce this word? E-N-N-U-I. It was never entirely clear to me how to pronounce this.
Is that the bald guy from Game of Thrones?
No. It says Deutsch. Why is it Deutsch?
No, it seems to be a German word. Das Ennui, des Ennui, dem Ennui, den Ennui. I never understood German grammar. I'm very lucky. It's my native language, so I don't have to learn that crap. No, I don't know how to pronounce it. Sounds French to me.
Okay, and the MVL game ended in a draw.
No surprise, but it's a surprise that it's the first to end in a draw.
Yeah, I think he just grew bored, or maybe he blundered something, because after knight f3, bishop d8, he played, Niels played knight g5 check, and MVL decided not to continue with king f6 and the pretense.
Took it.
And he's just taken on g5, and the game is over. So we will
It's
actually
like playing Avalon. At some point, you just vote up to get it over with. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, possibly.
People are standing up for us on Twitter. They really need quiet so they can listen to, well, mainly your, whom are we kidding, expert analysis. Thanks, Dan Stenmark. What else is going on?
I'm not sure.
Not much going on.
So okay, this game is a draw. Topalov Kramnik is apparently still happening, although I'm struggling to find a winning plan for white here somehow. Are there Zugzwangs? Like if you actually get everything you want, if let's say black passes for the next 55 moves.
Who's playing for a win?
White.
Okay.
Because he will be a pawn up in a second. We discussed this, but without putting pieces on the board. Can white create a Zugzwang of some sort here?
No.
My guess would be no, but the game is still continuing, which...
Why does it continue? I go king h5.
I don't know, but I do know it's continuing. So let's say king c7, king
I'm
h5.
just saying, what's the winning idea? I'm good.
King g6, let's say king e5, and now I can suddenly remove the bishop, yeah. And now you play f4.
Still don't get a bishop d3. What do you want?
King e6.
Bishop e2.
Check.
Now I see. See the point. Takes, bishop takes.
And it's still a draw, maybe, yeah.
Bishop takes, bishop e2, bishop c4. Still a draw.
Should probably still be a draw, right?
b5 I'll take with the bishop, and we play some more moves. So it's a draw.
King d6?
Do you think I know anything about opposite color bishop endings?
No, I mean king d6. No, not d5.
But king d6 doesn't really change very much, does it?
Back.
d6.
He tricked us.
I mean, give me. I know I've done it, but give me some credit.
That's what we're doing. We'll even give you a chair.
So at least we found out why this game is still continuing, which is already huge progress compared to.
No, I mean, it's really not easy for Brady.
Okay.
It was more interesting in this game.
And we wanted to show you a very.
Move over. I really want to be in the shot.
We wanted to show you something extremely beautiful in your game, and we actually could have kept it on the board for you to come. We didn't know your game will finish so early. In this position, we were proposing bishop d8, king d4, bishop b6 check, bishop c5, bishop c7, king e4,
f6,
f5 mate.
I mean, no.
that was our preferred line.
No, I mean this was actually the way I saw it.
The
Much
more economic way to get spoiling all the fun.
Yeah, time saving.
So Niels, what was
That
this
would have
opening?
been
It looked a bit
embarrassing.
clumsy. 92, rookie 1.
No, I think
there was no space.
Starting from rookie 1, I mean I played very dubious.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how it
Basically
goes.
my idea was to take this pawn, and then when I got the chance I decided it's way too dangerous. Which probably, I mean, I think it
No,
is.
it looks dangerous, but
no, already here we couldn't really find
No, I mean my idea is
direct
to provoke knight
equality for you.
bd7, then take on d5, go queen b3.
okay,
and
direct equality I'm sure you can find, but
Well, how sure are you, to be honest? Knight c3, e5, cd5, cd5, knight c3, e5.
No,
those
of
are very
course.
sharp, you know, those are
no, but b3 just
e5.
yeah, and bishop.
Yeah, even some, but it's.
But you play e4, and why is this equal? I think you're just clearly better with black, no? h5, knight f8, knight e6,
No,
knight
I
g5,
mean,
and mate. You
I
know
understand what-
how it's done.
Yeah, I know how it's done since I'm
I
eight.
mean, this rookie 1.
No, but queen b3 is.
e5? No, I have to take it, of course. Yeah.
Okay,
Where?
you can not yet because after queen b7,
Yeah,
e3,
this
knight
is-
g4, knight c5.
Yeah, this I think loses by force.
Yeah. So, but here you can
Here I
take
have to take.
e4?
knight x. Because now after knight c5 you get queen b5.
Yeah,
What do we do? Knight
But then
c5,
knight
knight d3.
knight d3, but then the rook can go, I guess, yeah?
Yeah,
And knight f5 also.
also
Knight
knight
f5, knight
f5.
e1 I think is very good for you.
No, but just rook f1, I mean.
Yeah, but rook f1 might be very
No,
strong.
but hang on. I mean, rook f1 is possible, but
Knight
I mean,
e1, knight g7, king g7.
yeah, I mean, why would this be so bad for white? I mean, maybe you start to worse, but
Knight g2 and g4,
I mean,
g takes.
yeah, maybe like this. Yeah, could work.
I mean, you are an exchange up, and you not necessarily will lose this knight on the fix in f6 either. So
What,
no, but rook f1 I think.
Yeah,
is,
rook
is-
f1.
rook f1, I mean.
No, rook f1 of course was.
So why didn't you do that?
No, I thought you.
After queen b7 I intended either
no, queen
a5 or rook
I
e6.
thought queen a5.
No, queen a5 b4 I was, and
Just
then
move, I thought. But maybe there are no squares, so but.
I mean queen b6 or queen d8 back.
Queen d8 back is not really the.
Yeah, no, I mean I was considering either a5 or rook e6.
Yeah, rook is some slow moves because what is my next move?
White has to go back probably here and then rook c8. With some idea with bishop c2, I assumed I have some initiative.
It looks like the d4, d5, c4, c6, knight c3, knight f6, e3, bishop f5, cd, cd, queen b3, knight c6 line, like 18 tempi down.
Yeah, I'm way down compared to that line. So I
Yeah.
decided to play it.
Yeah,
safe,
and
but
here
actually I underestimated.
again probably you should take.
Yeah, no, probably I should. But again.
Because there I couldn't see any, I mean I just missed it was legal basically. But then I realized it might be and then it's not so easy. Here, yeah, no, it's here that I was continuing a5 to somehow, you know. And here I probably have at least a perpetual on this queen. And you know I'm considering a4, a3 at some point.
It looks better, but the thing is that what I did was just very bad.
No, I mean it looks it looks awful, and
No, but I thought
I
simply
assumed
doesn't-
you know it
doesn't
might be
work,
losing by force. Because here if you go bishop g2 first of all there's this.
Yeah.
So rook d1 is basically forced, and after h5. I mean I assumed that after bishop g2 I'll have you know something really crushing.
b3 bishop g4 is very depressing.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's I was not 100% sure it's lost, but
Yeah.
it looks terribly wrong. But after rook a8, bishop d4, maybe you get rook c1, you get some counterplay.
But just take on a2, I think even.
Yeah, no, probably. I was considering this indeed. But here, rook
rook a1.
Maybe you can still take on a1. I mean, even this is.
Even this is very dangerous now.
Yeah.
No, I think I have to play. I mean.
Bishop g2. Yeah. I mean, or take on e4 immediately. I don't know.
Maybe it's better.
Well, after rook c7, I was actually considering bishop d2.
Yeah, bishop d2 takes.
Take on
d4.
Yeah, and rook c2. Yeah. Yeah, I assume this is bad.
Because bishop e4 now you take with the rook still.
Yeah, of course.
That's the problem. But in the game I was slightly surprised because I thought d must also be a bit better.
Bishop d2
is clearly better, but at the same time, you know, this knight on d4.
Yeah, because
and
takes rook c2.
and
rook
even if I get bishop h3, it's not clear, you know, what I achieve exactly.
No, this probably is fine for white. Even bishop c3, why?
more or less fine. Yeah.
Well, I mean, fine is probably an overstatement, but yeah, I mean, I was not convinced.
Not so much.
So I want.
E4, okay, now f3.
Yeah, rook e8.
With e3, I was very afraid of rook e8.
Yeah, but b3 is the only move anyway.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, I just missed that knight e2 is legal again.
So bishop.
Yeah, but this is
Bishop
probably
A3,
very bad. Yeah, well, because bishop b2, bishop takes d4. Yeah. Yeah, no, of course it was my idea, of course, all the time. It just looks winning.
Yeah, no, bishop a3. I had to go bishop a3 and then try to get my bishop to d2 via b4.
Like this, yeah?
Yeah, rook c2, bishop b4, I think is the only way to stay in the game.
No, but I'm a tempo up compared to what I want.
Rook d2?
Yeah, rook d2.
d2 I can take and rook c2 and...
Yeah, but I have to play that.
No, you...
d1, I mean.
Yeah, you have to play that, but...
No, I mean, it's very bad, of course. Rook d1, bishop h3 now.
Oh,
take the pawn.
Yeah, I can take the pawn first.
Okay, bishop c3 maybe?
Yeah, and...
I thought some e4 even.
Maybe.
Next, yeah. I mean, it's not...
Yeah, it's not
lost, but it's probably lost time.
Yeah, I was very confused.
No, it must, or at least it's very close to winning, I think.
And after knight e2, I couldn't find anything.
Yeah, no, I also didn't see any. Okay, you can go back to c7.
Yeah, probably I should do that.
Why not just go back to c7?
Okay, I mean, I didn't want to, but...
But I have nothing better than that.
No, I know. I can see that.
Even
also,
I can see that.
Wait. No, d4 is too much, yeah. Of course, this bishop thingy.
So, on rook b3 also?
Yeah.
Another case of people not willing to admit their mistakes, yeah?
Well, I mean, I assumed, it's just so good. I mean, I can take on b3, but there it's not so easy as well.
Rook d5, rook a5. We discussed that on air, and
and then king f2, knight d4.
Yeah, exactly.
And actually, I think there you missed something much better. 36.
Here, yeah.
You probably should go knight d4.
Yes.
And knight e2 back.
Bishop c8, I think.
Yeah, no.
Now I come to d5. Yeah, now I have counter play. Definitely. No, you're right. I must play this.
And I assumed it's still very dangerous because I won a very similar endgame. But maybe I rushed.
Here again, I mean,
probably I should play this first.
Yeah.
And then a4. Alright.
So it was a bit too fast.
Yeah. And then, I mean, at some point I thought you were playing with fire, but...
No, I simply missed bishop c1,
After knight c5, Okay, I assumed, you might even play this.
But okay, on the other hand, I mean, f4 is by force now. So.
Yeah, but the bishop c1 is actually strong.
Yeah, it's
because, I mean, if you get the knight on e3 and the pawn on f4, you kind of have a fortress.
Yeah.
But
it's very difficult.
You might not get it there in time. Yeah.
No, but the thing...
You might still be in time, actually. 93 and check. Should be enough. Yeah, I mean, it looks... But f4,
Yeah, I mean, by force now it's...
easier.
It's a draw, because, you have to go up with the king.
Yeah, and after 95 I couldn't...
Did you hope for f6 here?
What is that again?
No, here.
6 knight f3 and you win.
But there is fork on d4.
I mean, I know the thing is, I didn't see moves that I thought were not legal, but knight f3 looks very legal, so...
There's a...
Yeah.
Hard to catch you off guard there.
Yeah, I mean, there it's just nothing, because after f5, king d4... I mean, if my bishop is still on h4, actually can press.
Really
because if I play, 5 knight f3, and bishop f6, knight f4. I mean, I don't lose at least here.
Okay, but you just got lucky. That's the same idea.
Sure.
And the problem in the game is that knight c3 wins the pawn somehow. Suddenly.
Okay, let me ask my inquisitive question. Maxim, are you happy with the tournament or more upset with the chances you missed?
A little bit of both, because I think I played reasonably well. In general, I was quite well prepared. I was not as rusty as I was afraid I would be, but of course, only scoring +1 from the positions I had. I mean, I was still in big trouble actually in the 2 games before Niels, but I mean, I definitely had at least 2 or 3 real chances to score.
I can't think of a new question. So Niels, are you happy with the tournament or are you upset with the chances you missed?
Yeah, but I think I was lucky as well. So some games, for example today.
But normally you're supposed to forget that instantly and complain about what you missed.
Yeah, but
during the tournament. But after
apart
the
from the
tournament,
game against Lichau, I'm not sure you missed.
no, exactly. I mean, yesterday I had
Yeah,
this
that's probably
shot,
fair.
but it was a bit random yesterday also.
Also against Lichau wasn't a forced win, it was just a good position where you
and
still
against
won.
Hari Krishna actually after 40 moves I was
yeah,
very close to winning.
yeah,
but I
so-
was also not
Were
very,
you?
yeah, but
Yes.
was very close to finding it.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it
so-
was
so
clearly
it's-
looking very good for you.
Yeah, exactly. And I was trying, but I couldn't find it. So
So you just repeat it.
yeah, exactly.
But I couldn't find as well. I mean, this C3 shot was
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit
not so easy.
difficult. But no, I had a couple of bad games, but not that many. I think 3 quite bad games, and 6 more or less okay. So no, it's fine.
Did it take you time to settle in? Because as someone who's played like 2 super tournaments in his life, for me it looked very different if all of a sudden you're sitting on a stage with cameras and lights and so on, or it didn't bother you?
No, it's probably it bothered me a bit. I mean, looking at the results, it's going a bit better towards the end. Like, with 3 draws.
Do you want to give any credit to Pontus's appearance here?
No, I actually not. He just came yesterday, so and today I didn't play very well. So.
So you want to actually blame Pontus for your today's performance?
I would like to, but I don't think it's very fair.
Yeah,
But seriously, is Pontus working with you as a manager or marketing partner, or what's the connection there?
Yeah, something like that a bit. Not too much, but we have some discussions.
We're talking about Swedish Grandmaster Pontus Carlsen, who was on here yesterday. Maxime, do you have a manager or do you manage yourself?
At the moment, I don't have a manager, but it might come to it.
If you need Lawrence Trent's phone number or anything, you just ask me.
I actually already have it, but I doubt that managing two players, two probable rivals in the future.
Sylvia at one point was managing a stable of like. Sylvia, what was the highest number? What was the highest number of people you managed simultaneously? So Lawrence has a long way to go yet, I think.
Yeah, let's not share that. I mean, I actually like Fabi. I like Lawrence as well, but
don't worry, this is during the Kasparov event, so no one's watching. Literally, you can say whatever you like.
No, but no, it's true. But
But seriously, you don't feel the need to have someone to arrange stuff for you yet?
Well, I mean, it's like I said, it might come down to it soon. Given now that I'm not yet established in the top 5, but it might be the case quite soon.
Do you at least check the live ratings? Because I check them every 2 minutes, but normally players say they don't. You were at number 4 and you're close to 2,800 at least before the game.
4 or 5. I'm 2791, I think, after this game. But
completely clueless.
Finally,
this
someone
game.
is checking this.
No, he is not clueless.
Levon overtook you because of the draw.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like I said, I'm 4 or 5. Okay, I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's a couple of points, so I mean, you need either to make a difference or you consider yourself to be like between 2 and 10, basically. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, we all know what it's like being stuck there. Niels, what are your goals rating-wise? Top 100, 2700? What's the next step your brand manager has designed?
Yeah, I guess those two.
Which order?
Probably top 100 first, and then.
It's probably a good order.
And then 2700 within a couple of years is the idea.
Do you have a timeline, or you just see how it goes?
Not really, no. As long as I'm kind of learning new stuff, I'm happy. So.
Having played with all these guys, what do you feel is the difference? Do they play better? Do they know more? All of the above?
Yeah, all of the above. I mean, also stability. Like
he didn't play 4.
When I was doing well, I had
very
a couple of.
Weird that he didn't play 4.
I mean, that was.
I mean, a couple of segments of the games where I thought I was doing at least
because
now it seems like
it's there. But,
So he's also bringing it every day.
Yeah, exactly, like the first 15 moves today, so which is not really okay, and I think they have much more rally than. So.
What's going on in this ending? Tell us.
It's very strange that Veselin decided not to play a 4 in this position, we think at least, because by playing a 4 he could more or less force, I think, what we were discussing. Take on b7, return to d6, and then there's this triangulation around d6, d6
Hang on,
squares.
no, I think I know why you didn't.
Okay.
You can play bishop e2, because no h5 would be too early, I assume.
You could... Okay, king d6, let's check.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Are you sure you like this? h5?
Oh, you can play h5 first? Okay,
Yes.
take.
King a6.
Yeah, I'm probably still in time.
King b6. King c6.
Oh shit.
No.
No, I'm not.
I mean, maybe. I mean, the game continues, but it looks like it should be lost because this d4, I will play bishop f6, bishop c3. I will give
But why not b5 for white?
bishop h4. You have bishop f3 check or something, yeah?
Yeah, but king b6 probably should be winning.
This looks horribly dangerous at the very least for black, right?
No, yeah.
So yeah, well, very, very confusing that this hasn't been played because with the pawn on f2, it seems like there are no...
There's no trick because his pawn on f3 is...
It's too well protected because the bishop can get to it.
No, also, I mean, no, the point is when you get your king to f4, bishop e2 comes and the pawn on d5 is not in any trouble.
Exactly, yeah.
The case where you get the king to e6.
So yeah, well, curious question.
What's the verdict? It's a draw now?
I think it's dead, yeah.
I think now it seems to be reasonably easy for black, or at least I can't see any plans anymore.
No, it's just dead.
But yeah, after f4 it was still challenging, I think, for black. Maybe even a problem objectively.
I liked also how Anish pushed this. But
Looks like
of course
the game is
he's
over,
yeah, but he's quite unlucky. I mean, that king f6.
No, but actually,
you
white
get
can.
this,
No. But the thing is,
you can stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, this is pressure.
The Topolov-Kramnik game is over. It did end in a draw, so Anish is getting stalemated by Maxim here. Or no, he's stalemating.
He's stalemating, yeah. No, because I mean, of course you can stay as well, but this is much more forcing, and I assumed it was Lichau's idea.
Probably, yeah. But we were also discussing, yeah, that the just rook b1, rook b2 forever seems to hold without too much trouble.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, but then I mean, Vachier played b5, so he didn't obviously didn't run
Sure,
this.
yeah. The plan was always to play b5.
Yeah.
All right. Seems like we will be getting two more press conferences on the same game in a moment. So we'll leave it be. Thanks for coming in.
Sure.
Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome back, everybody. We're being joined by both Veselin Topalov and Vladimir Kramnik. The game has ended in a draw. These guys are speaking Russian.
Not anymore. So, what's going on here?
I think this is correct. But a6, I believe, is not a good move. It just.
Actually, I thought it's a very strong positional move, which looks anti-positional, but
But
because
if
white always
I
has
could just
d5,
go
a6.
rook a2, and it's not so clear what exactly.
Well,
black
king
wants.
h8 or something, but what?
Yeah, but then I
wants.
can do more or less the same.
Yeah, okay, bishop f5, but I thought
No, but
a6
bishop
I need,
f5,
otherwise
knight
white
c5.
always wants a6 and b5.
No, I thought this was good, but in fact the problem is this was my idea was of course to take, but I got scared about
I took
bishop.
with a pawn.
Yeah, but because 1 second.
No,
here,
queen c2, maybe bishop h3 works. I was not
one
sure if instead
second.
of a
Here there's bishop h3 even here. I
Yeah,
think.
even here I was not
Yes.
sure. Yeah.
No,
But it
but then
doesn't seem to work.
It doesn't seem to work. Yeah.
no, but
queen c2
the problem is
queen c2
here. I thought this was good for white, but
Rook,
then
rook a8, I think maybe is
but
more
rook
precise.
e8 no, but I was worried about g4, and now I didn't know what happens here. e6 looks well. I don't know.
What to say, but maybe rook e8 was, I don't know, I thought I
No, but rook e8, my plan. Rook e8, I think is worse simply because.
We thought maybe just play rook e8 followed by
then I
bishop
just
d8.
go. Yeah, but it's just passive then, no? I go to c5 with the knight at some point.
Will you have enough time?
It's a long way.
No, but it's torture.
But here we thought bishop h6 was
Yeah,
interesting.
but I was afraid about bishop h3.
Just to follow
some-
bishop a, but also rook e8 I don't
Or
see.
rook e8.
I mean here I thought I'm already can be a bit
Yeah,
better.
maybe, yeah. But
bishop
queen
h3 is
d6,
not
queen
working
d6, I didn't know. Yeah.
I don't know,
thought
maybe-
it always
It's too-
might work. You mean queen f3. Okay, but even if I just play bishop f5, king f7, something like this.
No,
But
this,
I
of course,
thought-
bishop f5
But I
should be
thought
fine.
bishop takes h3 is working after bishop h6.
Yeah,
I mean it could work.
Also, queen d6 sometimes, no? Queen d6 and bishop h3
Yeah,
pawn.
but I mean here because takes queen g4,
Exactly,
I think I have a strong compensation, and gf queen takes. It's
No,
very
this is
dangerous.
tricky. No, that's the reason I believe I took. And then, okay, it's a strange structure because I thought that.
Well, I thought I'm slightly better. Yeah, I mean, at least I was playing for a win. Bishop d6, bishop d2. No, I mean, if I want to equalize, I just change everything. Yeah,
No, but okay, but then I
but I
just.
wanted to-
But I want to put my knight on c5.
No, but after bishop d6, it will not be possible.
Okay, bishop
I mean,
d2.
If I want to make a draw, I just play bishop f7 and change. And
Yeah, but again, I thought
I
bishop
was trying.
h7.
I don't know. Here, I'm not sure I did it in the right
thought
way.
bishop
I wanted
h7, there was
g5,
some-
but g5 I was g5 maybe immediately. No, because I want bishop f5. And
No, but
okay, I
bishop
can-
g5 h4.
h4 was a bit a g4
Go.
and f5 and f4, but rook e5 I was
No,
not
no,
sure,
I
some
don't believe it.
compensation. Yeah. So I was really spending a lot of time here trying to figure out
No,
if I can
but
improve.
I believe this is well, but in fact,
Yeah, no,
here,
king g7 maybe I should have gone. King g7, but I didn't like bishop
no, but
c3.
I thought this move,
Yeah,
but
this
my
was
plan
also
was to go
possible,
like
yeah.
this,
And
then
rook e8?
yeah, 91. I thought it was still a bit better for white because bishop f5,
Didn't
g4.
feel any danger at all. I mean,
Or take g4 and knight d3, knight c5. I thought it's okay.
I
It's
don't know,
not like better, but
The machine says black is slightly better, but
yeah, that
Yeah?
was my feeling. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, it's slightly better. It's quite drawish, but I wanted to play for
thought
a
I-
win, so I decided to not to change rooks,
like-
so just to give a.
okay. But this
I
is
think
already
I can-
very, especially g5 looks very dubious.
No, but I was playing for a win. But okay, I think you were making only moves, otherwise, white
Well, but
just
I
draws.
have also moved queen g3. I thought.
Yeah, but then I think rook e8 is simply strong.
Then f4, some
All
knight
white-
e5, I
I think
don't
it
know.
doesn't work. I was calculating
rook
it
e8,
quite.
f4,
I thought.
knight e5. I don't
No,
know.
this knight f6 maybe you have.
Or knight f6.
No, but
So
I
queen
saw
g3 was
no,
also-
but I saw some very strong option after queen g3.
I don't
Queen
know.
g3, I thought rook h8 or rook
Yeah, but I do
e8.
the same.
I mean,
yeah,
no,
maybe
but
rook
here,
h8.
not, of course, not this,
No,
but
rook
just,
h8
no,
and
I
then
wanted
take
bishop
the
g6,
piece.
now I remember, bishop g6, yeah, that was the point. And after f4, I have bishop d6 already, yeah.
Okay,
Knight f6,
but maybe
king
I don't
f6,
have to play knight f6.
But okay, I just play rook
Knight
e8.
e5 is maybe not good.
Yeah,
Rook e1 and then maybe knight e5.
okay, rook e8, I mean.
Yeah, knight e5, take bishop g5. okay. I don't know.
But I don't even have to take. I can play queen f5 or something. I mean,
yeah, that's true.
In
fact, h4 looked very good.
h4 is very principled, but I don't know if I had a win somewhere there. No, yeah. I mean,
I thought I had a win, but probably not.
No, but I mean, otherwise white is just lost. Yeah, I mean,
by the way,
if
could
not,
I just
rook h8, I think it's just winning for black.
No, why? Go like this, for example.
And bishop g6 simply. Yeah, but I mean, all your pieces are now. I mean.
No, but I have some rook g3, rook
bishop
h3
b6
moves.
or something. I don't know. I thought it's.
Okay, but no, rook h3 and bishop
rook
f4.
h7
But okay, bishop f4 is bishop b4.
b4 is hanging. I don't know. I mean, it's.
And rook g3. I don't know.
No, but bishop. You mean after bishop
rook
f4?
g3.
But I know bishop f4 looks like this pin. I mean, it's very tricky.
The king on g7 is also.
But if I take, I mean, rook g. No, take on b4, of course.
So rook
g3.
There
is no threat even.
Queen h5.
No, but I will defend against it somehow.
Not after queen h5.
No, queen h5 is not over, by the way. It's queen e8.
Knight f5 check.
Of course, yeah.
But I mean, queen e6. You have queen h5 now. No, now maybe I check on e1 and queen e4, like this.
But f3, no? F3?
F3, queen
f4, king f4. Yeah, it's.
I don't know. It's a mess, but it's very double-edged, of course. But I thought rook e1 was good because I actually missed. I don't know.
Bishop h6.
Rook h8, bishop h6.
Yeah, looks like winning.
I don't know. I was not so sure here because I thought about giving up exchange and taking on b4, but
then it's
bishop g6, but then
bishop
knight
g6, knight g4, and then I go queen f4 next, so it looks lost.
No, this is a problem. No, but my plan was rook e8, okay, and now actually queen f4, rook h8. Simply, I thought.
But here you had this fantastic idea.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, which you have to make only moves here to not lose immediately. Seems like.
But if you take with the king.
Check or what?
But of course, it's. I mean, machine shows this, but it's not so easy to find.
Bishop d8 or what?
Yeah, I think it goes.
Because I understand it's risky. I understood, but okay, I also had some.
Yeah, I think it goes like queen f5. You have knight e5 check, takes, and you are slightly better, but maybe black holds. Yeah, maybe not even slightly.
Looks very ugly. This looks very ugly.
It's not very nice for black.
No, but of course it's. I mean, this bishop g5. Of course,
no, but rook e5 looked very strong.
Yeah, but after rook e5, I actually. On the first, I thought I have two moves. I mean, instead of first of all thought that this
queen
is strong,
e3
queen f4,
queen e3 is
queen
even strong.
Yeah, this I missed.
Because queen f4 will get checked.
I mean, because otherwise f5 would be strong. But another thing, I thought I have this move, but then knight f6. I mean.
Yeah, of course.
Otherwise, would be just winning. Yeah, but knight f6. So finally, but I also saw that bishop d8 I have. But,
it looks ugly, but maybe it's not.
But I don't know. I was still playing for a win. I mean, I thought
okay, but white is white can never lose.
Oh, you never know. Two bishops. I mean. No, I mean I understand subjectively probably equal, but I didn't feel
only
much
moves
danger.
For black.
Didn't feel much danger still. I mean bishop e8.
And maybe queen e3 was maybe a move. I don't know. Queen e3 was a bit stronger maybe,
but what I mean, how can I lose it? Like if I play bishop e7?
Yeah, and then I don't know if I should give to take the pawn on h4 and then.
Well, but I mean,
queen g5 check.
It's not worse. Bishop d6, bishop g6. I mean, I thought I was still playing for a win. I mean, I thought I'm out of any danger here. No, because here bishop e5. I actually thought queen d2 is a very good move. Because here, I don't know. I mean, I was worried about this, and I thought it's a draw. Yeah, but otherwise, okay. If I stabilize slowly, bishop comes to h5. Okay, it's still a pawn. Yeah,
I can just play f3 and king h2 and stay, and only white can. I can play f3, king h2, and it's probably still better for white. But I mean, I can never lose this.
It's probably a draw, but I mean, I cannot also. Because sometimes I have c5 as bishop on d8. This idea. To activate my bishop, or even bishop b6 sometimes. I mean, I thought I'm out of any danger. That's why I played queen e7, trying to play for a win, because I guess I can make a draw with bishop f6.
Actually, here I thought what was queen e7. Yeah.
I just wanted to stop.
Maybe I could just go king h2. Maybe was better, and
f3. Yeah, but then king g8 already at least, and bishop h5. Okay, I get out. And
no, I put f3, bishop knight d3, bishop e5. Well,
yeah,
probably
okay, it's
black
probably
holds,
a draw.
but
Yeah, probably a draw.
probably black holds. I mean, but of course it's only white playing for win.
Yeah, I thought it's just equal. But here, yeah, I was still considering playing for him with king g8, but f4 I didn't like, and bishop g5, so I have to do this. Knight f3, and now yes,
it's like only move actually.
Only move? No, I thought anything is okay, no?
No.
I mean, I thought h3 I was calculating, I was trying to calculate h3.
No, but h3...
It was quite interesting, h3, but okay, it's a 40th move.
But if I just go...
Try h3, yeah, but the problem is bishop g5, queen g7. First I was very happy, but then I realized there is queen f4.
Queen f4, yeah.
And
Then I realized
queen h2 check.
So let's show this, yeah, bishop g5.
Queen f4 and
queen h2 check.
Let's see. Maybe bishop h5, queen h4, yeah, bishop h5, queen h4, queen g6.
But also queen f5 maybe even.
And queen h3.
Ah, there is a 5 is hanging. Sorry,
queen c8.
No, I just missed it, it's hanging. Yes, but I thought the draw was also bishop h5 was also a draw, I thought.
No, bishop h5, bishop g5,
Yeah,
and
no.
take and go back to g5.
Yes.
Yeah, we were looking at this.
It's a torture.
This actually is definitely slightly better for
Yeah,
us.
yeah, that's
Torture
true.
forever.
That's true, yeah. I mean, but
queen e4 is good.
queen e4, no, queen e4 is a draw. Actually, that's why I was. I mean, I saw that it's a draw, yeah, but I was still trying to get some chance. Okay, tournament situation is like this, yes, but here it looks forced. I mean, there is nothing better than knight g5 check.
Probably not.
Okay.
Bishop g5, you give a check or you play bishop c7 first?
No, I think bishop c7.
No, I thought...
It's not
yeah,
wise
of course,
to
not
play
check.
for a win. I mean,
No.
because queen b1 is threatening.
No, but okay, this is good for black. He can push f4 and...
Yeah, and just to illustrate, we did this off-air, we were discussing when MVL was
No,
here.
I mean,
this
the easiest was, of course, to give up f-pawn. Yeah, that was easy, and just to block with a king f5. But the problem is, I was okay. Let's say something like this. Yeah, I was, but then there is some b5 strange idea. I mean, I shouldn't work, but I was a bit worried. I mean, here, let's say
No, it's
king
not
h2.
working.
I mean, just to play with f4 at some point to manage f4. I think I can manage it. Let's say, yeah. I mean, somehow. I mean, let's say something like this, whatever. Yeah, this kind of position. I just put king on f5. And then, okay, I just block here, so black has to go, white has to go with the king somewhere there. I mean, no, wait, I don't, of course.
No, but it's easy to stay bishop h5 and bishop e8 is better. It's just
Yeah,
a dead draw.
bishop,
This is a dead
no,
draw.
but the problem was I was a bit worried about this kind of stuff, yeah? I mean, you go, and then b5 at some point,
b5.
I was a little bit concerned. I mean, okay, bishop maybe should be on g5, but anyway, let's say something like this and b5. Okay, it should be a draw, but I was a bit concerned because king gets to c5. Well, the problem is, okay, bishop should be here, yeah, just to protect pawns, yeah, just not. And then king c5, and then
But
king
king
b6,
c5,
yeah, but then
king
b
c5
pawn
is
should
b4
run.
now.
Yeah, b pawn should run. No, but the idea is if you manage, let's say, if you manage something like this, and then somehow it's like this, and then h5 and d5 pawn falls. I mean, still it's a draw, of course, yeah, but I was a bit kind of getting worried, so I decided not to give this pawn because I calculated, okay, this, yeah, it seems to be fortress. Yeah, you put pawn on f4.
Yeah, we were discussing this when MVL was here, but it's still a draw.
I think, yeah.
Actually, I thought that my plan could be at some point to put the bishop on e7 and then wait for b4, but even that's cb.
So
bishop b4,
we were doing this. We were doing this
but
here.
the thing is that I here just go bishop b5. I mean,
or like this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
and
this.
No,
Yeah,
but this is
check,
dead draw.
check, and king
This
g6.
is dead draw.
Yeah, I mean, and
yeah.
Okay, if you, it's not a Zugzwang if you.
No, it's not.
Bishop
bishop
d8.
d8.
Okay, go to c2, d3.
Yeah, but c2, yeah, that's a fine, and a4.
C2
yeah.
and a4, yeah, it should be.
Yeah, that's what.
And
I,
if f5 check, then the
no,
bishop.
but even king f7 here, even if I.
No, I mean
No,
this.
but okay, this is.
No, here, but I mean, then once you king on this, I can even put
Go
king
to
on
c4,
f7
no?
and bishop to b5, and then I just don't care.
Yeah.
No, this I thought was a quite clear draw. So.
Okay. Yeah, we somehow got very excited because we were picking up the f5 pawn, but it doesn't really change very much.
Yeah. No, I saw that that's also possible, but So interesting game.
So is it correct this is your first classical draw against each other since 2007, someone told us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
9 years.
Okay, but it was better than many decisive games. There's a lot of fun going on.
So Vladimir, are you happy with how the tournament turned out?
Not fully. I mean, I think I played quite decent chess, but of course this game with Magnus, which I didn't appear to this game, and of course then it was difficult to fight for the first place. But in general, I'm quite satisfied with the level of my play. Yeah.
Veselin, same question for you. Are you satisfied?
Well, okay, it's good to finish without a losing game, especially after London and candidates, but well, mainly for yesterday, of course. I think I had a very solid tournament, but yesterday was my chance to make +2. And but the good thing is I was never really in trouble in any games. It was not bad.
Is the Geary game still going, or is it over? No. Anish is very insistent, but I don't think he's winning this somehow.
Still a draw?
Yeah, Rook A7, and I mean he will push, but yeah, shouldn't be very difficult. And Lichao even played Knight A5 here to stop Bishop C4, so yeah, I don't know.
Just a dead draw?
Yeah, should be just a dead draw somehow.
Well, okay, Bishop B5, Bishop A4.
Should be 5 Rook C5 check might be a decent bet.
Sorry.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Okay,
no.
then thank you so much to both of you.
Thank you.
Can get out.
Hello everyone and welcome for one last time to the 9th and final round of Altibox Norway Chess 2016. I collected the last few tweets for you, most of them of course congratulatory tweets for Magnus on winning the tournament here on home turf for the first time. So let's start. First tweet by Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdal. Finally, congrats to Magnus Carlsen for clear first in Altibox Norway Chess 2016. Then next tweet from Chris Bird. Magnus Carlsen wins his last game and with it wins Norway Chess 2016. Thanks for at least making the last round interesting, Magnus. It's been a long day, I can barely speak anymore. Then the next tweet by Series and TV saying, congrats to Magnus Carlsen, who became prophet in his own land after winning for the first time the Altibox Norway Chess 2016. That's enough for the congratulatory messages. Now a tweet from Tarjei Svensson saying that after Norway Chess, Magnus has won, this is his 4th straight tournament win. He's won 7 out of the last 9 events he played, 23 out of 33 since 2010, and makes it a total of 27 super tournament wins. Then a couple of tweets with pictures. The first one from Heli Perella, sorry if I mispronounced that, saying finally spring in Scandinavia, wine and Jan and Peter on Chess24. Life ain't so bad after all, and it seems like he or she is having a good time indeed. As is our very own Anna Rudolph. A tweet from Anna, who I'm not sure where she is these days, if she's in Spain or in Hungary. If you're watching, Anna, hi. And she's tweeted saying, I think I found the perfect place to follow Norway chess from. Lucky Anna. Then a final tweet which relates to the issue we had here roughly an hour ago. A tweet from Paul Cooksey saying, if Dara O'Brien doesn't tell off his audience for disrupting the chess commentary, I will boycott Mock the Week. So there you go, and then to wrap this up, a photo to show you what Jan and Peter had to deal with here earlier. As you can see, it was a very busy concert hall here in Stavanger. I think the people, okay, they were here for Dara O'Brien, but they also enjoyed getting the chance to see Magnus Carlsen. They arrived pretty much at the time when Magnus was giving all his interviews here, so it's good to get more people interested in chess. And I think that's it for me for this tournament. Thank you so much for all of you for tweeting, for watching. Thank you very much from my part to the organizers, to the whole organizing committee, to the sponsors, to all the volunteers who've done an amazing job to make us feel at home here. I thoroughly enjoyed my 2 weeks here in Stavanger. So that's it for me for now. Thank you to you guys for watching us for 2 weeks, for participating in the chat, for sending in your tweets. I had a great time and I hope you did as well. And I'll see you in another tournament hopefully sometime soon. Have a nice evening.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. You can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more.
Welcome back, everybody, to the late night shift of the last round of the Altibox Norway chess tournament. As you might hear, we do have some company, but the great news is we have an absolutely thrilling endgame between Li Chao and Anish Giri still in full effect. What's going on in that game, Peter?
People really like chess, at least some people, and this is what's going on. Yeah. Whilst Fiona was on air, I tried to sneak in and get at least 5 minutes of Dara Brian. Let's talk about the important stuff first. But the very polite man in a uniform informed me that he can't let me in without a ticket.
Sounds reasonable.
I tried, lamely explaining to him that I've been plugging the show on our show for the past number of days, but.
I'm still not sure what your agenda is there, but keep going.
No agenda. I'm just, talking about life, because the position we have on the board in Li Chao Giri is a draw, even if Li Chao is forced to give up the knight for the pawn. But that draw might be tricky to make, as we all know. I mean, I've demonstrated just how tricky it is recently. But I think somewhere around here, Rook b6 is probably a forced draw of some sort. I think it's very likely that Rook b6 should just hold immediately. Li Chao did the right thing by driving the king as far away from the b4 pawn as possible with checks, and now he can play Rook b6. I guess Black gives a check. You play Rook king, I don't know, let's say c1, Rook h4, and you play, I don't know, King b2 back, for instance. And King e5 will be met by knight c6 check, and it's actually very difficult for Black to get closer to this now. If you go something like Rook e4, I can play knight c6, Rook e2, King b1, b3. Yeah, that would be a problem. So I have a feeling by playing Rook b6, Li Chao probably can force an immediate actual draw, not a kind of a prolonged draw, but an immediate draw. Whether he should decide.
Then the tournament is over. It would be very sad if he did that. Let's hope he goes Rook g2 and we get some more action.
Yeah. Stop playing with me.
Not intending to. But Black still is
once
a long
again,
way from creating a threat,
it does feel like we should sort of wave at our one remaining viewer, because
I'm not sure. He might have left during the break.
He might have left during the break, although that would be very disrespectful to Fiona's segment, which I think is a very useful addition to this.
And useful.
Yeah, both of those. Yeah, it's serving a youthful purpose, as we all should know by now, right?
Yeah.
Before the tournament started, Jan promised me that he will expand on the dolphin material we've had going during the bike coverage, and will incorporate some penguin material. None of this materialized, but
I know a lot of stuff about penguins. I'm not sure if it's already the time to bring up penguins. Do you know that overweight penguins, for example, are more likely to fall than non-overweight penguins? They struggle waddling because of the extra weight.
That stands to reason, no?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's unexpected, but I read a recent study because I keep up with penguin research, and it's been proven. They put them on a treadmill, and fat penguins are struggling. Do you like penguins?
I have a strange sort of love-hate relationship with penguins, yeah, and objectively probably not a huge fan of penguins.
Penguins, I think, are also the only animals that find one partner and are faithful to them for life. Not sure if you have contrasting evidence, but that's
some penguins, yeah.
No, that's what they're supposed to do. And to find a suitable mate, they search for rocks. And the penguin that gives the nicest rock to a female penguin gets the vote. So it's not that different from humans.
Yeah, that actually is very, very similar. And Rook b6 and knight c6 to depart from the penguin theme for a while.
You started.
I appreciate that, and I salute your effort. But yeah, I think
effort is very disappointing. I thought you'd be deeply impressed with my knowledge about penguins, but nothing.
I have a very contrasting experience interacting with penguins in my everyday
Did you
life.
ever see the penguins in the Moscow Zoo, for example?
I've seen some, yes. Some of the Moscow penguins I've encountered on a regular basis.
I've been to the Moscow Zoo, but I only took a picture with the tigers. They have white tigers.
That probably is a mistake. Is that the same white tiger that ate whoever it was? Roy, Siegfried and Roy?
No, it's different white tigers, but there's many of them.
But that probably is the most famous one, right? The one that decided to.
But he would be very busy if he has to travel between Vegas and Moscow on a constant basis. Like
No, I thought maybe they got rid of the tiger that finally didn't.
No, it's a different tiger. I checked it out.
Okay.
Anyway, knight c6.
Yeah, Giri played b3, and now knight a5 actually picks that pawn up. So the game should actually end
peacefully,
reasonably peacefully, and reasonably soon as well. So how are we doing for Captain America?
No, I got stuff to do. I'm very sorry. I'm not gonna make it to cheer for the captain tonight.
Yeah, I'm surrounded by people who actually have jobs and meetings. Makes me feel totally inadequate.
It's a hard knock life for us.
Yes.
So this is over?
This pretty much is. This is the position they're playing currently. But yeah, king b1 or king a1, or frankly, well, you probably shouldn't play king c3 or king a3, but even that might not lose.
Yeah, but there's why not go king b1?
Yeah, but there's really no reason to test whether this draws or not. So
it's not the best result for Anish, but as a wise man once said, not the best result, but the most important thing in life is great company and great food. So I don't think he's going to be that disappointed.
Yeah, I think that's fair. We should still. I wonder if I'm not sure how long Darabrean breaks are, and if they finish the game right now, I'm not sure we should try and bring them in for a press conference because they won't be here.
You think there's a break? Might be done. No,
I think this is a break, and because it was suggested to me that I could maybe sneak in for 5 minutes until the break and listen to the last 5 minutes of the previous set of the Dara show, but I thought, yeah, probably shouldn't do that. And the game did end in a draw, so I wonder if the organizers will try and bring them here for a press conference in which we will communicate by mainly by facial expressions, and you can practice some more signage.
Yeah, no, I think Anish will find a way to say some stuff, but we're going on a break. We'll track down the players and chase out everybody, then be back with the last conference of the press conference, whatever we call this thing, of the 2016 Altibox Norway chess tournament. See you guys soon. We're on break.
Gonna make my move, gonna live my dream, gonna make my move, gonna live my dream. Every day, the future's getting closer. Every day, the future's looking bright. Every day is another beginning. Gonna make my move, gonna live my dream, gonna make my move, gonna live my dream, gonna make my move, gonna live my dream.
Final press conference of the 2016 Altibox Norway Chess. Lichau and Anishgiri have joined us. Their game has ended in a draw. Cost us any Captain America chance we ever had tonight. Are you mic'd up?
Not yet,
just
but
keep talking.
Maybe this one, yeah?
Yeah, grab whatever you want. So the tournament is over. Magnus Carlsen won. Anish, what happened in your game today?
Not so much. I think Lichau played third variation. I remember the first time I saw it was in some training session in St. Petersburg, and there were some St. Petersburg grandmasters who were for some reason telling us that black has to go f6, rook f7, bishop f8, which was very precise. I really have no idea why, but I thought let's follow.
I just want to make a disclaimer, I was not one of them.
No, it was,
I claim no responsibility here.
Probably those who put you on the right path. Some Gemelian type of people.
Okay.
Or
okay.
maybe Lucchini, but I'm not sure if he was there. Yeah, I was surprised with h4. I thought knight c4 was the point to stop e5 at least.
But how about e5 now?
Yeah, and this structure, I was not sure what's going on.
No, I don't like this one. Maybe after e5, rook d1, d1.
Yeah, you want, but I didn't want. I mean, you want to get the structure anyway, but I didn't. I was thinking that you would prefer to have this, but I'm not sure. Yeah.
But I hope my knight on d2. Maybe I can play something like f3, e4.
Yeah. Well, and if I go g5?
Yes, maybe take.
I was not happy about bishop c3.
Yes, and
bishop d4,
yeah.
bishop c5. It's a bit strange, yeah. Yeah, but I think this position is equal, just simply. It's just equal. I have bishop pair, but I have these bad pawns. I think it's just a draw, and white could have made a draw if he wanted with knight d6.
Yes.
Then I thought I'm comfortable already. I don't know, yeah, it was not so much, but it got a bit interesting here because there were some tactics. I was briefly even considering something like this.
Okay.
But it doesn't work, at least e4 is there, at the very least, and this doesn't work because of rook c6.
Ah, cute. Rook d3, king a2, and
yeah,
no
there is
checks.
Nothing. I'm not even sure I can make a draw here because of king b3. But bishop e7, yeah, this was my point, that he would miss that after rook h4.
I miss that.
Yeah, you miss bishop f7, of course,
Yes.
which is a very nasty
I miss this idea.
It's a very beautiful idea because it's just two double pawns, but suddenly I'm actually sort of still playing for a win. But I believe that this position is probably a fortress.
Yeah, white can also just do this.
Yes, I know, but look like.
There were some ghosts I saw with king coming somewhere over.
Well, we tried and we couldn't find any actual plans. Yeah, you can try, but see.
Yeah, I was trying something.
And also with the pawn on a5, even you can probably just stay.
You mean you could stay here? Yeah.
Even here. Yeah, just go rook b1, rook b2.
Yeah, I'll
forever.
come somewhere to.
Yeah, you can get to d3 or d5 or any of those squares, but then
you give check, yeah.
Yeah, you can no longer make any progress.
No, I think he have a chance like something like king c4 and rook c3, and you will win if you can put that position.
But even that is a draw because you can't.
I have rook c1, right?
Okay, like, I have to be a bit careful, but let's say I go here.
Rook c3, rook b1, let's say king
I go,
c5.
let's say through here.
Yeah, but
and rook c1.
Rook c1.
Yes.
Yeah.
So waiting bishop b5, bishop e6 maybe.
And here.
But I can play
rook b2,
d1, rook d1,
rook b1,
bishop f5.
rook c1 and king b2. Even this is a draw. Even this is a draw.
No. Yes.
Yeah.
So we couldn't find any progress
this was
for
trying
you.
to force it, and probably it works as well. So yeah, in general, an absolutely boring game. I was not sure if Vachier wanted to play this position or if he wanted to make a draw. But if he wanted to make a draw, this was not the fastest way to do that. Let's hope he just wanted to play.
What was your plan? Do you think the endgame is slightly better? Or?
Yeah, I just want to play, and but you know.
The endgame slightly better, Griffith is slightly worse. Yeah, cannot be like that. I mean, come on.
Okay, you can go c5 and stuff castles.
Yes.
No, but I mean, this was considered slightly better, I think, before this training session in 2003-4 I had. I didn't remember exactly because I thought that line is overly harmless and no one will try it. That's why I didn't remember exactly what I'm supposed to be doing, but I believe Black has no problems whatsoever.
I have one question which I'm a little late asking on the last day. How shall we call you? Because we keep calling you Li Chao, but is that correct? If I address you, I should call you Chao, yeah? Or how?
Is that what you? I mean.
Or B.
Okay.
No, not B. Li Chao maybe.
Li Chao is
Yes,
correct.
yeah.
Okay, good. Then we weren't making a mistake.
We weren't doing it wrong, but yeah, I should learn.
But it's okay.
And Anish, Mr. Giri is okay,
Yeah, Gustafsson. Yeah. Yesterday it was nice when Hikaru was giving interview at the St. Louis. He few times misspoke Gary and said Giri instead. Which I thought is very.
I've done all the from Gary to Giri jokes already.
Really, yeah? Yeah, which I thought was very refreshing.
So a wise man once said, not the best tournament, but the most important things in life are good company and good food. So
absolutely.
Are you still happy with yourself?
Oh, it is what it is.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And you? What do you think about, let's say, your tournament in particular? Yeah.
I think I was happy. You know, usually I think this tournament a little bit hard for me because I don't have opening, and so I must find some positions, so not so easy. And I think I play not a normal chess, the other style chess, and I hope, but I don't know for the future. Maybe I should work hard.
It's generally supposed to be a good idea, yeah. But I can't speak on that subject, so maybe Anish will tell us everything about working hard and being diligent and well prepared.
But you know that this opening, my students played and they asked me, and they think what a little bit better. And today, I don't have any idea, and so I asked them, it's good or bad? They said it's okay. And
how many students do you have?
10.
10 students.
Yeah.
So many ideas. 10 students.
Yeah. So usually I don't have time to study chess by myself, and I give them more time.
Okay, so we found out something.
But does every student send you an idea before the game, or just one of them?
Sorry?
Does every student send you ideas before the game?
No. If I need, I will ask them. But most time they will ask me.
But then, yeah, that doesn't help.
I remember you referred to your opponent today as the mighty Li Chao in a New Chess interview. So you were in a New Chess article. I think it was mighty, maybe it was great. I'm not 100% sure. So you were aware of the guy's powers, yeah?
Absolutely. No, Li Chao is a very strong player. Yeah, I guess he just has no opening, so difficult life.
Yes.
Maybe you should have Anish as a new student. He can send you some ideas.
Imagine if I had no opening, what would that be? I mean, scary thought.
Too difficult for me, you know. Before the game that night, I should find some line, and too difficult. Yeah.
But you did go 1d4. I'm in that spot a lot, and normally I decide, okay, c4, knight f3, some nonsense. Doesn't help much either.
No, but in general, openings are overrated.
Coming from you, this is a very serious statement, and
they're overrated.
What was your impression on the tournament? Magnus won convincingly, more or less, or did you think it was got bumpy?
I think nobody was there to give him a fight, really. I think that those who were close, they were happy to be close, and those who would want to win the tournament were not here. So.
Well, I think Levon made an effort today. He just didn't manage to win the game, but if he wins, it's close. No?
He made an effort.
Well, to complicate the game against Harry and to keep up with it.
No, of course, but I mean, 3 rounds ago he wasn't dreaming of that.
Right, yeah, he wasn't in contention all the way.
He got a few points in. But overall, I don't think he was too optimistic about his chances.
Yeah.
I mean, some guy like Fabiano or infamous Sergei Karakin, they would have probably given it a better shot.
Right.
Can always be relied on to provide opinions of substance, and you weren't looking for controversy there, were you?
No, not at all.
Yeah, but
I don't think that was a controversial answer.
Maybe
Peter, you are too nice of a guy. I mean, for you everything's controversial.
That is probably very true. Yeah, I have to say that. Yeah, that was another very cutting statement, which is also true.
Speaking of controversy and also looking at the screen, have you been following the St. Louis event? What's your impression of Kasparov's play?
Yeah, I liked it. I liked that he was playing very principled from the start, which is a bit unusual for the Blitz. So many guys were caught facing some real chess problems in the opening, and they would just get worse, and then they would just get outplayed. While normally you expect the guy to do something strange, then the game starts. And
so you think the other guys might be hiding preparation a little while Kasparov is showing all he's got?
They're just not used to approaching a Blitz event like that. I mean, I know from myself that usually when you play, you usually just play some random stuff and the game becomes random. But if suddenly some guy starts to play, you know, either e4, knight f3 or d4, c4 and grab the center and you just do some random stuff, you will get worse, and the time might not even play such an important role. Although, of course, he blundered a few games yesterday, which is more than understandable.
Did you watch the games yesterday?
Yes, but yesterday my game, I mean, I don't have enough energy to watch everything. But I watched the leave.
We were actually speculating about this during the opening Blitz. For example, you played a lot of these anti-Berlins. Do you think about stuff? Because we were wondering, is it more likely that Anish is going to play this in the tournament, or he's not going to play it if it's in the Blitz? Do you think about like these reverse psychology games?
I showed the reputation of the Berlin in the Blitz
to scare people away.
And then I moved on to my usual harmless stuff in the
Choco piano.
Yeah.
Because what you were doing in the Blitz was very impressive, because you were like better in every single game there, and we had this discussion on air because it seemed
I was playing very well in the Blitz, absolutely, and also the first game of this tournament I played pretty well. So in a way it's pity that I lost that momentum, and of course the pity was that I screwed up the second round, because it was heading for another sharp game, and I felt ready for it, but unfortunately I made a huge mistake, which was not a blunder, but was bad enough to be called one.
Okay, last question. As arguably the most dapper guy in the tournament, first of all, what do you think of Peter's tie today?
Very well. Yeah, I mean,
now I'm looking for
controversy. Group of people who are proud to wear such things. There are a group of people who are not proud to wear such things, and there's Peter. So I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, there's definitely a statement coming from you.
It's just frankly, it's a tie I pick up out of the bag of ties that Jan has in his backpack. But
I have to feed the guy with my backup ties.
Yeah, you have
I forgot completely forgot to bring ties all together here. So
I felt like it's a punishment for something, no? And like you lost
it
does
look. It does look
surprised
like
you chose that one, yeah? Because I've been putting it in there, hoping.
No, I just thought, okay.
No, but in general, I mean, there are many people who love this chess thematic, and I've received a lot of gifts. I have shirts with chess. I have ties. I have socks. I have pens.
No, I generally stay away from that, but
they're great. But when you see chessboards so often, so many times, you get a little bit tired of black and white, and you want to put some cerise or purple.
Yeah.
Whom do you consider your biggest competition in the dressing department in this tournament? I thought Veselin, maybe.
Well,
no offense, you're also dressing very well.
No, I think actually this time Hare Krishna did not so badly, surprisingly.
Him I haven't studied much.
I think the first day he surprised me with a very classy outfit. But other than that, I think it's mostly chess that I'm concerned about when it comes to competition.
Yeah, of course, but we've talked about chess for 10 days. True. I got nothing left to say.
All right, I think that's a wrap. Thanks for coming in, and shall we just do like a bonus track of 5 more minutes of Penguin material, or?
No, we should roll the credits, thank people, and all that good stuff.
Thanks once again, and
I might cry. I've been working on it, so stay tuned. Thanks.
All right.
Also, I should consider the dinner situation. Yeah, we'll do a very brief wrap. How's Kasparov doing?
50%, but Fabi is now in a huge minus.
Fabi's getting crushed.
Yeah, Fabi's getting.
Okay, see you later. Welcome back to the final segment of the show. The tournament is over with Magnus Carlsen, I believe the deserved winner. So it's high time to thank everybody. Thank the sponsors of the tournament. It's called Altibox Norway Chess, so Altibox is the main sponsor. Also, all the people that make this possible, starting with Shell and Benedicte. I can see Frode right over there, still working very hard. Our friend JJ, whom I was a little mean to during the live interview. I still feel bad about that, but I think he's forgiven me. I let him win a game yesterday night where I was pretending to play hard, but I let you win, JJ, and you know it. But seriously, it takes a lot of stuff that you can't see to make such an event happen. Of course, I want to thank Peter for bearing with my nonsense for 10 days in a row.
There wasn't nearly enough nonsense, frankly. I feel saddened by that.
I agree with that, but I blame the players because most of the rounds have been surprisingly short, and normally it's prime nonsense hour in hour 6 when we start growing tired.
That is true.
Don't care anymore. But yeah, apologies for the non-nonsense. I'll have some more Penguin material next time. Thanks Jose, the producer, who's been sitting there silently giving us signs and letters, and learning a lot of new things about chess. Thanks to Fiona, of course, who did her segment and contributed a lot of stuff. Thanks to everybody at Chess24 behind the scenes. Whom am I forgetting? You always forget people with this. Thanks to the players.
Yeah, there's mom and dad and God. There's many options available, but thanks for the viewers for keeping in touch with us. Giving us feedback, telling us to tell the 200 people in the hall to shut up and let us talk, and giving us other useful and helpful tips. we hope we have some kind of audience out there. We don't see you, but if we do hear from you, it makes it slightly more meaningful.
Absolutely, and this is my last chance to plug. If you want to support us and this project and us to keep doing stuff, go premium on Chess24. That's not really a donation, because for 10 euros a month you get a lot of stuff, including tons of video series by this guy, by yours truly, by lots of other people. It's a good investment if you want to invest your chess. And
also a chance to try and flag us occasionally. Banter Blitz, I think, will return at some point. If there are some people out there who are curious about that, I've been slacking off on the Banter Blitz front for a while, but it will be back when I'm done traveling.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I'm happy that we're done with these Norway chess, these superstars. It's time to play users and flag them on Chess24 again. So looking forward to doing that when we're back home settled. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks Peter. Thanks. I don't see anybody. Thanks Ian Rogers and Kathy Rogers for being the last people to actually listen to this crap. And thanks to me for cursing like 1 second before the show is over. See you guys next time. Bye bye.
Bye.